Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was taken and trained by Dobby? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The smells of a luxurious lunch for the Dursleys came up the stairs, torturing Harry as they were meant to do. Then there was a pop. Hopefully the loud telly aimed at the table would hide such a noise. Harry was panicked that this funny-looking being calling himself Bobby, or Dobby or something was going to do something big and loud and get him worse than a beating. But he'd popped into his room, which meant Harry grabbed him, one hand over his mouth. "Look, if you get me beaten, I will never speak to you again. You clearly admire me. So instead, let's be friends, yes?" "Yes, Master," was muffled by Harry's hand. Harry stretched, reaching, until he had Hedwig's cage holding his suffering familiar in his other hand. "Get us out of here, and take us somewhere safe to talk." A second later, after a soft pop, Harry let the elf go. "Please. Free my friend. She's had no food or water since Hogwarts." Hedwig, feathers all ruffled, was letting him know in words most foul that she did not request a ride via he, and next time, she would like to fly all on her own. "Thank you very much." "Dobby, I can't do magic here, would you, Master Harry Cansby? We're under wards. Powerful magic." "Wait. Does that mean that Ponce Draco can?" "Of course it does. I need my wand. That lock is coming off the cage." The white owl barked her agreement with those orders. Before Harry could do anything, the lock turned to sand and trickled away, and the door was opened. Harry's beautiful lady launched herself from the opening and landed on her boy's shoulder, stroking his face like a cat and giving soft pecks and cries of thanks and comfort. Their reunion, owl and boy, was emotional. Harry stroked and soothed her and kissed her head while tears leaked out of his eyes. He spoke to her in low tones and told her that she was free to hunt now, and she should go do that. "I'm going to be right here, Head. I have a feeling that this fine elf that freed you is going to help me too, so you go on." With a final kiss, Hedwig launched herself at a nearby fountain for a drink of water. "What the?" Wiping his eyes, Harry finally looked around to see where they were. He was surrounded by soft rolling hills to the right, the smell of the sea in his nostrils. Ahead of him, a cliff and the ocean. What a spectacular view. To the left, a small circle of stones that reminded him of Stonehenge, only in miniature. Behind him was the rubble of an ancient castle. There were magical wards here, like Hogwarts. Much more powerful than the ones at Privet Drive. "You must go back, it's the safest," Dumbledore had said. Harry snorted. He was never going back to the Dursleys. And if this little being was right, Harry wouldn't return to Hogwarts. A fun train ride home with lots of laughter had not prepared him for his greeting upon his return. In fact, Fred or George had tried a new stink bomb on him, but Harry had turned it off before it went off. He had a homecoming present for Dudley, but the Dursleys had their own plans. That latest beating had been brutal. It started the minute he was barely through the door. The hard push sending him into the stair handrail hadn't just broken the wood. Harry was sure he had a cracked rib that still hurt 2 days later. The belt had broken skin on his back, bum, and legs. He'd then been tossed into his room and locked in. No food or water since then. Feeling thirstier and weaker by the moment, Harry started to head for the fountain, explaining to the being, "Thank you for taking me here. I feel safe here, but I don't recognize this place. You don't have any water with you, by chance?" The being snapped his fingers, and a crystal goblet of cool water was in his hands. "This where Master Charles and Mistress Doria lived when they was alive. Master Harry born here. Dobby used to be belonging to Mistress Doria. She gave me to Mistress Lily. But when she died, I went back to Master Arcturus. We couldn't find you then, Dobby, so sorry, but Dobby loving Master Harry, care for him. Master Arcturus sent me to help Mistress Narcissa. Oh, her husband so mean and nasty to Dobby." Dobby realized what he said, and started to run to bash his head on the stone. "Stop. Don't do that." Dobby stopped for a moment. Harry thought quickly. "You might hurt the stonework there." They did look a little unstable, but that's not why Harry called out. Dobby stopped and shook himself. Dobby almost spoke badly of Mistress Husband, but the elf had obeyed Harry. "Dobby, are you my elf? Master Harry, be putting your hand on my head. Master Arcturus being dead now. You be air black. But Mistress Husband wants to be killing you. No, Dobby can't allow." Harry put his hand on the elf's head. The magic engulfed them for a moment. Dobby grew in height a few centimeters, as did Harry. A feeling near his ribs felt like something popped, and it hurt very badly. Harry felt more powerful after a few minutes than he ever had, and Dobby clearly looked better. A snap of fingers and Dobby had conjured a chair for Harry, an umbrella protecting him from the light rain. Hedwig returned just then and landed on Harry's lap, swallowing the third of 3 tasty mice she'd found. Hedwig turned to Harry just as she seemingly slurped down the tail of her meal, with a very tired look. "Go to sleep, Head love," Harry told her, lightly stroking her head and back. Hedwig turned her head around backwards and fell asleep just as Harry's stomach let out a massive growl. Master Harry being hungry. "Can Dobby buy a tent for Master Harry to stay here in wards? Safe here. I don't have my key, Dobby." "Wait. Hagrid has it. He kept it when we were done at the bank." Dobby closed his eyes, and a little gold key appeared in his hands. "Dobby knows where we can get used explorer tents. Dobby be back with tent and food." After 10 minutes, Dobby returned with a bundle that looked like a tent. He popped away again and returned with a nice meal from the leaky with the butterbeer. Dobby began explaining about the bundle he'd brought back. "Master Charles ordered this, paid for it so man couldn't sell it. Honest merchant, waiting for you to grow up and come pick it up." Harry carefully moved Hedwig to perch on the back of the chair, while Dobby showed Harry how to set it up himself if Dobby wasn't there. It didn't take long. Carrying a sleeping Hedwig, Harry went with Dobby for the 5-Canute tour. Harry would explore the place thoroughly later, but for now, he was hungry and Hedwig wasn't a small bird. Dobby conjured a luxurious bird stand and Harry gratefully settled his lady on it. The tent was amazing. The entrance had a sitting area with furniture to the right. It had a nice ceiling fan, and something about it told Harry it was meant for hot weather. There was a huge kitchen and eating area, several bunk rooms, library, master bedroom with an amazing ensuite and several regular bedrooms with their own baths as well in a separate corridor, like this was the family wing. "Thank you for picking up the tent, Dobby. Now, wait. Where's your food?" "Dobby eat later," must warn Master Harry. "No, go buy another 2 or 3 meals at the leaky. This is the first time I've eaten since Hogwarts, and I'm starving. You look hungry too, we'll share a meal." Bursting into tears, Dobby did as was asked, but also stopped by the grocer's that all house elves used and placed a large order in order to stock the pantry. He quickly returned with more stew and fresh bread. Dobby served himself vegetables but saved the meat for Harry. He did take a chunk of the fresh bread. Harry waved him to a seat next to him at the table. Dobby not allowed to sit next to Master Harry like a friend. "Well, I don't know you well yet, but you got me away from my relatives. That makes you a friend in my book." Harry was concerned when the little being burst into tears again, but it was clear these were happy ones. The elf finally sat, and they spent the next few minutes in companionable silence, just eating. The minute that Dobby was done, he was ready to prove himself to his new master. "Oh, Master Harry, how can Dobby else be serving you?" Harry thought for a moment. "Maybe when the people where I used to live are asleep, you know, later tonight. Can you please pop back and rescue my trunk for me? Do you think you could get that out of a locked cupboard? Oh, my photo album and cloak are there too in my room, hidden beneath the floor under the mattress. Those are the most important. That would be amazing. No need to wait. Dobby can be invisible and quiet. Dobby popped away for just a few minutes and brought his school things, photos and cloak. Then a different elf popped in with a huge box of shrunken food. She offered to stay and help put it away too. Harry came over to help like the expert he was, and everything was soon sorted out in the kitchen. This was going to be amazing. Having new food to fix and a friend to share it with. Harry offered the grocery elf a tip, but she shook her head and popped away. Harry helped himself to a bottle of water, and offered one to Dobby while he was at the magical version of a fridge. "So Dobby, what was this danger you were warning me about?" "My friend Hermione, well, her magic is something special. And there's Ron and the twins. Percy is old enough to take care of himself, but what about Neville? Honestly, that boy seems afraid of his shadow, but his magic. How can someone who feels powerful be so, I don't know. Well, pathetic in his spells? He needs some help, that's for sure. Harry was really worried about Neville and his situation over the summer. In some ways, it sounded worse than what Harry faced as they were adults with magic. There be plots, Master Harry, Dobby, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you please speak as clearly as you can? Dobby nodded. Mistress Lily taught all of us elves how to speak proper English. I will try. Old Master did not like it. But Dobby, no, I will try. Dobby cleared his throat. Old Bad Master wants to kill you and other students like your friend Mistress Myone. Oh, Bad Master paid money to find her house. Not finding yet, but Harry Potter must warn his friend. Dobby, don't you think you should have said that first? Oh no, Dobby should punish himself? No, can you go and get the Grangers? No, wait. Would they be able to track her here? Dobby turned his head as though, listening, to the wards. Dobby knows a way, but Master Harry not liking the solution. Will it work to hide her? Her family? Oh yes. Most certainly. I love it. Now, I don't know where she lives. I have her phone number. Hedwig's been locked up, so I haven't been able to write to her yet. Dobby's ears drooped, but Harry had an idea. Dobby? Can you take me to the Leaky Cauldron? There's gotta be telephones near there, right? Charing Cross Road. Dobby can. Harry looked down at his clothes. He really looked like a street rat, but there was no time. He quickly started rifling through his now unlocked trunk. He might not be great at magic, but he wasn't going anywhere without his wand. Master doesn't like his clothes. Dobby could fix them up for a time, enough to visit Master's friend. Harry found the wand and held out his arms. Go for it. Ooh asterisk, not knowing when they'd be back, Dobby shrank the tent and pocketed it. It worked like a magical trunk, and not only would Hedwig be safe inside, but it wouldn't need to be reset up. Handy that. Harry took his only Muggle money, the 50-pence piece from Christmas, with them for change for the phone. But the scarred man at the used bookstore next to the Leaky Cauldron refused it and offered him the use of the phone to make his call. There was something familiar about this man. Harry instantly liked him. Trusted him. Are you? I mean. Excuse me, lad. Might you be Harry Potter? Dobby was hidden, of course, but didn't start shaking or pulling on him, a signal of danger, so Harry nodded. I am. Let me guess, you can see the pub next door? Aunt Petunia had complained about Lily disappearing into a doorway, and she couldn't find it until Professor McGonagall had taken her hand. You apparently had to be magical to see it. Indeed. I'm Remus Lupin. Harry extended his hand for shaking, and the man took it. The wizard's magic reacted to the touch. Reacted to Harry by surrounding him in warmth, like a hug from an uncle who liked you. Very different from the beating of an uncle who despised you. Harry had never felt loved at Privet Drive, and this person here loved him. Harry could tell. With tears in his eyes, Lupin made a suggestion. Why don't you make your call? I'll write down my phone number. I have wanted to visit you. I tried sending you some pictures directly when Hagrid asked me for copies of them. They were sent back saying that you had enough. That didn't ring true to me. Harry scoffed. You think? I mean, you're right. I know nothing of it, and would love to chat with you if you were able to send pictures of people. You might be able to identify some of them. Harry had a sudden thought. This was an adult. Who could use magic? If he'd meant harm to Harry, Harry would have been killed right then. How do you know me, sir? Well, I made friends with your mother on the train to Hogwarts. We were prefects together for 3 years, as well as studying and practicing studies. In addition, your father and I shared a dorm room at school for 7 years. I'd like to say more. I get off in 15 minutes, and I would love to talk with you if you could wait for me. Lupin loved having a job where he could have a couple of days off for the full moon with no issue. He worked with others during the day, but Remus had to be gone before dark and the owner returned. Not that it was an issue so close to the summer solstice. Harry looked into kind brown eyes. He now recognized the man from one of the pictures. This man was telling the truth. He danced with his mother at their wedding like he was holding his sister. With love but without romance. He'd laughed and joked with his father. And Harry could really use some adult-type help right now. There's a plan to hurt my friend. Who's a girl, but well. ARGG. I don't know how to explain it to her parents, as they can't see the old pub. Dentists. Why don't you call, and ask if we can come to visit? We can take the night bus to a couple of blocks away or the nearest store to them. We don't want to get off right in front of their house in case we are tracked. In fact, the safest thing to do would be to have them come to the leaky. He made a call. Mrs. Granger. This is Harry Potter. I don't know what your family's plans are tonight. I have something very urgent to share with you. Could you come to? Mr. Lupin? Is there a nicer restaurant than the Leaky Cauldron? There's a great Indian place just a few doors down. Tell them to come to Byron's bookstore and we'll walk from here. I'd like to take you to dinner. Can you please come? It's very important. Emma Granger was no fool. This boy had been in Hermione's letters home on and off for the first 2 months of school, and then constantly after that. This boy had given her a book, a nice bookmark, and a lovely pair of earrings for Christmas. For an 11-year-old, that showed her that he really liked her daughter. Not a chocolate or even a bit of sugar in he gift. You know you didn't need to give her a second bookmark on the train. The first was sufficient. Harry paled. That was it. They were tracking her. Remus' sharp hearing had him reacting. Mrs. Granger. Do you have gas cooking? If not, something to start a small fire? If so, burn that second bookmark right now. People are trying to track you. I don't mean to cause fear. Please, Harry and I want to help. Can you gather up a few things for overnight? I'll be there in 2 minutes to escort you here. Who are you? I'm Remus Lupin, a friend of Harry's parents. And some very bad people are angry that Hermione did better in school than their children. For some reason, Emma believed him. Both she and Dan had go bags as they were on the list of potential foster parents. Sometimes, that meant traveling at a moment's notice, and they were prepared. While Hermione threw things into a knapsack, Emma burnt the new bookmark which didn't want to light at first, and once it did, phew. Talk about a bad smell. There was a knock on the door, and it was Remus Lupin and Harry Potter. Hermione, coming down the stairs, saw Harry and glommed onto him. Harry. What's going on? Hermione demanded. She could feel something was wrong. I think we should summon the night bus and get out of. The doors, bursting open from the back garden, wasn't Avon calling. Lucius Malfoy's hair was recognizable even with the black robes and scary bone mask. Well, what do we have here? I should have expected guests. Well, you gentlemen get to die, and I get to bring the females home. They need to learn a lesson about respect for their betters. Remus was impressed that Dobby grabbed the ladies first and popped away while Harry threw the prank stink bomb that Fred had tried to set off in their cabin on the train. He kept it to use on Dudley and never had the chance. Remus raised a shield, but knew that if Lucius cast the killing curse, he'd need to summon or conjure a barrier. Dan leveled the silenced Ruger in his hand. He didn't warn or plead or bargain. He pulled the trigger. The man in the bone mask had pulled his wand and aimed it at both his queen and his princess. Then threatened them all with death and worse. Lucius, watching the ladies disappear suddenly, was distracted and angry. If he had noticed Dan at all, he completely dismissed the muggle as irrelevant. The stink smoke pooled around him, as the bullet entered the man's chest with a small thump. The sound of the wizard falling to the tile floor, mortally wounded, was louder than the gunshot, but was still not enough to disturb the neighbors. It appeared that Harry Potter's warning that they were in danger was real. Dobby returned and, seeing a dying Lucius Malfoy, went over and kicked his former master hard. Dobby is free from bad master forever. Torturer, murderer, devil. Dobby snapped his fingers and Lucius was transfigured into a small stuffed white peacock, which also served to put the dying wizard into stasis that was quickly put in his pocket. Dobby, take care of bad master. Bury him as toy in his daughter's grave who didn't get a Hogwarts letter. Dobby popped away. House elves were forced to speak pidgin languages by their masters who didn't like to be reminded how much their gene pool had turned into a cesspool. House elves were powerful and intelligent. Dobby knew that if Draco inherited now, the vicious Narcissa Black would use the family fortune to expand their criminal enterprises, and she would become a dark lady far scarier than the Dark Lord ever was. With Lucius missing, and without the will engaged, she would be locked out, having only her monthly stipend allowed. New opportunities would be lost. Businesses would be foreclosed due to non-payment of bills. Rents would go uncollected. All because Lucius was still alive. Disaster would come to House Malfoy long before Draco's 17th birthday. All because of a smart house elf who knew the ways of wizards and wanted to help his master Harry by eliminating this threat to him. Dan cleared the weapon, reloaded it, and re-engaged the safety. His hands shook only a little. All of his time in the military prepared to take a life if needed, but until this moment, he had never done so. Remus spoke to him. "We'll join the ladies, and get you looked at, sir. I'm so sorry this happened. I'm sorry that we weren't faster." Dan looked at him. "Without your warning, that man would have killed me, and kidnapped my wife and daughter. I will thank you, just, maybe not right now." Dobby returned, and Remus asked him to take Harry and Dan, while Remus shrank the Grangers' bags, and they made their way to Gringotts. Hermione was crying and shaking. How could he just walk in like that? She asked her mother. Dobby had dropped the ladies off at the bank, and asked for them to be given tea, calming drafts, and be taken care of by a hostess until he returned. It was a phrase that would hire female goblin bodyguards for both Hermione and Emma. The two guards looked fierce in their armor, and their weapons did not look like the cheap knockoffs sold in castle gift shops in London, or the fantasy shops. Emma held out her hand for shaking, and both shook it without reservation. "I'm Emma Granger, and this is my daughter Hermione. May I know your names?" The taller of the two green-skinned women shook her head. "We don't share with outsiders. No offense meant." She was tall for a goblin, taller than Hermione. Emma thought she had read that in something of Hermione's, with as important as goblins. Were to the wizarding world, one would think that better books would be available, and not a little bank pamphlet on essential goblin customs for those new to the magical world. "I have read about this. So, I am going to give you temporary nomens for the evening. How about charity and chastity?" The two looked at each other. The daughter appeared to be a first-year or rising second year, did not have a wizard sponsor of any type, and was clearly trying to be respectful. "Our customs are different. For us, being of worth, and working hard is very important. No dole for us. So charity is not a good name for a goblin if you did not mean to offend." Emma paled. "No, of course not. Flowers. Lavender, no. Sage. What about sage?" The goblin nodded her head. Just because she knew of a house elf of that name meant nothing. There were witches with the name. It was her cousin's turn to object. With such a low birth rate, any female that did not accept a mate by the age of 30 or so would be counseled by what you call the king of the goblins. He would find an acceptable mate, even if he had to offer himself. We rarely have families who have more than one spouse, but in a situation where none was found, it would happen. Emma gulped. Reading about trios had put her off the wizarding world, and that was before Mr. Malfoy invited himself to their dinner party. "Ah. So chastity is as bad as charity." Again, no offense meant. "What about Heather?" She nodded, and Emma wrote down what they were wearing, so she could keep it straight. They looked like twins to her eyes except for the height difference. Fortunately, their armor had unique accoutrements that helped her distinguish between the two. "So, would you like to talk about what happened? In our culture, we discuss attacks. What we did, or could do better next time. It helps," Heather offered. Hermione nodded. "I should have had my wand on me, but I packed it in my bag." Not that she could have done much yet, she thought to herself. She pointed to the knapsack now at her feet. At least she had the magical focus with her. Too bad that humans relied on such things. It was evident, looking at her hair alone, the girl was a powerful young witch. Hermione proceeded to share the warning of both house elf and wizard, but she wasn't there when Lucius was killed. Well, appeared to be, so they were waiting on pins and nettles to hear from their menfolk. Bloodrage, a goblin guard wearing magnificent armor, came in, and Sage turned a bit green, which was blushing to a goblin, but just moved behind Emma. Behind him came Dan, Remus, Lupin, and Harry, along with a visible Dobby. "Harry." Hermione rushed to the boy, grappled him into a hug and went to kiss his cheek. He returned the warm hug with interest, but turned his cheek and their lips met. Dobby cheered, and not one but 3 elves popped in to clap and just as suddenly disappeared. As they kissed, there was a sudden pulse of magic that made the torches flare, and released the clip that held Heather's hair back. She grabbed it in confusion, But the moment passed, and she was able to use a wandless spell to stick it in her hair again. Something had disrupted the magic holding it there. Harry grabbed his ribs in pain with one hand, as the same kind of snapping happened again that happened when he and Dobby were bound together. With the other, he grabbed his forehead that began oozing a black ichor. Harry's accompanying cry of distress broke the kiss and Hermione loosened her hold slightly, but the appearance of Harry in obvious pain made her cry out to the adults in the room, "Help him, please, something's wrong." Heather and Sage shared worried looks, but Bloodrage was already at the door, hitting the rune that would summon help. Harry, speak to me, love." Dobby rushed to help support the swaying young wizard, and between him and Hermione, they lowered him to the floor where Hermione placed his head on her lap. Tears started to leak from her eyes. Spurnick, Harry's account manager, came in with a human in ugly green and another goblin that Harry didn't know. The healer rushed to Harry, casting spells as he came. That monster. He shared in goblin that Harry had had some dark residue left untreated in that scar until just recently. Spurnick realized there were several ladies present and closed his mouth quickly before he could start swearing. To save time, Spurnick went around the room and introduced everyone except the bodyguards. Emma introduced Heather and Sage to Dan, Remus and Dobby just as though he were an equal, if shorter. Bloodrage's eyes met the goblin of his personal interest and mouthed, "Sage?" She glared at him. "I will kill you slowly. Roast certain body parts first if you ever mention this in the caverns. Perhaps using said herb on your meat." She threatened in the goblin language. His humble bow was all she needed. Perhaps the lout could be trained, and next time, she would accept the boar's head. Her father, Spurnick, approved the match after all. Her mother didn't, but then, no one in the caverns in London, Cairo, or Lyon had met her approval. There was one from Paris, but her mother had waffled, and he had bonded too. Another. Which pleased her greatly as she wanted Bloodrage. Feeling better, Harry began to sit up, but not leaving Hermione's side nodded to all of the adults and told them about his busy day, leaving out the shooting. "When I got home, there was a letter from our loving headmaster that he had sent, by owl of course, to my ever-so-loving Aunt Petunia." Harry's sarcasm switch was in the full-on position. "In the letter, he states that I should not be blamed for Quirrell's death. These people hate me, magic, and everyone with magic." Their reaction was as predictable as it was despicable. Harry knew that he had to show them. It was counter to everything in him, but he had begged Dumbledore to stay at Hogwarts, to keep him safe. Dobby risked his life to try and save Harry. It was clear that if Lucius had found out about Dobby's warning, he would be dead. Harry stood and looked an apology at Hermione. Taking off his shirt was the hardest thing he had ever done. Hermione gasped and burst into tears, and knowing that her hug had likely hurt Harry, cried out, "Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry," and turned to her mother for comfort. Harry hugged Hermione, in her mother's arms, and whispered words of comfort in her ear. Emma reached out and, carefully, wrapped an arm around the child's shoulders. She avoided the recent evidence of a lashing. Emma gently brought him into the motherly embrace being provided. The healer swore in his native Arabic. A rattled-hilted dagger reminded him that there were goblin females present, and he immediately stopped, apologized, and went to work. Bloodrage looked ready to slaughter the animals in need of death, and his soon-to-be mate known there as Sage looked ready to fight at his side. "What is this danger? Is the school safe now, with Malfoy's death?" Bloodrage asked intelligently. Remus looked at the guard. "We never said anything about killing anyone." Sage snorted. "You are here and alive. That clearly means that the wizard was incapacitated or dead. This man here, called Dan, stands like a warrior. A warrior who has recently taken a life in defense of others. It is not easy to kill. It shouldn't be. But taking a life to protect one's family is not a crime. Well, it shouldn't be. When you get a chance, you might want to change your clothes and burn them, and thoroughly clean the leather shoes. Burn the cloth ones. Those droplets could be used by the enemy's family to track you down, and they would not be gentle." The healer was attending to the injured lad during the discussion. Harry's ribs were shifted, and he could suddenly breathe easier. "He's recently lost 2 bindings, but 1 more remains. Doesn't the healer at your school do a health check? This should have been caught." The healer gave him a pain potion and asked permission to release the third binding as it was preventing him from learning other languages easily, a rare talent. Harry was still bruised, but looking better for the healer's ministrations. Remus had been talking in soft tones with Dobby while getting information. I have learned several terrible things just now. The danger to Hogwarts exists. Dobby went to one of the Potter elves working at Hogwarts to warn them first before coming to Harry. No guesses for how well that was received. Hogwarts is the safest place. Well, if that's true, why couldn't I stay there? It wasn't like I would take up a bunch of space. And Hogwarts has plenty of food. They should. They likely still grow it on your land in greenhouses. Your father hired me after school ended to harvest plants and animals for Hogwarts. It's what the Potters did too. Support the school in addition to their philanthropic endeavors, Remus shared. Spurnick scowled at the talk of charity. At least it was for a children's school. Even goblins supported education and health. Harry tilted his head. Good deed doers. My parents? Wow. That's a lot better than being drunks on the dole. Not that I believe the Dursleys. Remus growled again, and blood rage stopped him from leaving. Oh no, if anyone gets to kill them, it's me, blood rage claimed. Well, I could help, right? Remus asked. Of course. I'm part of the Potter Banking Consortium. You are a true family friend. Spurnick gave him a sharp look. We've talked about this before. Just because the Potters own businesses and have wealth does not mean that they own the bank. You are assigned to the Potter family when a personal guard is required. I like my words better, Spurnick. Besides, taking out these muggles is certainly warranted, and Remus Lupin is honor-bound to help. Harry, even under potions, objected to that. They're miserable people who try to blame me for their misery. Don't. Killing them would be a mercy. No, it is far worse that they have to live with each other. My disappearance? They have two choices. Report it, or not. If they do, police will come and find blood evidence everywhere. In the cupboard under the stairs. Dudley's second bedroom, the kitchen, everywhere. My disappearance will be noted. His plea was not working to calm Remus or blood rage for some Eason. I'm out of there, and I'm not going back. If I hadn't left with Dobby, Hermione would be. Dobby, I want you to give yourself a raise. Dobby? Dobby being paid? Well, I don't know what your rates are, but of course. I mean, you're helping me. You're not my mum. Of course, I'm going to pay you. Emma smiled. She knew that house elves were treated like slaves in this culture and approved of the moral code on display here. Harry, look. I've got a bit saved up. There are other magical schools. If Dobby tried to warn Dumbledore and he's doing nothing, we can't fight that. Even you know who didn't go up against him. Remus had allowed the great wizard to keep him from his godson. No more, he would do his best for Harry from now on. Harry, concerned for others, asked, We've got this incredible tent that'll house hundreds, dozens. Well, I don't know how many, but a lot. But where will we go? What about Ron? The Weasley family? Spurnick spoke up. We do not know what Lucius' plans were. Did they involve other Death Eaters? We don't have enough information. As for where to go, Mr. Lupin. Gringotts is aware of your relationship to Harry Potter, and knows that you were co-godfather along with Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. Black was convicted of his murder, but we know that it was Pettigrew's oath that took his life. The Pettigrew trial of Sirius was a travesty. A travesty. The man was bound and gagged, not allowed a defense, accused by Lucius of killing several key people, and the body of Pettigrew had not a mark on it. Except for we know there was a masked dark mark on his arm. So how does a blasting curse kill without blood? Short answer. It doesn't. We believe that this was part of a plot so that Draco Malfoy could inherit. You see, his mother Narcissa was born into the House of Black. So, if you are going to leave the country, we beg you to take Sirius Black with you. He is unfairly imprisoned. Spurnick concluded. Dan looked at Dobby. This Narcissa? Could she be in on the plot to hurt my daughter or whatever is planned for Hogwarts? Dobby shook his head wildly, and ran for the nearest wall. Harry stopped him, and pulled him in for a hug. Hermione had listened carefully to everything said and raised her hand like they were in class. Spurnick smiled. Rarely were magicals so respectful. Yes, Miss Granger? I have an idea, sir. But I'm going to need some polyjuice and a woman's outfit in Narcissa Malfoy's size. Hermione, Emma asked. Well, if her husband has disappeared, don't you think that, his mistress, should let Narcissa know where he is? What? Heather exclaimed. How did this child know that the scum had a mistress? Oh wait, she didn't. But it gave her an idea for revenge. The woman had done favors for Gringotts from time to time. Some might call her a woman of negotiable favors. Heather went over and consulted with the brightest witch of her age. Mr. Spurnick, can you please ask Narcissa Malfoy to come to the bank? Hermione asked. Oh, but you can't attack her here, Bloodrage warned. Hermione and Harry's eyes met. Can I offer her tea? After a short discussion, and the hiring of an expert consultant, a plan was made. Narcissa Malfoy was not happy that her husband wasn't home yet. Getting a flow call from a beautiful woman at this time of night to discuss his whereabouts was not what she wanted to be doing. She was met at the entrance of the bank by a remarkable-looking woman who was clearly younger. It's a little cool for an alfresco tea, but I don't want you to be attacked if you go for your wand in the bank. Narcissa was led to a warmed outside table in front of the ice cream shop. A waiting house elf served tea. She was handed a card. I have been hired by Gringotts as a courier of sorts. I want to give you some information and ask a question. You claim to be here regarding my husband. Yes, indeed. Well, you see, he planned on killing a muggle tonight, and capturing the muggleborn's mother and the little witch. So, were you informed of this? I would hardly admit such a thing in public. Where is your dictaquil, Rita? I'm not Rita Skeeter, though she does seem to be remarkably well informed. No, I just wanted to let you know that Lucius won't be coming home for a few years. I expect you'll see him for Draco's 17th birthday. What? He can't. The muggle drugs in the tea did not show up on Narcissa's scan and she finally drank some. Bingo. I'm so very sorry for you. Truly. Narcissa fell asleep. She would wake, dressed in Sirius Black's robes, having no knowledge of the last 24 hours. Sirius Black, dressed in drag not for the first time, but in this case, dressed appropriately for her, his sex, made it back in plenty of time. The family then made its way to a black property in the Seychelles. They might not stay there permanently, but they would make decisions on where to go from there. The village proper was on the far west of the island, but Black Manor and the family compound, protected by ancient magics, was on the far east of the small island. There only packed footpaths and cart tracks. In this modern world, the locals either apparated places or used muggle bicycles. There were some lovely bungalows on the property outside of the manor itself, but the tent would come in handy for any guests that Harry might decide to invite or for future adventures. Dobby welcomed Serena and introduced her to everyone there, and Sirius refreshed her bonds to House Black. Hedwig was quite happy to see her boy again and perched on the pillow of the bed in the room he chose as his and groomed the lad and crooned until he fell asleep. She then perched on his headboard to guard her bondmate against all comers. Story recommendation. Joe Random, and All Those Left Behind. I am so enjoying this story. Found on FFN. Just don't drink and read it. Don't read it at work. And self-promotion time. Defeating Dark Lords, Inc. Omake Files. I dare you to read. Chapter 2. The original story Harry Potter and Defeating Dark Lords, Inc. is complete on FFN. I need to bring it over as well. Equals Goblin Language. Parseltongue Galleons. Sickles K. Nuts Chapter 2. This is My Island in the Sun. Chapter Summary. Escape to Sirius Private Island, and Draco is in for a surprise. Harry listens A.N. Thanks to my wonderful beta, LTSHRIT4TH boys. Who is again cleaning up after me, making suggestions, and writing in whole sections. I keep saying that she is co-writer. B.N. Co-conspirator. D. I'm learning from the best. How could I not help out, now and then, D. Act 1 Chapter 2. This is My Island in the Sun. A.N. Mini version. My standard disclaimer. The characters are not mine. So sad. This story is from the get-go. First year happened more or less the same. Ron has no pet rat. Other than that, first year. Think canon. After that, from the end of first year, everything is new. Author has many issues. Standardized spelling. Ha. If you can't spell a word 17 different ways, you aren't trying. My beta is convinced otherwise and keeps trying to adjust for my wacky ways. This story is not a slow build. It is not the same roller coaster as Child of Prophecy or even Big Black Dog. Different, but this tale will skip too many details for some, and include too much for others. I can only share stories that my muse whispers to me, so sorry. That said, it is a bargain price. So, knowing that this is written only for fun, and might not be what you expected, I hope that you enjoy it. Dobby made the report after visiting the vault and turned the letter over to Spurnick, the Potter account manager. He growled, wanting nothing to do with it. Dumbledore had sealed the will. Weasley, you have siblings at Hogwarts. Can you get a quiet message to Potions Master SNPE? We have a bit of undelivered correspondence. I'll take care of it, sir. Rumors at Hogwarts said he used to be a Death Eater, so? Well, that new treatment worked. He's a good candidate. I don't want a Death Eater anywhere near my siblings. And we know what slave marks can do to people to override their natural actions. Spurnick pulled a dagger, but threw it at the wall opposite to where the redhead was standing. Don't you have work to do, Cursebreaker? Just leaving now, sir. June 21st, 3 days after Hogwarts Express returned. Draco Malfoy had slept in quite late. He called for Dobby. Nothing. He called for Serena. She popped in and tried to hide her glee. She'd been talking to her son before he moved with his new family. Smart boy. Yes. Call me master. Draco demanded. As you wish. How may Serena serve? I want breakfast in the green room. Breakfast will be served in the nursery when it's ready. Not the nursery, I had it repainted. It's the green room. Yes. The nursery is green. Very good. Do you want to practice other colors later? Get out. Yes, Master Draco. Serena popped back to the Seychelles. Master Draco wanted her out of the house, and so she left. Lucius Malfoy didn't have any of the Malfoy elves left. Abraxas had killed them all following the Dark Lord's orders. The only ones left were the ones that Narcissa had from the Black family. Creature, feeling the call of black blood, went to find a distraught princeling. Serena abandoned me. Dobby did too. Where's my food? Master Draco being hungry. Creature fetches breakfast. A thank you for the meal would be beneath a Malfoy, but Draco almost said it before the elf returned to his mistress. The house elf popped back to tell Mistress Walburga about the situation. She debated bringing Draco there, but thought better of it in case the parents were just out for a time. She wasn't on the Malfoy wards and didn't want to be accused by Lucius of any wrongdoing. Instead, she sent Creature to watch over the boy until their return. I wonder where mother and father are. Draco pondered as he searched the entire house for them. His uncouth shouting bothered the house elf's ears and sensibilities. Creature couldn't feel either one. Lucius was either far away or dead. Narcissa was either far away or dead. His magic wasn't powerful enough to feel her behind Azkaban's wards. He'd obey Mistress Walburga and stay with Draco until his parents returned, or school started. June 21st morning a new ritual was available at Gringotts. Severus didn't know how the Gringotts healer knew Severus was a spy, or maybe he didn't. The healer met him in the lobby where they would talk before making an appointment. Look. This should help you become free, truly free. You used to be such a powerful wizard. Do I know you? Snape demanded. Yes, but that doesn't matter. You need this. Bill Weasley saw Snape talking to one of their healers and veered to intercept. I shouldn't do this directly, but a letter was found recently when we were working for another client. You may or may not have heard that Dumbledore sealed the Potter's will. Well, this letter and 25,000 galleons were supposed to go to you for potions research to find a cure for lycanthropy. I can't take out the money. I am not authorized, but management has been alerted to the situation. I'm sorry for the delay. You will get the gold. Eventually. Bill saluted both Snape and the healer, and went about his business. The healer continued. In regards to your mark, and your health. Please, the ritual has been successful so far for everyone who really wants that mark gone. But, you have to want it gone of your own free will. The healer explained. Nothing would please me more to be free. I am not as wealthy as some. Severus had been kept nearly as a prisoner at Hogwarts. His pay wasn't what it should be, and he wasn't allowed to brew potions for money except during the summer, and he didn't have time to grow any of the more expensive ingredients. Your cost is minimal, as it is being sponsored by a wealthy patron. There's a robe rental and towel fee. Nothing is free with the goblins. Severus smiled. No, nothing was free, but their canute and sickle charges were fair. They moved to a private office where the healer scanned Severus. Perhaps the removal of this disfigurement will release the other slave bindings that hold you to Hogwarts. You didn't actually feel that it was a like-for-like fair exchange, did you? Continuing to scan Severus, despite the young man's shocked surprise, the wizard informed him, oh, nasty. Were you aware that one of them binds you permanently to Hogwarts, even after the death of the binder? What? Regaining his composure, he continued. No, I did not. Can you please tell me what I need to do to get rid of all this? I'm going to need Bill's help. Bill Weasley is a cursebreaker. I'll check his schedule. Here's a list of instructions to prepare. The first part is a ritual cleansing. I'll be right back. Taking the letter from Lily, wanting to wait until he was free before reading it, Severus, still in a state of shock, made an appointment. He then left to fast, meditate, and even, for the first time since Marigold Evans' death, try to say a little prayer. June 24th morning. Seychelles. Dan Granger returned from his morning jog. He hadn't gone as far as he normally would, but the sand under his feet was tiring his legs more than the sidewalks and hard-packed paths of the parks in Crawley. Emma met him with a kiss and a tall glass of cool water. How are you doing, my love? Emma asked worriedly. After the troll, you and I had decided to move Hermione to a new school. I know that. Hermione wants to attend a magical school. But pitting children against a Dark Lord, I don't think that I would trust another school. What if they succeed in killing her this time? Padfoot walked up to the couple. He had been lagging behind Dan in his doggy form and shook off the sand before transforming into a person again. Or, Dumbledore could find some loophole to get the children back to Hogwarts if they registered with a magical school. There are a limited number of English-speaking ones, after all. And he is supreme mugwump in the ICW. It wouldn't surprise me to hear that Remus will be accused of Harry's kidnap soon. That, or you too. I cannot make any choices for you. However, I do have some ideas and recommendations. Let's get Harry and Hermione for their input, please, Emma asked. Harry just wanted to spend some alone time on the wide deck facing the water. Dobby had brought him one of his new sketch pads, a sharpened pencil. A gummy eraser was nearby if needed. Harry had never had new art supplies before and he really appreciated it. Harry watched the dolphins play and started to sketch them. The protected bay wouldn't allow sharks to get in through those wards. But the guardians of the sea could enter the bay and were very close by. Harry swore that their chittering call was to him to stop working and come and play. Hermione came out in a swimming costume and got Harry to change into his. They joined the dolphins, Hermione out farther than Harry dared with his limited knowledge of swimming. The playful mammals chittered again and Harry knew they were inviting him to play. Summoning a nearby beach ball, Harry tossed it, and soon, the finned friends were tossing it back and forth, including Hermione and Harry in their play. Remus, coming out to watch, saw them. He summoned a camera and took shots before interrupting. We need to have a family meeting, and then you can return to your friends. Harry turned and said that they could play again later, and introduced himself and Hermione by name. Harry, come back and play tomorrow. Dolphins had a good idea of time, but it was measured by nightfall. If we can. Talk to you soon. One idea I'd like to propose is that I hire some expert tutors. Remus has his mastery in history and defense. Well done, by the way, Moony. The marauder pouring tea came over to the table with a fresh pot of both tea and coffee that the elves had brewed. Harry and Hermione, wrapped in oversized beach towels, were brought hot chocolate by Dobby. Harry pointed to a chair. He wanted Dobby involved in any planning. Thank you. I have Charles Potter to thank for that education. I would be more than happy to return the favor by teaching our little Pronkslet and Hermione here. And possibly others. We could invite the Weasleys, but that would mean. No, they are too loyal to Dumbledore, I think. Remus mused. Arthur and Molly had supported the order, even though they had young children. I could teach astronomy, charms and transfiguration at this level. Probably up to Newt's. But what about potions? And later on arithmancy, divination, ancient runes? Lily was so good at potions and runes. Muggle studies? Hermione objected to that. Harry and I were raised in the Muggle world. We could probably pass that test tomorrow. Well, the ICW won. Emma smiled. I hear that the international tests are different and actually test for competency in that area. The Muggle studies book at the bookshop was rather, quaint. Oh, is that the polite way of saying outdated and useless? Sirius asked. Lily taught me so much. Well, all of us, actually. I took Muggle studies just to make my mother angry, but it was so ridiculous. My complaints as a student went unheard. Nothing changed when I was an adult. I think that was a sign of the problem. Dan sighed, but what about Emma and I? You own a nice house in Crawley. If you want to keep it, you could rent it out. If not, you could sell it. Leaving it vacant. Not something I recommend, by the way. Remus shared. I have acted as a property manager for Lord Potter at times, so I could help with that. Emma smiled and patted his arm. You've proven yourself a good friend. The elves have already packed and moved our things. I like the idea of being able to move back. Emergencies happen. Our office could easily be sold. Hermione's safety is more important than a business. Dan sighed. We looked into selling it once that nail salon moved in next door. Their clients complain about the sound of drills while ours complain about the smell. True. All right, Mr. Lupin. We plan to travel a bit. Let's see if I can help you get out of trouble. Emma smirked. Emma produced the pictures she had taken of Harry's back. She met Harry's eyes. I plan to get temporary guardianship over Mr. Potter legally, and we can work on getting full guardianship if you agree, Harry. Harry looked at his godfathers. Clearly, Sirius couldn't do it. But why not Remus? Harry's emerald green orbs met chocolate brown and silently asked for help. Remus' eyes turned amber for a moment in distress. I can't, Harry. I'll explain why soon, I promise. But Dumbledore will use my condition to take you away from me and make it where I couldn't come back to work in Britain. Moony here is being melodramatic. There's a nearby island that he'll go to at the full moon. He's a werewolf. Hermione breathed. Are you really? Oh my. Do you really have extra strength and a more sensitive nose? Hermione. Mr. Black. Sharing other people's health information without permission is illegal in the Muggle world. Emma snapped. I'm very sorry, Mr. Lupin. No, I plan to tell you anyways. It's hard for me to share. It doesn't bother you, Harry? Of course, it bothers me. We need to find a cure, or at least some pain potions. My godfather has a condition that gives him extra abilities, but the downsides are not good. Harry patted Remus' arm awkwardly. Moony gave him a sideways hug. Just like James. Worried about his symptoms, and how it affected him. Not caring a whit about sharing food and drink with one. So that's why you can't register as my legal guardian. Dumbledore would out you and overturn your custody, and try to get it himself. Harry surmised. Harry turned to Emma. Would you be willing? I mean, no one believed me growing up, the few times I asked for help. A mere muggle like me being able to save the great master Harry Potter, sir, from vile monsters is the least I can do. Emma smiled. The elves adored Harry and refused to call him just by his name. Dan smiled. Yes, we need to go back long enough to tie up some loose ends. Lord Black? Will you stay here and watch over the children? Of course. I want to get to know my godson better. Sirius beamed at Harry. Yes, but who is going to babysit Padfoot? Harry asked, smiling. Sirius handed over one of a pair of linked communication mirrors to Dan. You will need Harry there at some point. Just call, and he can be popped over by Dobby. I will spend a bunch of your gold in the bookshop, Lord Black. Books for 7 years, since we don't know when we'll be able to come back. Is that all right? Emma asked. Harry objected to that. I have gold. I can pay for my own books, sir. You are my godson. That gold has never been used for something as honest and good as taking care of you. But aren't there bookshops around here? Hermione asked hopefully. Sirius smiled. Oh, yes. Buying them locally there in Britain will have them trying to break into every Potter business, home, and even the little cottage on the beach that's in stasis. It's brilliant. Dan kissed Emma's cheek. Hermione isn't the only genius in the family. Emma smiled. Oh, and your perfect scores all the time? Well, I had a wonderful study buddy. Dan kissed his wife again, as they set out tasks for each team going. Before they left, Remus pulled Dan aside to ask him about his weapon. Dan wasn't apologizing for having a technically illegal weapon, not when he wasn't using it except for defense. I was a medic in the SAS. It paid for my schooling, you see. A friend of mine captured that gun from an enemy. Don't know where or when, but he had it in a nice case with plenty of extra clips and bullets. Don't know if the silencer came with it or he added it to the kit, but I never carry it without it attached. Anyway, he put it in my stores in the infirmary for deniability. I was young and had a bit of a rebel streak in me. Well, I shipped home, and they loaded his case with my stuff. Jim and I were close. He asked me to keep it there since it made it through fine. Years passed, and he stopped by too. Bring Hermione presents. Dolls from all over the world, and every time, he asked me to keep the Ruger in case I needed to defend my little girl, his goddaughter. Jim was later killed in action. Dan turned, taking a breath. Sass did not cry in public. Ever since, I've kept the gun clean and ready to use. I nearly used it on McGonagall, telling us about magic. I think Jim would have been proud to stand between us and that monster on that day. I know it was his spirit that let me act as I did in defense of his goddaughter. I don't think that McCoy, maladroit, whatever, knew what I had in my hand. Likely not. He was focused on Harry. Pillock. Likely thinking of ways to torture him by hurting Hermione. I hope you never need it again. That makes 4 of us, my wife, daughter, myself and you. You told them? No, they guessed, and I told them the truth. I shot him. He was still alive when Dobby removed rubbish from the house. What more needed to be said? A quick few letters to Andy in a plea for help teaching, and a warning of the danger coming to Hogwarts were all she and her husband needed to be convinced to accept serious multiple offers. One was to join the House of Black and they gladly accepted help moving. The other was accepting teaching contracts to play a part in the children's lives as both instructors and mentors. The Tonkses prepared for the move, saying tearful goodbyes to their daughter who was determined to stay and be an Auror. At least she had graduated from Hogwarts and wasn't going back there. They did offer for her to come with them without saying much about where they were going. She wasn't told enough to mean anything to anyone else. Just that they were taking teaching positions abroad and would be gone for several years. They could meet up in vacation spots from time to time, but they were leaving Britain. The Tonks would help the Grangers in Britain to get everything sorted, but then they would all leave together. June 25th, morning. Vernon and Petunia Dursley didn't like having a goblin in their house, and this one was more deformed than a normal goblin. Sage and Heather were back, and growling at the Muggles. Bloodrage had not been happy that Spurnick made him stay in the bank. But Spurnick knew just how hard that much blood was to get out of the carpet, furniture and walls. No deaths. The blood wards protecting that family are weak enough that a measles sneeze will bring them down. I promise that if slaughter happens, we'll take good pictures. Emma was the only other member of the team there. Dan was dealing with the office and house, while she was getting custody of Harry. The goblins had already arranged for the court hearing. Meeting the monster's head-on that had hurt Harry had her inner mother dragon wanting to come out and roast them. My daughter started to have episodes. We didn't have a clue what was going on. This kept happening, but then we got a visit last year, inviting Hermione to Hogwarts. It explained so much. We never beat her for having magic, nor did we make her live in the cupboard under the stairs. You have not reported Harry as missing, and I know that soon, people will notice. We will raise him with love and kindness, something he hasn't received here. Something he hasn't received from families since he was 15 months old. Sign these papers, or I'm taking these pictures to the police. And please, believe me, they will listen to me. Petunia interrupted her diatribe. We'll sign, but it's never worked in the past. The day after he was dropped off, Vernon left the freak with the homeless in London. We've sent him to a local fostering place, one in Scotland, and even an orphanage in London. That attempt made Mr. Dumbledore very angry at us. We can sign, but he'll take your memories, and the boy will return. We don't want him here. If he does come back, well, tell him I've replaced the pretzel with a new rifle, Vernon shouted. Emma looked at a very angry Sage, worried she'd turn Vernon into a pretzel or another kind of dragon snack. Dharma Briox piped up, "I have resources enough to buy your home from you. We have associations with Barclays, and you could have money in the bank today. Let us pack for you and put everything into storage. But be gone from this place, or magicals will come to kill you. Enemies of Harry Potter's will kill you for being muggles. And the allies of Harry Potter will kill you for stealing his heir in this horrible place," Heather warned, shaking her sheathed dagger. Vernon signed and shoved the nasty quill into Petunia's hand. "I think we should move, pet. Closer to the new office. Less of a commute, and we can get you a nicer home. One that doesn't smell of owls." Or of the freak went unsaid with this crowd. Even Vernon wasn't that stupid. They signed, and Dharma Briox promised to expedite the hearing. June 25th, afternoon. Dan and Emma, with their new ward, Harry, had to attend a brief hearing, and that was that. Legally, Harry Potter was the ward of the Grangers. The paperwork was submitted to the Ministry of Magic, along with the form that let them know that they were moving house out of the country. Heather and Sage enjoyed this very much. They had so few chances to scare magicals. The new address was not provided, and they could honestly say that they did not have a new home as of yet. The board clerk didn't like dealing with a muggle, but the goblin guard's axe kept her tongue civil. Seeing Andromeda Tonks nay Black, as the magical guardian, may have also encouraged her quick actions. If that witch wanted to be a Muggleborn's magical guardian rather than someone up at the school, who was she to argue? Not worth the hassle. Not bothering to read the document submitted by a mere muggle, that wasn't her job. After all, she stamped it, made a magical copy, and got her out of the office before someone important saw. She didn't want to get a bad reputation for being nice to non-magicals, after all, and the goblin guards scared her. Hermione Granger and Harry Potter now had Andromeda Tonks as their magical guardian legally, magically, and would not be superseded by anyone appointed as a temporary magical guardian during the school year. The poor clerk didn't have the power to stop it, but she had made a mistake in not reading and contacting anyone immediately. It would mean that her career would never rise above this position. Not while Dumbledore lived or his grudge-holding cronies did. Hedwig loved this new island. There were interesting things to eat, like the lizard her Harry had called a skink, and thermals to ride. The island climate was not her preferred environment, but her Harry had very little fur. He would not do well in snow and ice, and cold. He had been cold far too much as it was, so being warm was fine with her. And together, they were flying every day now. How wonderful to be free from the monsters that had caged her and her boy. How wonderful to be free to fly and enjoy the sky. The only thing she wasn't allowed to do was be a post owl. They used tropical birds here for that. She was much too distinctive. The local birds mocked her from time to time, but she ignored it. She was with her mage, and he was much stronger now. With being fed regularly, he'd only get stronger and stronger. Hedwig dived down towards the sea, her boy on her tail feathers. How they loved being free. Harry loved flying with Hedwig. They played tag and follow the leader. Harry loved diving, and though he had never been on a roller coaster, his movements would not have been out of place in the best of parks. Dobby shyly asked permission to go riding with Harry one day. Harry started off slowly, but Dobby wanted the maximum thrill. So, today, he and Hedwig were changing off, playing follow the leader. They passed some tropical birds on their way with their parcels who scorned his lovely lady. Harry was tempted to scorch some tile feathers with more than his gaze. But they didn't know what they were talking about. Hedwig was magnificent, and they were jealous of her beauty and grace in the sky. Climbing to a great height, Hedwig plummeted towards the sea. Dobby screamed in delight as Harry mirrored the move. "Dobby is free," he shouted. At the next plunge, Harry joined him. "Harry is free." Hedwig corkscrewed around the pair on the broom. How they loved being free. June 27th. The Dursleys were moved, but the replacement furniture at Privet Drive was transfigured to look exactly the same. The car in front was purchased from Mr. Dursley, so they didn't need a copy. Illusions of movement flickered in the house when the Gringotts employees temporarily living at the home were at work. No one in the neighborhood had been told. The Dursleys were under a guise not to talk to their friends until September 1st. They wouldn't think to call them until then. The curse breakers, healers, and other participants who had knowledge of the Muggle world wore glamours that made them look like the Dursleys or even Harry Potter. They would walk around the neighborhood, and drive the car to the store and back. Mrs. Fig walked by Harry, doing yard work, and waved. The curse breaker waved back and continued using the magically enchanted tool for the grunting work. Seeing her, again and again, put the cat lady on a list. A list she really didn't want to be on. Ooh, Dobby, I have something important to ask you. Yes or no? Okay. Harry was worried that the elf would hurt himself, so took him to the beach for a walk. The great master Harry Potter, sir, can be asking anything. Hermione was targeted by Malfoy. Was it only her that he was going to attack? Should we warn anyone else in Britain? Mistress, my own top of the school in bad former master's son's year. He did middling work, but there was a plot. Dobby dropped to his knees and started to bang his head on the sand. Dobby. Stop. Do I have to make it an order? No punishing yourself, period. You work for me, sure, but you can still be my friend. Remus is working for Sirius, and they are friends. Does Remus go around banging his head or punishing himself? No, he doesn't. Dobby lifted his sandy head, and his watering eyes dripped tears. Master means it? Dobby is a friend? An equal? Of course you are. Look, I'm trying to make sure that Ron or his family aren't targets. He told me about a blood feud with your old master. That the apple orchard barely produces anything. And that they keep having children, more than they planned. All kinds of crazy effects. Dobby felt he was on safer ground here. True, Miss Ginny might have been targeted by bad master, but he can't. Not while he's busy being stuffy. Dobby sported an uncharacteristic smirk and then continued, so seventh child, only daughter, should be safe, safe. Harry smiled. He liked Ron, he did, and was glad that the Weasleys weren't targets, at least not now. Wanna go fly later? You know, after we do our chores? Harry loved being able to do magic in the house. Remus was teaching household charms that he could use to clean and tidy up. Dobby didn't like it, but Harry insisted on helping cook. Harry actually enjoyed cooking, especially when he got to do more than taste test his creations. It was a lot like art, and his dinner presentations were not only appealing to the taste, but were visually beautiful. A talent that was going to be sorely missed elsewhere. June 27th, afternoon. Severus smiled at Minerva, pulled her into a hug and twirled her around. Put me down, you. What in the world has gotten into ye? Aurora Sinistra, Bathsheba babbling and a few others rushed in at Minerva's yell. Severus pushed up his sleeves. The euphoria would later die down, but at this moment he was happy. He was free from the Dark Lord, free from the horrible mark, and free of the bindings placed on him by the, so benevolent Dark Light Lord, and his best friend had forgiven him. The letter meant for him at her death had been delayed. He had it in an envelope in the pocket over his heart. Phileas had cast the permanency spell so that this copy would not fade. And he could keep the original safe. Your dark mark? It's gone. It's gone, the woman declared, returning Severus' hug. As planned, Dumbledore came to the celebration. Already, too many people knew. Severus' memories of the removal were in a pensieve in his home that was warded to the gills. Dumbledore had never been there, nor was he on the wards. Severus held his breath. He allowed Dumbledore to scan his arms. He still waited, but the great wizard said nothing. You see, Headmaster. Proof that I was not lying when I rejected him and started to serve the light. Proof. I am no longer his servant. Dumbledore tried to smile, tried to say something positive in front of these witnesses. Severus, my boy. Don't you think that was rash? He is not gone after all. Minerva pierced the headmaster with a look. I don't like how we found out about that. I told ye that I would happily make a large chess set as a challenge for first years. When you asked, you reassured me that the children would never be in danger. The age line you claimed guarded the corridor, and I certainly couldn't go there once it was in place. Only he who must not be named was supposed to be allowed. So how did Mr. Potter wind up in the infirmary for days after running the gauntlet? And why had she and the others been all right with this cockamamie plan? Albus ignored her and turned to the rest of the group. I need to talk to Severus alone, please. The boy did nothing wrong, Albus. Minerva pulled her wand, ready to defend the head snake as though he was a first year. The rest of the adults suddenly and eerily left. Minerva stayed put and wished that Phileas was here right now. He was visiting Gringotts. Pomona was away gathering plants as well. Albus threw a mighty wobbly. How could you betray me like this? Have you no idea what you have done? You have destroyed all of your credibility. Now, when Tom returns, as he must, you will have to crawl back, grovel. Did you want to go through that monstrous initiation again? Wasn't it a Muggle-born classmate that died before? And now, another innocent will die? Severus dared to interrupt Albus' tirade. No, they won't. First off, I killed no one for my mark. I was recruited for my talents. Second off, no, I won't be rejoining the Death Eaters. That was never a condition to anything. You told people I wasn't a Death Eater. Well, guess what? My arm proves it. Neither you nor the Dark Lord can ever make me take that back. Unlike the drivel you promoted and the rest of the Wizengamot swallowed 10 years ago, one can't be imperious to take the mark. It's a bind on your very soul. If you need someone to join his ranks to be your spy, then join yourself. Your methods are very similar after all you both want is death. Severus stalked off, leaving Minerva unsure of whether to follow Severus and ask questions or pull her wand on Albus for his ridiculous stance. July 9th Bobaden's summer tour. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin loved Harry Potter as a pup, or cub, of the pack respectfully. Both had seen his talent as he sketched the various wildlife. But the sketch of Dan and Emma had them both thinking that Harry could become a magical portrait artist. There were few of those, and Bobaden's had the best art program of any European school. Only Italy rivaled it. But none of the adults so far assembled had any artistic talents unless stick figures or compiling seashell montages counted. In addition to the art classes, Hermione and Harry had found out that Bobaden's had a program where they could take classes of all sorts, many of which Hogwarts didn't offer, and advance at their own pace. One of the few drawbacks was that it was in French, while they offered boarding. Many students from the nearby areas commuted via Portkey or Elf. Hermione spoke and could read and write French just fine. It was Harry who didn't, so they would ask about French classes that might be offered. Sirius was planning on lessons during the summer of some type. Anyway, the school was beautiful. During the tour, they discovered that another drawback to coming here was that they couldn't go to class in a glamour, polyjuice, or using a false name. It was part of the honor contract. Which made sense, and they would have to give their real names for the owls and newts anyways. This wasn't really that big of a problem as Harry no longer looked like Harry Potter. His scar was gone, and with it the hated glasses between the release of the thing in his scar and the repair of the damage from his Petunia's frying pan. Harry's eyesight was perfect. His new tan and good nutrition and exercise, and he bore little resemblance to the starved little waif that started first year at Hogwarts. Madame Maxime, however, was most insistent that their security was the best. They would do everything to keep the newest French citizens safe. Death Eaters had tried and failed to get a start in France. Lessons from the war with Grindelwald had been learned. No Dark Lords. Welcome in their borders. Not again. Nor their marked minions. A retired Auror was the HEA of security there and thanked Harry for all he did as a babe. Hermione, Dan and Emma already had dual citizenship. Harry, by having Emma and Dan as his legal guardians, quickly had his arranged as well. The legal loopholes that the goblin solicitor found earned him a nice little bonus. It was the discovery of a combination of a language potion and some kind of enchanted bracelet of Harry's grandfather's that helped him learn the language faster. Not to mention the release of the language talent bind. Harry and Hermione registered for school with Sirius Black's gold paying for tuition. The adults, however, were making plans for the time when the students advanced from the more basic lessons and learned more on their own. They could also employ tutors now to help them where needed. The structure of Bobaden's worked well for magical families that could aid their children's education. If they were able to, and wanted to, that was. For Harry and Hermione, this appeared to be a very good fit. July 25th Ron got permission from his folks to invite Harry Potter over and was waiting for his response. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was intercepting that mail, and Harry never got it. Ginny Weasley waited impatiently for Harry's arrival, but no response. Ron had tried and failed all summer to send letters to Harry. He tried to get his brothers to rescue him as well with their father's finished project, a flying car. But when Harry had Exchanged phone numbers with Hermione, they wrote it down. And they had a cunning plan. Unlike many purebloods, the twins could use a telephone. They called the Dursley residence, not knowing that the number was forwarded to the Dursleys' new house. Fred asked to speak to Harry Potter. "There's no one here by that name." Click. George and Fred adored the Marauders and asked themselves what they would do in this situation. They waited and called several days later. July 31st. Upon Petunia's answering the phone, a voice said, "Answer this question, or we call the aluminiums." Another voice whispered loudly, "Coppers, we'll call the coppers." The first voice spoke into the phone, "Right. We'll call the coppers. Where's Harry's body?" "We didn't kill anyone. He ran away, and good riddance to bad rubbish. Aluminiums. Stupid freaks. Don't call again." Click. After that, they had to tell their father, who of course flew to Albus Dumbledore. "Look, we'd be more than happy to host the lad for the rest of summer. He can fly, play with the children, and just have a nice holiday." Arthur invited. He didn't need Molly's prompting for it. "That sounds perfect. I'll be by later this week. Perhaps Molly could do his shopping for him. I really don't think he'll appreciate the crowds at Diagon." Busy. Dumbledore got up with an effort. "Fox. Please take me to Privet Drive. Harry Potter is missing." The runic boundary, keyed to Albus Dumbledore's magic, went off. Everyone at number 4 promptly triggered their emergency portkeys, leaving behind a car and transfigured furniture and pictures. Nothing of Harry Potter's was left in the house except an old baby mattress on the cupboard floor, and the rags the Dursleys dared call clothes, in Dudley's second bedroom. Casting around, Dumbledore found no sign of the Dursleys. He frowned at the locks on the outside of one of the bedrooms. The mattress on the floor that had really been Harry's was more pokey springs and cotton wadding than any sort of comfortable surface to sleep upon. The blood of his recent injuries was a clear testimony to Harry's unkind treatment. The despair that was felt when he opened the cupboard and saw the baby mattress and smelled old blood and worse, tore at his cold heart. That call to repentance was ignored. We need to find them, and make sure that Harry is with them. If not, they need to be reunited. I know it isn't pleasant, but the fate of the wizarding world hangs in the balance. It was necessary in order to prepare the boy for his date with destiny. Fawkes hoped that this would be his friend's salvation fated, and he flashed away for the final time. A Patronus to Severus to come and investigate was very unwise of the man, but Albus was panicked and not thinking. Or rather was thinking vile thoughts of how the potion's master would react to finding out that Harry Potter was missing and what he might do to the boy when he did. Harry and Hedwig were playing tag when Fawkes showed up. Her boy landed, and the eternal bird landed on his arm for a minute, squawking a warning to them both. "I'll be careful, and I'll let the others know. Do you think Death Eaters will attack my aunt? I don't like her much, but I don't want her dead." Harry listened to the bird's answer. Patting him, and summoning some local ripe fruit right off the tree that the fruit bats of the area enjoyed so much, Fawkes accepted the treats and some water before singing a final goodbye. Hermione came out to hear the end of the song, as did the other occupants of the manor. Then Fawkes circled them all in farewell and flashed away. "That was so sad. I wonder what it said," Hermione pondered aloud. "He's left Dumbledore. He's off to find the next Light Lord. He told me that it could be me, but I said that I don't want to fight. I mean, I do it to defend you, but I want to be an artist, not a fighter." Remus patted Harry's shoulder. He could support that view, and it wasn't up to Harry to save the world, not even if he was an adult. "Godspeed, Fawkes. I'm so glad you didn't stay," Emma murmured. Harry had listened to Dobby's warnings and they had escaped here. Hopefully they would be safe away from all who meant them harm. Emma had tried to ask Dobby if other students were in danger. He shook his head no, but there was still something dangerous going on in Britain. But it wasn't their job to thwart it, and they did try to warn others. Hedwig landed on Harry's shoulder as he made his way to the wide porch. He'd just made an astounding choice, but Hedwig supported her chick in it, and Fawkes didn't push. Which was good, because she'd make Fawkes regret the immortality thing if he didn't accept Harry's no. Hedwig would keep killing the Phoenix over and over in more creative ways until he left her boy alone. Still July 31st. The failing wards that Dumbledore had placed felt the man's evil intent towards Harry and expelled him with everything left in them. Dumbledore was left in a heap on the ground outside the house, and several pops were heard. Albus quickly got to his feet. "Antonin, my boy. I thought that you had turned over a new leaf? Your friends and you are here very quickly. A trap? My father will have me out of Azkaban before you can say Quidditch if you dare arrest me." Stunning all six with a wave of his wand, Dumbledore sent a Patronus to Madame Bones. What had he done? Dumbledore realized that the Blood Wards could never be re-established now, even if he could find Petunia. Where was Harry to go where he could be kept safe? At least he had all year to ponder this, or so he thought. Harry spent the best birthday of his life not with a party as such, but with family. He was learning how to swim, spending time sketching, walking, and running. Best of all was the time spent flying with Hedwig. Now, if he could only get Hermione up on a broom. He tried explaining to her that if they practiced flying over the bay, if she fell off she'd only get wet. He thought he might be wearing her down. August 4th. With the falling of the wards, the need for pretense was gone. The curse breakers and all moved out after a few more days of monitoring for Death Eaters. The new renters asked to buy the car as they needed it for school. The furniture was good quality, and even some of it stayed. The rest was sold at a Gringotts auction. If they sold it as Harry Potter furniture, it would have made a fortune, but they would have gained unwanted attention. The house was rented out to a nice squib couple who had emergency portkeys just in case trouble came back. The reduced rent was enough incentive, and having an alert that would bring magical help in the form of armed goblin guards was more than enough security for them to take the risk. In fact, there was a caveat. If the house was attacked, and even more Death Eaters were caught doing so, they would gain a bonus. Was it wrong for a young couple to hope to be attacked by Death Eaters? They had the best in emergency portkeys, an alarm that could summon armed goblin help, and some very non-standard hunting rifles that looked muggle but had been improved by goblin ingenuity. Their uni tuition was paid, and now they had affordable housing. And a good used car in the bargain. They were very content and felt very safe. Story recommendation. Equals goblin language. Percent equals phoenix speech. Parseltongue galleons. Sickles K Nuts Chapter 3 Bienvenue à Beauxbatons. Chapter summary. Harry and Hermione head to Beauxbatons. Harry listens Thanks to my wonderful beta, LTSHRIT4TH boys. Act 2 Chapter 3 Bienvenue à Beauxbatons September 1st. Harry had awoken early. While he couldn't go as far as Dan could when he did his full jog, Harry was doing better and better each day, slowly building endurance. With regular meals and snacks, getting rid of the binds on his magic, Harry felt stronger both magically and physically. This time it was Hermione waiting on Harry with juice and a towel and not Dobby. Emma had a towel and beverage for her husband. Remus, reading the Daily Prophet at the table, was ignoring the kissing going on. "Serious, don't even think of it, or I'll summon a nice squid for you to smooch. There are over 200 people on this island, less than 25 of those are under 16. And there are other nearby islands." Harry tilted his head. But how many girls are available? Quite a few of the island women were over 50, and many seemed to be married. "Oh, Harry. Why be so narrow-minded?" Harry put his hands over Hermione's ears. "We don't need you giving us nightmare fuel before school, you know." Sirius did try to kiss Remus' cheek, but Moony was prepared with a small transfigured squid in his hand to protect his virtue. Sirius pouted. "Spoil sport, we're going out tonight. Behave, there are lots of beautiful witches there," Remus reminded him. Now, Sirius wriggled his eyebrows. "I know. We're going to the club in Belle-Ombre. The ladies there were friendly the last time we went, were they not?" Remus shook his head. He'd been worried about Sirius. There was a small magical hospital in Belle-Ombre and they had a very discreet mind healer. Sirius was seeing him 3 times a week, and Remus thought it was helping. A lot. Padfoot was eating, and starting to build up a few muscles. He was looking, and sounding, a lot better. His eyes were clearer. Sirius was acting like he was visiting a girl, though going to shows and getting out socially were part of Sirius' treatment. And they got to practice their French. The whole house had been trying to help the children prepare for today by speaking in the native tongue rather than English. Hermione laughed and shook her head. "We're going to a new school, today. New subjects, Hermione, we've been reading the books for weeks. I bet you've got them memorized. Harry gave her a hug. Her enthusiasm was infectious. Harry had made flashcards for some of the key facts for all of his classes as directed by Ted Tonks. Mr. Tonks was a little disappointed that the young ones were going off to school. Sirius and he had a bet going though. Sirius thought that Albus would try to interfere before Halloween, and the kids would be back then. Ted thought it would be sooner. They both had ideas for if the children were kidnapped, and had backup plans for just in case. This delay in teaching them would give the adults time to develop a proper curriculum towards acing owls first and newts later. September 1st. Ginny was a combination of nervous and worried. Nervous, because Headmaster Dumbledore had reassured the family that Harry would be on the train by September 1st one way or the other. It would have been nice to meet her future husband before Hogwarts. Stupid Ron. Stupid Fred. Stupid George. She heard about the prank they pulled on him on the way home for Harry and his girlfriend. No wonder he was avoiding them. Her sorting to Gryffindor was a triumph that was a bit empty without Harry Potter there to share it with. September 1st. Minerva had had a very busy summer. She had only a few weeks in order to visit the growing number of Muggleborns and get them kitted out. She had letters to write to former students trying to recruit help in either taking over head of house duties for her and the others, or any other position other than Dada. Albus had reassured her that this year would be different. He had the Dada position covered early. She shuddered thinking it was going to be Daedalus Diggle, and who knew what those two would get up to. If any of the students walked in on them like what had happened to her. No, why wouldn't Severus brew her a forgetfulness potion? The letter from Hermione's mother had gotten pushed to the bottom of her stack. Only now, after Hermione Granger was not at the feast, did she open it. Oh, my, Albus had piled on so many duties onto her shoulders this summer. If he had not, she would have opened this letter earlier, and his vain quest would never have started. Which really wasn't true. The letter had a time notice me not that expired September 1st, but that was how Minerva felt. Overworked and underappreciated and missing important notices. Sighing, she started to get up to make the long walk down to his office. Wait, if he hadn't, the Grangers had raised a fine daughter. She never wanted Harry to go to the Dursleys in the first place. The Grangers were his legal guardians now and had shared some awful pictures. Having a magical lawyer ready to publish if Dumbledore tried to interfere. Why give him any clues? She filed everything away and got out a picture of James and Lily and her holding baby Harry. Jamie, I'm so sorry I failed ye. Ye and her family. I didn't want him to go there, and I let the Blackheart leave him like milk on the stoop. Please forgive me. Ye are loved. She raised a small toast. They might forgive her, but when would she forgive herself? The feast was absolutely splendid to everyone there except for the man who called himself by 5 names. It might as well have been ashes and sand. What was going on? He had looked at every single Potter property, business, cottage, and even his own blown-up cottage-turned-monument, tourist attraction in Godric's Hollow. Harry Potter had not been seen anywhere. Well, that wasn't true. He'd been spotted at a distance all over the United Kingdom, but no one had found him yet. Albus had gotten so distracted that he hadn't made any plans to test the boy yet this year. Maybe. Just maybe that gave him an idea. No, 2. One was for Harry himself. The other, for the heir of the boy who lived. He had memories to review of Tom's life. Dumbledore was certain that Voldemort could not have resisted the dark magic and the opportunity to extend his life. Harry himself carried a portion of that monster. Perhaps the proof that Tom Riddle was not thoroughly dead would be enough for Gringotts to stop blocking his mail and start forwarding it to wherever Harry was hiding. That was the ticket, and if that didn't work, well. Neville Longbottom was at Hogwarts. He not only refused to join Harry's group last year going after the stone, but tried to stop them. No, he needed some proper encouragement to be a young hero. Ginevra was so very disappointed that Harry Potter wasn't there. Maybe she could be diverted. Yes. A life debt would put them both on better footing. The Longbottom family would benefit from a known fecund source, and the Weasleys would gain a prodigy that might be able to get their acres of cursed orchards blooming again. A perfect match. Ginny felt the ancient wizard's eyes upon her and she shivered suddenly. It was almost as if a ghost had swum through her. She turned to Percy nearby and asked a question. Why is the headmaster staring at me? Percy didn't look up or give any indications. Don't meet his eyes, look at me, never go anywhere with McGonagall or Dumbledore alone. I don't think I like this at all and will be writing to Father. Ginny nodded and went back to her food. Percy didn't know why, but he had never liked the headmaster. Fred and George looked at each other in silent communication. They tapped a ratty piece of parchment. They didn't like him either, but that was because he kept catching them. No, they would be keeping an eye out for their little sister too. September 1st evening mail. Hedwig delivered mail to Neville, Luna and Ron. It wasn't that far from Hogsmeade, and the family hoped that her appearance would make the people looking for Harry stay within Britain. The snowy owl dove quickly, then veered to a side window. She evaded the headmaster's tracking charm. Her squawk of distress had several Gryffindors on their feet, and the old wizard sat back down muttering insincere apologies. Hey, Neville, I wanted to invite you to visit over the summer if you wanted, but things didn't turn out that way for me, and now I have to wait. I found out a lot of different truths this last summer. I wish I had spent more time with you, and I'm sorry. I would really like to get to know my godbrother someday. I have a new guardian and have met some new family members. He was one of the people who promised to help look after me. Did you know that I had never seen a picture of my mother until the end of last year? Dumbledore tried to get me killed, I think, and when it didn't work at school, he sent a letter that enraged my uncle. I'm never going back there, but I do want to see you again. When I told my guardian how powerful you were, but you couldn't cast many spells yet, he asked if your wand had gotten broken. With all of the roughhousing going on, I wouldn't be surprised. Please find enclosed a Gringotts draft for 100 galleons. Can you please get Ron a new wand too? And maybe some robes? You guys decide what to do with anything left over? I'm going to miss you, but I'm not going to miss the death traps. And by the way, watch out for Dumbledore. The plant thing, and some other stuff? I think that he expected you to be with us the night you stood up to us, and while I'm glad that you are safe, I wish we'd had that adventure together. Stay safe, and be careful. Your friend, always, and godbrother, HJP. September 1st Potions Master Snape did not give Lockhart a friendly welcome, nor did he stay long after the feast. Dumbledore blocking the shortcut to get to the common room before the children got there was cruel. Severus liked appearing as though he could apparate in Hogwarts. The boy is fine. Dumbledore tried to reassure. Wonderful. Allow me to pass, Albus. I have first years to welcome, and it's already well past their bedtime. I mean it. I'll find him, and get him back. You asked me, begged me to go hard on the boy. Not allow me to nurture his clear potions skills. Well, it worked. He stopped trying and started doing average work, just like you wanted. Just like you want with all of them. I obey you, Master. Now, dear boy. So bitter. Lily's child is missing. I went through the house like you told me to look for clues. A cupboard under the stairs? That's low even for you. The amount of blood discovered by the Revelare Sanguinum spell made it appear as a charnel house. I'm amazed the child survived to arrive at school last year. I do believe that Lucius treats his prisoners better, certainly feeds them better than what Mr. Potter had to endure. While I found no proof of death, I certainly found no proof of life. You endanger me with your petty games, and stifle my genius. Move. Albus realized that he had perhaps pushed this man a bit too far. A bit too much. The headmaster tried to twinkle but failed. I will find him, and bring him back. For what purpose? If that boy has escaped your plots, your plans, I applaud him. And there is a part of me that wishes that I had taken that poor, innocent, rag-bedressed child and ran with him last September. Lily's boy deserves to live. Staying here is death, of one sort or another. Backing down, for the moment, Albus stepped aside, and Snape continued on his way to the common room and arrived just in time. Ooh! Welcome to Slytherin House. This year is different from all other years. This year, the threat of violence and death came early. We're Slytherin. Cunning. Smart. Hufflepuffs are looked down upon for their hard work. Bah! Nothing of genius can be accomplished without it. Ravenclaws are criticized for their diligent study habits. But without study, how can we learn? No, we must review and repeat and practice to be the best. For that is true cunning. We look down on Gryffindors for being reckless, careless. But if you never show courage when it comes time to execute a plan, then all of your efforts will come to naught. This is the house of greatness. This is the house of cunning. We don't need to cheat or lie or steal to be great. We just need to emulate all of the best qualities of the founders. Work hard, study, have the courage to try, and you will show forth that greatness. Applause from all ears met this new speech. Severus looked up in surprise, and quickly, his mask was back in place. 5th, 6th and 7th years, your protégés are on the board. 1st years, you will be paired with a 4th-year patron. If you are struggling in any class, go to them first. If they cannot find an answer, they will go to a prefect, then the professor for that course, with me as a last resort. I have many duties, so I must keep my time for only the critical issues. I will come to do my marking in the common room so that students can ask questions. Now, I do not wish to frighten anyone, but there was a credible threat made to the school, and some very dangerous people have recently disappeared. Draco burst out in frustration. My father is a great man, and he's just traveling. He's not disappeared. Pansy, showing all of her 12-year-old cunning, broke in, but Draco, you said both of your parents haven't been home all summer, no owls. Snape put up a hand to his nose to stop the pain in his head. This was not the example of cunning he needed for the new first years. I will see you in my office tomorrow after classes, Mr. Malfoy. Isn't that Lord Malfoy? That's what Draco told us to call him, sir. Gregory Goyle shared. Snape was mentally inventing a potion targeting certain young cretins in 2nd year, to stop them from producing seed. It would be for the greater good after all. September 1st Bobattens. While some of the adults were concerned about the children whilst at school, no art tutors could be found willing to come and stay on the island for a time. Not for a beginning student. Perhaps when Harry was older and ready for more advanced training. Discussing the positives, negatives, and hazards, a plan was made, the children enrolled, and the adults discussed what they would be doing in the near future. Thanking Dobby and Serena for the transport to school, Harry and Hermione made their way with other students to the assigned hall for 2nd years. With a little effort, study, and use of a magical device that helped Harry learn to read and write French like a native as well as speak it, the pair thought that they were ready for classes to begin. People noticed that, Harry Potter was in their midst. Was this the real one, though? Harry wasn't wearing a glamour, nor did he have a scar or glasses. There were rumors in the paper about him being missing from Britain. It seemed dubious that this tanned, scar-free, smart boy was likely the real one. Probably a boy with the same name in order to hide the location of the real Harry Potter. One of the prefects, a daughter of a high official in the Ministère de la Magie, French Ministry of Magic, didn't seem to know the boy or go out of her way to befriend him. That was all of the proof that the shallower students needed that this couldn't be the actual boy who lived. After all, why would this boy have a Parisian girlfriend? For Hermione's accent was very natural due to her grandmother being a French national from Paris. When someone as beautiful as Fleur Delacour was around if he was Harry Potter. Never mind that they had never met, nor was Fleur the assigned prefect for their homeroom. Bonjour. The Salle d'Accueil, homeroom, teacher handed out schedules per level. This was a school where people could learn at their own pace. For some, this meant taking 7 years to complete their owls in some topics. But for others, like Hermione who was placed at a beginning 3rd year for potions and charms, it would allow them to gain newts early. Early enough that some French students were well into their masteries before the end of 7th year. Harry was very happy with his new classes, and both he and Hermione had signed up for arithmancy, ancient runes, and beginning art with the normal standard magical classes. They had helpful adults waiting for them at home to tutor them when needed. They received the supply lists for some of the classes like art that weren't included in their letters. It was dependent upon the instructor and what the class voted on to do as projects. Harry loved the inclusion of student input and had never seen such at Hogwarts. At a break, Harry called for Dobby and sent a note home. They needed to pick up supplies after school. Maybe Remus could meet them. Class after class had something new for the former Gryffindors. The syllabus that showed the expected outcomes for the course, and lists of spells or skills by class were a revelation. They had never had anything like this at Hogwarts. For someone like Harry, who picked up on magic quickly without Ron around, he was going to be able to zip through the practicals quickly. The magical theory would become his bête noire. This was such a wonderful opportunity for Harry to expand on his artistic skills. He was actually very good at charcoal sketching. His job of cleaning the fireplace gave him the opportunity to steal away little bits of burnt wood that were his only consistent art supplies in his childhood. Paper, pencils and even crayons were hit and miss, though he did rescue many broken ones from the bins as he emptied the rubbish. After school the first day, Dobby and Serena popped Harry and Hermione to Rue Magique where Remus waited for them, having been alerted of the needed shopping trip. Hermione lingered in the bookstore, but Harry was enthralled with all of the different art media available. It was nearly overwhelming. Sure, Dobby had bought him a sketch pad over the summer at Emma's request, but he had no idea all of this was available. He was shaking looking at the list, and at everything there. Remus wisely purchased the catalog. They delivered supplies to Beauxbatons at no charge. September 1st having brand new supplies of his own, fresh paper, fresh inks and pens, fresh paints, paintbrushes, and everything else had sent the boy to his room in tears. No more scrounging in bins or waste for him. He could have bought all of this last year, but there wasn't a place in Diagon that sold these things. And no art classes were available at Hogwarts. Only in Italy, France and Spain were such things readily available for their students. After recovering from his upset, Harry worked on planning his projects. The pod of dolphins came by calling his name. Harry, 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 come play, Harry, come play. They were not accepting his no, not even after summoning a small school of fishes. Harry ignored them for now and continued his sketch that he would be taking to class to paint later in the week. Harry had no desire to flunk Beauxbatons, and Emma had made it clear that treats were on offer for every score earning an O. He didn't need treats as an incentive for good grades. Just knowing that Sirius and Remus, his godfathers, had both done well in school, as did his parents, had Harry trying his best. And that is all that his legal and illegal guardians asked for. Harry had planned to do well, reading his books in secret prior to his first year at Hogwarts, until he made friends with Ron that was. Dan had pulled Harry aside and counseled him that he felt that Ron had held Harry back with his lazy ways. Hermione had apparently shared everything in her biweekly novels with her parents last year. Well, Dan was right, and part of overcoming his past was removing the chains that held him back. Harry was free. Free from the Dursleys, free to succeed with no jealousy of insecure and immature friends. Free. And as soon as he finished his goals for the day, set with the advice and help of everyone, he went for a fly. Harry really wished he could get Hermione on a broom. He loved studying with his best friend, and being with her. He just wished she enjoyed flying as much as he did so they could enjoy this together. September 3rd Walburga Black, still dressed in morning clothes, went to the flow. The raids for dark items had come to her home at last. She'd been evading them. Creature had been serving Draco Malfoy all summer, and she had approved it. Now, she was left here alone with Creature's elderly father Rascal as her only servant. "Ma'am, we've sent owls and notices via house elf. You have two choices. Open the front door, or we shut everything down. Your choice. You can't arrest me for living in a house that has family magic. We don't have that mandate to arrest you. We're looking for dark items that affect others and will remove those from your home. We don't want to hurt you, but it's your decision. Now, choose." Walburga, in a long silk bustle dress, train trailing that had been made when Victoria was still on the throne, made her way to the front door. The people outside were the worst sort. Hi, Auntie Walburga. Imagine meeting you in person. Boy, you aren't nearly as bad as Mum makes you out to be. You don't actually breathe fire, do you? Who are you? Walburga demanded. I'm Auror trainee Tonks, and this is Master Auror Moody. The young Auror's hair cycled in colors. Andromeda's daughter. You're a metamorphagus. The Aurors barged in, and the trainee tripped over the umbrella stand. And you, ma'am, are under arrest. We can't prosecute you for owning dark magical artifacts from your family. But this troll's leg that my colleague tripped on coming in. This is illegal to own, buy, sell or even stand close to. Troll hunting has been illegal for hundreds of years. The only person to kill a troll in 300 years and get away with it is Harry Potter. That troll went after his girlfriend. I've heard varying reports of him blasting it, banishing it to a volcano, or even feeding it to the giant squid. Truth was, he banished its brain, and it stopped breathing. Who knew? There are so many people in the magical world able to go about without brains. I didn't know trolls needed them, Tonks added. Walburga glared at the wild-haired girl, but kept her mouth closed as she was led away from her home. Ooh, Andy. What's wrong? Ted asked his wife from the veranda. They were living in one of the bungalows on the property. It was the first time that they hadn't lived with others in a long time. I don't like what's happening with Draco. He was left alone all summer. That just isn't right. I have received several owls asking if I know who the Malfoy regent is. Apparently, their financial situation is rather a mess. And he thwapped a letter down. Ted sighed. We could hire someone, or ask Sirius to do so, but I don't want you anywhere near that crowd. The things that they threatened to do. But it wasn't Draco that threatened. It was Abraxas, then Lucius. Not even my sister Narcissa was as violent as, say, Bella or Lucius. Ted kept his own counsel. He approved of forgiving even those who had not asked for forgiveness. He just wanted to keep a safe distance after doing so. Arthur Weasley was trying to place him all summer, but Fudge was blocking him, saying that Lucius likely got tangled up in business. Tried to accuse Weasley of kidnapping if he did place Draco, Andy opined. That's true, Ted confirmed. Well, elections are coming up in December, with a new minister coming in January. How well is Fudge going to do with no Lucius? Andy didn't think he had a chance. Ted pondered aloud. And we can appeal to the new minister to place the boy. We could bring him here. With Harry? And Hermione? His father tried to, Andy pointed out wisely. Ted winced. It was so easy for him to forget. It wasn't his house that a Death Eater broke into. Ted shuddered. His wife and daughter. And he didn't have a gun or rifle. Only a wand. What was the right thing to do here? Getting a Malfoy regent is a good first step. Regardless of why they are out of the country, the family will owe you a debt, Andy. Let's see what happens. Ted suggested, kissing his wife. Bless you and your kind heart, my love. No one is perfect at 12. Not a little boy. Especially a spoiled one. Andy had memories of Sirius, James, and others at that age. They seemed so mischievous. And only that, not evil. She'd give Draco a chance. September 3rd Voldemort brought onto himself a terrible curse when he drank unicorn blood. Bad luck was only part of it. The locket oozing dark magic was one of the first items found. Dobby was at Gringotts to get expert help and showed up at Grimmauld Place with Bloodrage and Bill Weasley. While Walburga was hauled off to jail, Dobby, Bill and Bloodrage were welcomed to Grimmauld Place. Dobby gave Auror trainee Tonks a letter from Lord Black with a list of hidden places to search for contraband within all of the Black properties. Never mind that the intelligence came from Dobby himself. Bill had everyone away from the locket while he did detection spells. This was bad, and Bloodrage and he both knew what it was. Included in the list was the former Black Manor, which had been turned into Malfoy Manor upon the marriage of Narcissa Black to Lucius Malfoy, as part of her dowry. Lord Black also requested that the elves be allowed to pack up the libraries of all places once their search was done. Rascal gave Dobby a warm hug. Rascal, miss you, grandson. Glad you be happy. Dobby nodded. Dobby being very happy. Master Sirius hauled off to prison. Master is good boy. Shouldn't be there. Rascal shared. Dobby wanted to tell his grandfather the truth, but couldn't betray Sirius. Besides, Dobby had a feeling that Rascal knew and was saying this for the benefit of the listening Aurors. The house elves turned to help aid said Aurors. The elves wanted the dark magic gone just as much as the searchers did. Alistair's magical eyes certainly helped the dark object raid. There were plenty of non-dark important things found that were allowed to be released back to the rightful owner. All gold, jewelry, pirate treasure, and the entire library was sent off with a small group of hard-working house elves. From these humble beginnings, the group consisting of Mad-Eye Moody, Bill Weasley, Auror trainee Tonks, Bloodrage and his new mate Sage had a Horcrux fall into their laps. They would not be turning this over to the unspeakables. The goblins had a way of dealing with them. The Auror trainee on the team wasn't stupid. She knew that it was dark magic, and suggested a few homes to check for similar things. And worse, a few vaults. The locket's Horcrux destruction would further accelerate the deterioration of the spirit of the wizard once known as Tom Riddle. An illegitimate half-blood wizard who killed thousands over blood purity and the rights of wizards was being taken down by a diverse group of men and women. Wixen, goblins and muggles. Beings he thought were less than dirt. All aided by a very smart little house elf. Well, a family of them. Thursday, September 3rd. Neville stayed to talk to Professor McGonagall about getting a new, matched wand. She in turn asked the astronomy professor to take Neville that afternoon. Seeing Frank's old, worn-out wand was just adding fuel to her fire of determination to get more help. Minerva felt that she should have seen his struggles, and demanded action last year. Hearing Augusta's pathetic reasons for holding a child back from succeeding at magic had her truly angry. This tradition of passing on so-called legacy wands had to stop. If families spent a fortune on brooms, robes and other items, they could certainly afford the 10 galleons or so for a new one. Or she could figure out a way to raise money to purchase them. Ron's wand was also in terrible condition as well. Professor Sinestra was happy to escort the two of them to Diagon. She'd pick up some ice cream on the way as well. Ollivander tried to refuse service at first. Neither Ron nor Neville had seen Professor Sinestra angry before. What list? Do you want me to get a portkey and go home and get the boys a good wand? Let everyone know that Ollivander doesn't serve my kind? What? Oh, dear. No, I wasn't refusing service to you. Mr. Weasley's family, you see, are very good friends with Albus. And Albus is good friends with Neville's family. Well, the way Albus talks, Mr. Longbottom sounds like Dumbledore's concerned about his, well, magical, cough. I'd rather not say more. Ollivander did indeed support those on the cusp, trying wands. Something that Albus knew about. He claimed he had good reasons for certain people, though, not to be fitted, as headmaster of the school that these students attended. He did legally have that power, if not morally. Ron scoffed and Neville snorted. Really? I've never spoken to the man. Seen him lots. He comes over all the time to talk to Uncle Algy and Gran. In fact, the first time I expressed magic, he was there, and had been talking to Uncle Algy. Ron shook his head. He wasn't liking this board and wanted a new game. Look, Harry is a great guy and our friend. Neville explained that he sent money for new wands, robes, and maybe a good used broom for each of us. That's friendship. May we please buy a wand? Each? The only witch in the room looked ready to roast the wandmaker and his shop. If you insist. Ollivander relented. Albus would be angry about it, but Garrick didn't support his position in the first place. After 3 wands, a blown-up counter, a blown-up shelf, and a huge hole in the back wall, Ollivander was most suspicious. This boy had a magical abilities issue. Power-controlling issues, he could understand. And Mr. Weasley was a powerhouse himself. The 3 of them, Potter, Longbottom, and Weasley. How he wished he could get Harry Potter back. He'd followed Albus' instructions, and given him nothing but apprentice cast-offs to try until the wand that Dumbledore had selected for him when he was born. Please tell Mr. Potter to come in and get a better-fitting wand himself. He'll be able to do much better with a good-fitting wand. He killed a troll with a bad wand? Neville asked. Hey, I helped. Ron interjected. A bonk on the head? Really? I think you just knocked it over after Harry banished its brains. Neville responded. Do you think that is what happened to Lucius Malfoy over the summer? Harry banished his brain? Neville asked. If brains were dynamite, no one in the Malfoy family would have enough to blow their nose with, Sinestra murmured to the wandmaker. Professor Sinestra wasn't done yet. You are going to destroy that list, are you not? As soon as Harry Potter gets a new wand, there is no list. Really? There's no one else? Bill and Charlie Weasley have new wands. Percy, Fred and George were brought in by their Auntie Muriel who wouldn't take no for an answer. I haven't met Ronald until today. Ron spoke up. That's true. Her eyes narrowed. She could detect a lie. It was a family trait. A copy of the list, if you please, Mr. Ollivander. I'm not an Auror, I'm not going to call them. I also promise I'll not inform Dumbledore of your kindness. I am going to sponsor a few students. Now, please. Sighing, and knowing that there would likely be consequences, he gave in and gave her a copy of the shortlist of names. Millicent Bulstrode was the first one on the list. She put up a privacy spell near Ollivander's ear. Did you know that Dumbledore is dying? You might consider that in your future calculations? The witch cancelled her spell, and began to pull the boys away. Oh, might you be willing to throw in a couple of wand holsters for our trouble? She asked sweetly. Ollivander knew that this pureblood witch could have caused him many issues if she chose. I have some student work that I cannot sell. If you would be so kind. The holsters work, they just aren't good enough to sell. That's just fine. She picked up the half-dozen wand holsters on offer and put them in her bag. Good day, sir. Turning to the boys and handing over 2 of the holsters, she asked, why don't we go look at brooms while Madame Malkin finishes your robes? Shall we? The boys had trouble keeping their fast walk from breaking into a run. September 5th. Walburga was soon in Azkaban, where she saw her nieces. One of them belonged there, but the other did not. Trying to get the attention of a human guard only brought attention from the soul-suckers. Since everyone else was claiming to be innocent, poor Narcissa blended right in. And if they ever did get a trial for her, she would then be convicted of being a Death Eater. One that killed for her dark mark. And Walburga wouldn't live long enough to tell anyone about it. Her sentence was only 10 years, but she had been living on borrowed time as it was. Saturday, September 5th. The same team that found the Horcrux hidden in the Black Townhome found one in the hidden room under the dining room inside Malfoy Manor. This time, it was in the form of a terrible diary. Lucius planned on using the Imperious Curse on Hermione Granger to write in it as part of the effort to restore his master. The notes from Abraxas Malfoy stated to wait and look for signs. Then, find a mudblood or blood traitor strong in magic, preferably female, to aid the rebirth of the Dark Lord. The initial parts of the ritual were sick and wrong and beyond the pale. Alistair was glad that he was the one who found it, and not his trainee. He burned that part. The rest was bad. Enough. He would never share the plans with anyone ever. Abraxas was dead. Lucius was missing and presumed contained. Alistair didn't know how Remus Lupin had evaded his questioning so well. He swore to tell the truth. No, Lupin hadn't killed Lucius, but was there when Malfoy barged into the Granger home and threatened the adults with death, and the girl with torture. The mother too. No, as far as he knew, Lucius was still alive. The house elf said he was going to reunite the man with family. No, he hadn't seen Lucius. He didn't know where Lucius was, but presumed he was with family. They were getting Harry away from Hogwarts. And presumably Dumbledore. Then the man had distracted Alistair with memories of a troll attack, a professor cursing the boy's broom while Albus watched and did nothing. A gauntlet supposedly protecting the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts of all places. Set up by the headmaster to protect it. What about protecting the students from a Cerberus, more than one troll, devil's snare, insane? And a copy of the memory of the fight for his life between Harry Potter and the Dark Lord 3 times, on his broom, in the forest, and at the end of that gauntlet. Harry Potter had saved the wizarding world from that Dark Lord coming back, again. Now, it was up to him and his team to find the rest of Tom Riddle and put him to his final rest. Alistair realized what was bothering him about the interrogation of Remus Lupin into the disappearance of Lucius Malfoy. He was protecting someone. Alistair was not stupid. Harry Potter had been there when Malfoy burst into the Granger home. Remus Lupin was one of Harry Potter's sworn godfathers. Harry Potter had likely taken down Malfoy in some way. Well, he took down a troll and a Dark Lord last year. What was Malfoy compared to that? Of course, he wasn't going to be forthcoming if Harry had hurt the man trying to kidnap his girlfriend. Happy with a scenario that fit the facts, he continued his work. Never would he consider questioning Dan or even thinking him capable of defeating a wizard or any magical being. If Hermione had an easel, he would think of the cat being more capable of doing damage to Malfoy before Dan. And everyone was happy with the situation. Well, except Malfoy, but he wasn't really conscious of his discontent. September 5th. Tonk's idea proved true about checking Gringotts. Yet another one was found in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. And with Goldrub's help, and permission of Lord Black to enter the vault, the Horcrux was transferred to a new container. The vault was confiscated by Gringotts for breaking the bank rules of what can be stored in a vault, but by custom, half of the value was given to the person who tipped them off. Nymphadora Tonks was now a very wealthy young woman and in legal possession of her house's founder cup. All nice, and shiny and cleansed of all dark magic. The team got to destroy a Horcrux that should never have been kept in Gringotts in the first place. And the curse that Voldemort brought onto himself for drinking unicorn blood continued, weakening him yet even more. Saturday, September 12. Luna read the letter again. She had written to Harry Potter and warned him about a dream. She had a voice in the walls, unheard by any now that he wasn't here to save her. Petrifying some, killing others. The details were vivid, and she wrote them all as a balm to her soul. That began a letter-writing exchange over the summer, getting to know one another. And now, Harry had a response and request in regards to her first communication. Working with Remus, they had come up with a potential solution for Luna's potential monster, and asked for her help. Harry had written to her and sent step-by-step instructions. She looked at the rooster in her hand, and the newly rising sun glinting briefly off Black Lake. Water did amplify and transmit sound ever so well. Come on, Arnold. Sing. Luna cast the spell. She wasn't sure why she named the rooster that. He was a beautiful red head that was likely headed to lose said head and be dinner someday soon. But for today, he was killing a monster. The rooster crowed and crowed and crowed. And deep in the belly of the castle, below the lake that seemed to concentrate that crow, the basilisk that killed Myrtle Warren with a look that turned her to stone was turned to stone itself as it fitfully woke from its hibernation in time to be petrified. Luna was sad that such a thing had to die, but it was bred to be evil by great evil. And unlike other magical creatures, that's all it could have been was death and destruction. At least her friend didn't have any new diaries. That must have been a different possibility. One that saw the death of Fred, and the death of her father. She would do anything to prevent that. First, she had to share her latest dream. But then she asked for a boon. She begged Harry for help with her father. He was not a well man. Saturday, September 19th. Another week later, Harry had a new letter. He was ever so grateful for the new owl postbox in Hogsmeade that would forward letters to Gringotts who would send them quickly to Harry. Much to Hedwig's disgust, he now was able to write to Ron again. Yeah. This time he received a message from his little blonde friend. Harry looked at the letter, trying to decipher it. Giving up, as he was not fluent in Luna, he went to the smartest person on the island next to Hermione. He didn't want to upset her. Mrs. Granger, can you look at this? It appears to be a warning, but I'm not sure, dear Harry. The Raxperts around Professor Snape are nearly gone, but they brought their cousins and migrated to surround Professor Dumbledore. Please don't follow the path north, but take the alternate route. Riding the seahorses will save you and your lady. Drop the broom. Don't trust it, for there lies misery, pain, and forgetfulness. My father is lost. I want to save him, but I don't know how. Maybe your friend's baying at the full moon could cure him of his sickness. I will join you if you remember me and send me the key to the keep. Luna Lovegood. Emma was very good at puzzles, but this one stumped her. Harry, be wary of any brooms sent, I think. As I figure out more, I will tell you. Seahorses? Are those a real magical creature? You might want to see if Bobaddon's has any, and make friends. That's all I can recommend for now. They put it aside in the preparations for Hermione's birthday. She wanted to go to a library, so that's what they were doing. The Rue Magique had a public library. What was a party, candles or cake compared to yet a new filing system for Hermione to try? Saturday, September 19th. Dinner Hogwarts, later Hogsmeade. Severus Snape was done. Just done. The Slytherin had thought this through. The only way that all of this had happened was for the Potter boy to go to Mrs. Granger, who clearly was as brilliant as her daughter, and asked for help. Who would help a muggle? Only one source there. The goblins. Clearly, Miss Granger had a private school education and resources beyond what most students in the other houses commanded. Everything accomplished over the summer had their bootprints on it. Time to play nice for a change. After dinner, Severus caught Flitwick's eye and made a tiny motion with his head. Flitwick winked, letting Severus know he'd meet him immediately. After dinner outside the Great Hall. We do not have patrol tonight, and with the hiring of additional staff, I can afford to spend an hour or two away. How would you like some goblin grog with a colleague? I would like that very much, Severus. We never get a chance to just socialize. I'd invite Minerva, but only the Hog's Head offers that potent brew. And Aberforth does try to keep the ambience to scare away ladies of refinement. Severus finished. Phileas started to defend Minerva against the accusation of being one of those useless high society witches who could do nothing more than spread vile gossip and look down their noses at everyone. But she was a practical Scottish lass who would not put up with Aberforth's level of cleanliness. They summoned cloaks and made their way to Hogsmeade. After moving away from the front doors and eavesdropping portraits, Snape started to confide in the half-goblin. I happened to go to a certain house on Privet Drive. You do know that Dumbledore likes to tell the quote-unquote truth in such a way to paint one picture. The reality can be very, very different. I made a vow when I left the Dark Lord's service before his fall. I swore on my magic that I would do everything that I could to protect Lily and her son. I knew that losing a child would destroy her no matter who the father was. I have been lied to. The living conditions of that house, well, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy's only son. I need to know that Potter is safe and well. Please. It's only logical that the goblins helped him. Flitwick was no stranger to keeping secrets, but here was a resource that was being wasted. I happen to have certain knowledge and may have heard a rumor or two over the summer. Let us go into this establishment, order our drinks, and exchange a few vows. Nothing onerous. We just have to establish trust between us. Merely trying to protect a boy that we both care for. What? I don't, well, I wouldn't label it as caring. Flitwick gave him a look over the half-pint of warm grog. No one, well, few goblins could handle it hot. After exchanging vows, Severus cleared his throat. I made a terrible mistake at the end of my 5th year. After fighting with a dear friend, I wanted to hurt her. I called her a nasty epithet that has haunted me ever since. Snape looked into his glass. It held no answers for him. If it wasn't for Lily's letter forgiving him, he didn't know how he would live with himself. He continued. I gave in to the promptings of my fellows, and joined the Death Eaters. Severus bared his now unblemished arm. At Phileas' shocked gasp, Severus began explaining, as you know, there is a ritual to renounce him. It's painful, but important. My magic grew. I had no idea that I was being slowly sucked dry by the Dark Lord, even after he was banished from his body. That tether being severed refreshed my magic. It became purer, cleaner, and stronger. The ritual also broke some binds that I didn't know that our employer had seen fit to tether me with. I'm still not sure if they came to be when I signed the teaching contract or if they were applied in some other fashion. All I'm aware of is that I'm free from 2 masters and I feel the urge to protect my young snakes from the machinations of an old goat who wants to use them as cannon fodder, and my oath to protect my best friend's child is pushing me to do more. Ever since that time, since my preemptive actions, I have heard the most intriguing stories. My former associates have told me that they have felt their magic weakening, or they have felt weakened, without feeling why. This has come from several sources. I think that this is how that evil creature remained alive. He was actually here last year and didn't say anything to me. Did he know that I had renounced him? I couldn't say. I do know that Quirrell never told me that he was housing him. I just thought that he was serving him, Snape concluded. Did you know that the Dark One took measures to extend his life? My brethren have destroyed 3 globes after transferring the bits of said Dark Lord to an unimportant container. I have been tasked with trying to find the one that is showing up in the scrying as being in the school. Flitwick shared. I would love your help. Phileas didn't mention that the last part of the Dark Lord was in a globe. The goblins wouldn't destroy the core piece until everything else had been found. Yes. Yes. Ha. Could these actions be accelerating the draining of my former associates? As for the item in the school, I wonder, is this connected to the warning that we received? Severus shook his head. Oh, Lucius, or perhaps his father. It would make sense for something of the Dark Lord's to have been given to Abraxas. Snape pondered aloud. No, the one from that house has indeed been neutralized, Flitwick shared. Severus' eyebrows disappeared. Truly, well, it seems that we have the means to take down 2 enemies with 1 spell. Severus mused. Draco spent the summer being watched over by house elves. The very clever 2nd year, Severus imparted, silky tones dripping with sarcasm, is trying to call himself Lord Malfoy. Has he no cunning? Flitwick asked. None that I have ever seen. Unless tying one's own shoes without an elf counts. Flitwick smirked. I would welcome your thoughts on how to find a dark item in Hogwarts. Severus snarked. If only there were portraits to question. Breaking off, slightly chagrined, Severus stated, "My apologies. I am not upset with you, and shouldn't take out my frustration on you. I'm sure that my former master hid this trinket well. He was a popular boy, after all. I know just who we can ask for help, though, didn't he?" A girl elf in a green work apron overlaying a cute dress, curtsied. "Master?" She didn't use that appellation in a subservient manner. Severus had never treated her with anything but kindness and respect. Master was a shortened version of Potions Master. She had been taught to speak regular human English by Lily Potter herself. The two men explained what they were looking for, and who they thought might help. "The castle elves probably be feeling dark magic, Master. Ask them where they put it to keep away from students." Flitwick smiled at her. "Smart little lady. Let us summon help from here. I doubt Dumbledore would appreciate our efforts." Sally loved the new enchanted broom that her father had bought her for sweeping up. Florian Fortescue never treated Sally as unwanted despite having no magic. She suspected that she was adopted, but had trouble remembering anything from her 11th year. She did remember her father's strong arms holding her when she was weeping because she couldn't go to Hogwarts. "Hogwarts? Hogwash. You don't need that overgrown moldy pile of rocks. You'll help me here until you find something you want to do." And she had. Two goblins, a fairly newly married couple, came in, as they were about to close. But Sally would never chase a customer away. "Are you here just for Sundays? Or food as well?" Sally asked. She just cleaned up the kitchen. Her father was still in the ice creamery itself. He was always creating this time of night. "Actually, we came to talk to you about an opportunity, and enjoy some ice cream," the male offered, looking fierce in blood-covered armor. "Cockroach cluster," Sally offered. It was a favorite with the goblins, likely for its name. "Is it made with real cockroaches?" the female asked. "No, not at all," Sally reassured. "How disappointing." The female tried to hide her smile, just making a small jest. "I'll have some of that, and my big strong mate wants to try the concoction with bananas in. Strawberry ice cream. Please, get yourself a treat on us, and we'll talk business." "No offense, sir, but many goblins are allergic to strawberry, if I could recommend." "Your kindness is noted. I have a potion. Yes, I'm allergic, but they only make me itch." The order was soon on the table, and Sally had a small amount of strawberry for herself. "What is this business opportunity?" Sally asked. "Draco Malfoy, a child of 12, has been abandoned by his parents, it seems. If someone does not look after his vaults and rents soon, he will have nothing to inherit upon his majority. We were hoping you would consider taking this job. It would not be full-time, and it does pay the standard rate." Sally blinked. "But I'm not magical." The female blinked. "You are. Perhaps not enough for a letter, but enough for this job being offered. Haven't you ever brewed? Or planted magical plants? I can see your magic." Sally was shocked. "You need to go to Ollivander's and see if a wand will choose you. If it does, you can do several useful spells." Albus Dumbledore changed the threshold of who got letters when he became headmaster. If you had been born in the 1940s, you would have gone to school. The fierce female looked ready to skin the beard off of said headmaster. Sally was excited. "Goodness me. I will think about it. Tell me about the job requirements, please. I would love to help a young child. This doesn't sound like a good situation at all." "You would think, but this situation might turn out to be to the benefit of the child," the male shared. Goblins were smart, and didn't name names, but it was clear he meant Lucius Malfoy was not of benefit to his son. The three of them chatted for a long while, enjoying more ice cream as Florian came out with samples of new flavors and asked for taste testers. By the end of the night, Sally had a new job contract signed and sealed. And the next day, she had planned to get a new wand. Her father was incredibly supportive, and an eager tutor for lessons if it turned out they would be needed. Sunday, September 20th. Using memories, Dumbledore tried to track down one of the items holding Voldemort to this plane on his own. His blackened hand was hidden for some time, and by the time he thought to ask Flitwick for help, it was too late to save his life. The man had months to live but refused to talk to anyone but Potter about anything. A lead box may have been holding back dark magic undetectable to a human, but Flitwick felt it. While Dumbledore implied he had destroyed the Horcrux, he had not. He also insisted that the box needed to be given to Harry Potter as soon as possible. It was part of his destiny. The boy had to have it, he needed to come and get more instructions. Harry Potter needed the box. Flitwick promised to get the item to Harry Potter to soothe the headmaster's ravings. Phileas summoned the box to a hidden pocket while levitating the headmaster to the infirmary. Flitwick thought very quickly. He needed to get this item to Gringotts immediately. He would keep his promise, just not in the way that Albus clearly designed. He needed to leave Hogwarts for a time. Poppy solved the problem for him by summoning Severus to aid the headmaster. While that drama was going on, he rushed the box to Gringotts. He was back in his office before it was noticed that he was missing. Hearing that Dumbledore planned on giving that box to Harry Potter without removing the harmful curse that was killing Albus had Flitwick classifying Dumbledore as a highly dangerous person. He would warn those he could trust to watch the man. If necessary, Flitwick would take him out himself, though his moral code said that it had to be in defense of the students. Had the headmaster made a mistake and thought the curse was gone? Was Dumbledore only targeting Harry Potter as an enemy? Or were others in danger? This was not a simple situation in the least. Hedwig couldn't wait for school to end that day, and as per normal, they went for a short flight before working on any homework. They loved being free. Then it was the boring part of the day for her, but needs must. Hedwig peeked over his shoulder at the spell creation book he was reading. It was all chicken scratch to her, but Harry found it interesting. Learning how to conjure a nest, warmth, summoning a nice mouse or frog. Those were important skills that her boy needed to learn. Why was he worried about hair charms? Harry had wonderful hair, almost a nest in itself. A.N. Story recommendations. Who Will Fill a Coward's Grave by Rob St. I love Rob St. stories. The beginning of this tale was inspired by him. Every time I read the start of that tale, I think that this time it will have a different outcome. So well done, just have a few tissues on hand. Chapter 4 Hermione, Will You Be My? Chapter Summary. Have you ever stumbled over a very important question? Harry listens A.N. Thanks to my wonderful beta, LTSHRIT4TH boys. Chapter 4 Hermione, Will You Be My? Monday, September 21st, Hedwig made her weekly mail run to Hogwarts. Neville had his 2 letters ready. Luna had a new note, and Ron had a brief scrawled hello sort of note with no envelope. Percy looked askance at that and conjured an envelope. Auntie Muriel's lessons over the summer on proper etiquette and protocol for young pureblood boys were lessons that Ron did everything to miss. Madame Pruitt didn't insist upon his attendance. Only Percy and Ginny came. Percy, as he wanted to not make a fool of himself in the ministry, and get some one-on-one practicals to enhance his occlumency that his father taught all his children. With both Dumbledore and Snape, these were vital lessons. Percy tried to get all of his other siblings interested, but with no luck. At least they had good reasons, sort of. Ginny? Her reasons for coming bothered Percy greatly. Ginny came to learn how to be Lady Potter. Percy rolled his eyes at that and tried to dissuade her. His guardians are muggles. They won't sign a betrothal contract. If Harry is being homeschooled, which appears to be the case, then look who else is missing, dear sister. He's learning everything with Hermione. Percy hadn't meant to imply non-scholastic lessons like how to kiss, but that's what Ginny heard and it sent her running to her room in tears. Percy practiced his occlumency for a time to calm himself. He then wrote to his mother for advice, and when next seeing his sister, tried to explain and apologize. Molly was of the opinion that Harry just needed to be found and brought back to Hogwarts. That would solve everything. So far, that had not happened. Bright and early the next morning, Sally was eager for her adventure at Ollivander's wand shop. The owner of the wand shop was just as creepy as every first wand recipient had ever said, coming into the shop for a fortifying ice cream after their ordeal. Well, my wards have failed me for the first time. I'm not sure of your name, miss. The gentleman with you needs no introduction. Greetings Florian, 13-inch cherry wood. With a fine unicorn mare's tail hair core. A beauty she was and had just given birth to a golden foal. I suspect you need a replacement wand, my dear? Actually, sir, my first. Sally ventured. Right on the cusp are you? I wish more people in your situation would come in. Even though you were probably discouraged to come in by the lack of a Hogwarts letter. Late bloomer you likely were. Or perhaps stressed. Not from your father. No. Wait, yes. Maybe I should just work on getting you a wand. Cherry, elm, and hawthorn with various cores were all rejected. Unicorn seemed to be the right core, but what wood? Aha. 11 1/4 inches. Oak with an unusual core of unicorn horn. It's an older wand, made for a time when there were more, excuse me, the term we used to use was hedge witches or wizards. The key words being witch, or wizard. A magic user, not a squib by any means. Wands of this fashion amplified the magic and could make a great difference in the level of spells the witch or wizard was capable of. Binding to the wand removed some of the fog over her 10-year-old memories. Only now, instead of remembering her kind father in her early years, it was another man. A man who wanted to kill her. My name isn't Sally, it's, the young witch shook her head to clear the jumble. Celeste. She exclaimed happily. Turning to beam at her father, she suddenly caught sight of the ice cream maker's face. Stricken, she asked, "Oh, father? Do you still love me?" "Of course, my dear. I wanted to tell you, but I just couldn't. The elf changed your appearance and memories. But you are my little girl by choice, magical or not, and by those sparks, I am guessing magical." Ollivander beamed. He had a guess as to why her magic was suddenly more powerful. The family curse was breaking down. The blood feud was ending. The jinx of no more than one magical child in a family was gone. And this little girl likely just got a huge boost from her birth father, who was now forever stuck as a little stuffy for a child who was supposed to be buried in an unmarked grave. But Serena had rescued her charge, and what was buried was a transfigured pig that was put in Celeste's bed after the house elf had overheard certain evil and immoral plans. There used to be a time when every child was precious, whether fully magical, hedgewitch, wizard, or squib. But somewhere, along the way, imps whispered into the purebloods' ears, this child or that child is unworthy of life, and laughed at their fanatical compliance. They were destroying their own legacy, their own future. Malfoy was not the only fool to listen to the evil whisperings, and the once powerful families diminished and their numbers dwindled. And the same adversary whispered anew, "Come, join me and I will make you and yours powerful once more." But he once again lied and laughed as he led them to their own doom. Lucius Malfoy's green death curse would have killed the child as she slept if the house elf had not acted. Bringing the child to the ice cream maker and leaving her alone, there was a gamble as Serena could only obscure the child's memories and change her looks. She hoped that he would take her to the ministry who would find her a home. Serena had no idea that the kind man would offer the child that new home. Lady Magic, and the Lord himself, work in mysterious ways. Ooh! Feel the colors, mes petites. Feel the magic. Watch me now, not just with your eyes, but your magic. Monsieur Monroe shared. He demonstrated a new technique that Harry got immediately. No 18 inches of parchment on the whys of the magic. Just letting the magic go into the art. While others struggled with the concept, the boy who lived didn't, and he was already painting at a level that few achieved in their lives. And his instructors knew it and were nurturing him as one of their own children. He and his wife taught this class, and Harry had already graduated to the more advanced students in only a few weeks. The medium that he was using for the water made the waves appear to move, the dolphins jumping from the sea. The wizard saw Harry smiling. "You are not sad that they cannot chitter in this? They look ready to make their happy noises." Harry laughed. "I live near a very active and noisy pod. Not that they aren't great and all. But no, I am happy that this portrait doesn't say, 'Harry, Harry,' at me." "Oh yes, they seem to be calling us to swim, don't they?" Monroe laughed, not understanding that Harry was perfectly serious about the POD's constant entreaties. Then the teacher showed him another way to hold the new brush, and Harry beamed in joy. "You have no idea, sir. No idea." Harry finished up that one and was asked to start a new project. "Soon, we will talk about how to add more than animation to art and have sound. It is a fascinating topic." The instructor went to aid a floundering girl who was getting upset. Harry wanted to go help, but the wise teacher knew that her jealousy of Harry was the problem. Moving Harry closer to the back of the room, Presumably to see the blooming late summer roses would prevent the other students from seeing Harry's work. M. Monroe needed to speak to Madame Maxime. Harry would soon need an advanced tutor, and better supplies than the basics the students purchased. He made copies of Harry's last 3 paintings, including this recently finished pod of dolphins. The boy had real talent. There was no known cure for the curse on Dumbledore. He was given a few months a year at most to live. The man was told to write his will. Dumbledore had thousands of galleons squirreled away for the coming war. He needed someone he could trust to lead the Order of the Phoenix after, well, not Minerva. She'd been defying him lately. Not Severus. How could he betray him like that? Remus Lupin. Faithful dog. Yes. Lupin wanted to meet Harry. Develop a relationship. That was the carrot he could offer. If he could only track the boy down. Dumbledore had delusional letters to write. Ooh, dear Remus. I doubt you read the papers much, but Harry Potter did not return to Hogwarts as expected. Some Muggle woman took over as his legal guardian, all very suspiciously. And one of the Black Sisters became his magical guardian, without consulting me. You can imagine my distress. I have a few trinkets that might help track him down. I know that you enjoy your time playing in that bookstore, but really, it's time to grow up and pursue your duties to Harry. I will of course pay you for your time, and this will give you an opportunity to get to know Harry as well. Please come visit me at Hogwarts at your earliest availability. I am suffering so from worry. Please help, APWBD, Headmaster Hogwarts. Remus had quit his job the day they rescued the Grangers. The owner wasn't happy about the situation but had been kind and let him know he was welcome back if his personal situation changed. Playing? He'd worked hard at that job. He reread the letter and felt even more disgusted the second time through. Remus handed it off to Sirius before going for a run himself. Was it always wrong to kill someone? After getting back, Remus returned to Britain for a time. He paid a visit to Dora Tonks and her aura trainer Mad-Eye Moody. Both had received similar letters. You best be careful, Remus. I made a copy of the one sent to the Weasleys. I can't believe he sent this to Arthur and Molly. Just to let you know, Arthur was dubious, but Molly was taken in. Hook, line, and sinker. Mad-Eye commented with disgust. And she's never supported multiple relationships before, Dora added. Remus read in growing disbelief, sadness, and alarm. My dearest friends Molly and Arthur, as you know, I spent the summer trying to track down the evil muggles that have somehow usurped my legal supervision, obtained the guardianship of Harry Potter under false pretenses, and are keeping him from his rightful place in our society. Harry must be found. I am so worried. Firstly, for his safety, and now for his academics. One can only hope that Harry isn't being forced to be someone's Muggle house elf. Please, keep your eyes and ears open. Little Ginevra was so disappointed to not be able to greet her knight in shining armor. You do know that one day, Harry will be Lord Potter. Even if rumors of his associations come true, well, I have a secret I would like to share with you. Harry is also heir to the House of Black. Arcturus isn't doing well, I hear. While it would be a shame if he passed away before Harry's majority, wouldn't it benefit society if he had a pureblood spouse that could lead and guide him in this world? One who had loving, kind parents of the light? You would have my support in any betrothal contract between them just as soon as I am legally made Harry's magical guardian once more. After all, we all want what is best for the young people. To be happy, and to have the right sort of mate. Please, keep in touch. Any thoughts on how to find the boy are appreciated. Your loving friend. Albus Remus twisted the copy unconsciously as if by twisting the letter, he was wringing Albus' stringy neck. I don't think it wise for me to be in the same room anytime soon as our esteemed Mugwump. Sirius used to tease him about that title, you know. Made him sound like he'd just been mucking about in a swamp. I know several good ones that are missing a wizard. Remus darkly stated. Mad-Eye laughed. The boy is safe, we're well on our way to having Tom Riddle's bits all taken care of. And Albus didn't lie about Arcturus not feeling well. The man has passed on. You need anything, you holler. Yes, sir. Remus shook hands with him and smiled at his honorary niece, Dora. This girl wasn't special just because of her abilities. There was something magical about her way of being happy all the time. Making sure that Dora Tonks had her communication mirror, Remus left the meeting and made his way to the magical channel train that was using the tunnel the Muggles built ahead of their official opening. It must have been a little nerve-wracking for the few squibs in the work crew who would have dreams of ghost trains running on the sides of the tunnel. But Remus was spending too much time in Britain settling the Grangers' estates and business, and needed to get back and away from the supreme swampert that was Albus Dumbledore. Tuesday, September 22nd. Harry met his account manager after school in Gringotts, Paris, because it was safer than coming to Diagon Alley right now. Of course, Remus Lupin was with him. Spurnick and Bloodrage were all pointy-teeth smiles, and Sage had a new hairpin in addition to the acromantula shawl. Was it bad? Harry asked, worried by their fierce looks. Dumbledore had tried to send Harry a cursed ring. Not a very nice thing to do at all. But Harry didn't know what the curse was. Would have killed a child very painfully in just a few hours, especially one with no knowledge of how to stop it. Professor Flitwick is respected in several circles. Only one is for dueling. He's put an official complaint into the ICW. We suspect that Dumbledore will be dead before it gets out of committee. But we can do something. The nation has locked Dumbledore's personal vaults and requested a list of family property that Aberforth Dumbledore wants to claim. We received his reply. I wanted to share this with you. Spurnick cracked open the seal of the letter. To Gringotts and of course, the account manager for Harry Potter, I send my personal apologies for not gutting my brother when he was busy busy in relations with another young person. Harry choked as the man stopped reading the letter aloud. That sounded like something serious needed for his file. Can you please give a copy of that letter to Remus here? I'm sure he won't let me read about my former headmaster and any inappropriate behavior with a young lady. Who said anything about a girl? Remus shared, shocked at the letter himself. He wants you, Harry, to have all of Albus' personal fortune in repayment for what he tried to pull. Aberforth is Albus' heir and knows the old wizard is dying. He doesn't want a canute of his brother's possessions. Remus shared. Spurnick informed them, even if Albus was tried in the Wizengamot successfully, you wouldn't get more than that. It's not enough, not for this evil, but it's all we can do. The ring was cleansed and given to Harry. This is rightfully yours as heir of House Peverell. And no, we don't advertise that connection to you-know-who. Goldrub groused. I want to let you know that if I ever get an opportunity to gut the man, I will. Dumbledore imprisoned my client, Sirius Black, after a mockery of a trial, and he has tried to kill a child. That is the lowest of the low. Spurnick and the others took their leave. Time was money, and the boy would need time to come up with questions about this latest attempt on his life. Refreshments in the form of chocolate croissants, French coffee, and fresh milk were served in the conference room they occupied there. Harry took the ring and wondered what it did. With Remus there, he felt safe, but wished he could sometimes talk to his parents. It was good that it was just him and Remus when he made that fairly innocuous wish, as James and Lily Potter visited their son for the first time since he was 15 months old. And the visit changed Harry and gave him an idea of what he wanted to do with his life. Tuesday, September 22nd. Mistress Maxime looked at the letter and scoffed. This was neither clever nor cunning. Headmaster Dumbledore. No, you are not invited to come and visit your apprentice, Harry Potter, during the school year, even if he was attending here. I will neither confirm nor deny those rumors, as the boy has the right to privacy no matter what school he attends. Rumors of what happened at Hogwarts last year abound. I do not blame the boy for fleeing a dangerous situation. I do hope that you have a safer year for yourself and your students than last year. Madame Maxime, Beauxbatons. Wednesday, September 23rd. An advertisement started appearing in random places in the Daily Prophet over the next several months. The wording changed, but the basic tenet remained. Tattoo removal. Were you one of the unfortunates who decided to get a tattoo that you now regret? Total confidentiality and privacy. We have experts waiting for your flow call, or come in and make an appointment today. Your left arm will hank you. Flitwick's and Severus' eyes met over the paper. The charms professor had asked permission to go and find details out so that he wouldn't break any oaths to Snape. This was a way to weaken the Dark Lord, and more than a few that claimed imperious and who truly did repent were cleansed. Witches who had been hiding themselves suddenly sported the latest in three-quarter sleeves, or even sleeveless fashions. In fact, there was rather a new societal trend. If one never showed their bare lower arms, they were looked upon with suspicion and shunned by polite society. This led to more and more witches getting the tattoo removed, which in turn led to them becoming stronger magically, which led to the wizards going along with the ritual as well. The domino effect was well on its way. Gringotts smiled as they profited from helping the Dark Lords fall. Now that was true cunning. Only a few clients suffered after not reading the fine print on the contract. If you do not fully repudiate the Dark Lord, this ritual may invoke the slave binding and it could steal your magic fully and or result in your death. No refunds, no exchanges, and Gringotts accepts no liability for anyone's state of mind. Proceed with caution in freeing yourself from this enslavement link. For those who actually read the caveat, they were angered to find out they had been tricked into becoming slaves of a half-blood. The information on the ritual had to include the correct full name of the slave owner. When the purebloods didn't recognize it, information flowed. For a reasonable fee, of course. The few deaths actually helped weaken the Dark Lord even more as the slave owner's magic tried to save the slave, thus siphoning off even more of his magic core. Tom should have designed his own custom curse in addition to the artwork. He was messing with ancient powers that he really didn't control. Friday, September 25th. Goldrub was now the Malfoy account manager. The previous goblin in charge had not been diligent at his job. Of course, there was a certain prejudice against Death Eaters, but still. Sally Fortescue, working as the Malfoy regent, was there at the bank to request to hire a goblin guard and goblin help. I received the most threatening letter from Mr. Goyle in regards to his rent on his cottage. It said that he didn't need to pay rent. I reviewed the contract and the history of payments, and I see that he has not been paying any in some time. I would like your help reviewing this contract, and am willing to pay for one of your lawyers to do so. I just need to find out what is going on here, sir. Goldrub already had Dharma Briox looking into the active contracts for the Malfoys. It does appear that something odd is going on. I have a letter of eviction. We won't go after past due amounts. Only the current month for all tenants. He is not the only one who is refusing to pay. They cannot be supplying any sort of labor for Lord Malfoy or Lady Malfoy. There are paid farmhands who take care of the Abraxans, the planting and harvesting of grain and hay for the animals, and other farm duties. They live in modest homes in the little village near Wiltshire. We recently talked about this in a meeting, while working up the cost-benefit analysis. We feel it is best to handle all in-person meetings here rather than the typical tenant visit. Please, tell me. Did you think that Sage's and Bloodrage's visit to you was a coincidence? No, we have ways of knowing things, especially when you turned 17, and your adoptive father added you to his vault. Sally gasped. The key? I had to blood bond it, indeed. A safety feature for the bank is to look a little deeper. We knew then that Celeste Malfoy wasn't dead and wasn't a squib, and since you were of age, no notice was sent to your blood family. We do realize that would have put you in grave danger. We did nothing with your trust vault at the time, afraid of the repercussions of such knowledge getting out. Do you wish to claim the vault now? I have a vault. If it was an education vault, maybe I could take some classes, I could hire a tutor. My adoptive father is teaching me, but we are not as wealthy as some. Sally blushed, but the account manager shook his head. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Your father and you both work for your gold honorably. Nothing wrong with that. I'll have the ritual bowl and athame brought, but only if you wish. But won't that make the Malfoys mad at me? If we were concerned about Lucius and Narcissa, we would not offer. You have nothing to fear from Draco, as you cannot be head of House Malfoy despite your being the eldest. If you were to die without issue, and you still had not passed your owls, the ministry would claim everything in a heartbeat. Once you have at least 3 owls, you could stand as regent, and your eldest son could inherit. Presuming that they declare the missing Malfoys dead, which they are not, but they are well contained. These people are animals, and they are wrong. You are acting properly and have nothing to be ashamed of, Goldrub concluded. Sally was worried and confused. I'll think about it. Goldrub passed over a piece of parchment with the amount of gold. What, 25,000? It is meant to pay for school and a wedding. Sally scoffed. Not school, uni and or an apprenticeship or 3. What would a pureblood princess do with a mastery? Goldrub chuckled. Wizards can be so short-sighted. Sage, who had been there as escort and chaperone, scoffed. She was not good at pretending to be furniture. Sally smiled at her and turned to Goldrub. Thank you. Please prepare an investment portfolio for me to share with my father. I will of course pay the fee for it. And to summarize our day. Your advice in regards to my duties would be to send out the eviction notices and make any in-person meetings here. I would like to have Sage and Bloodrage there if I could hire them. My lady, I would pay you to be there for Goyle's meeting, Sage offered. Goldrub shook his head. We just replaced the flooring in the formal meeting room. Please, no axe marks, dagger slashes, or shuriken left behind. It scares the wizards. Sally saw Sage's smirk. Sir, I do believe that is why she does it. Sally Stage whispered. She's very scary. Sage shook the girl's hand as she left the room. You know, for a human, you are not half bad. I do believe I like you. Sally gave the gobliness an unexpected hug. Me too. I like you too. Stop by for ice cream anytime. I need friends like you. Sage, completely poleaxed, stood very still as the young lady left the bank. Bloodrage came over and spoke low. Someone has distressed you, my mate. Who is this walking corpse? Nothing to worry about, my love. I have made a human friend. She hugged me. Bloodrage looked for evidence around the area and shook his head. He needed to get a healer over to their home soon. Something was wrong. Dragonpox? A strange fever? His mate had been hugged and there was no bloodshed. Saturday, September 26th. Neville Longbottom reread the letter from Harry. He couldn't believe that the Wizengamot were dragging their feet on prosecuting Dumbledore when the man asked Flitwick to send Harry a cursed ring. According to gossip, his Gran told him that Albus was blaming Professor Flitwick for misunderstanding the request, that he was supposed to send it to Harry after it was cleansed. Which is what happened, but only due to Phileas' experience and due diligence. Compulsion spells don't work on goblins, or half-goblins. As such it's difficult to prove a negative, but despite being a professor of long standing, his memory was not good enough evidence for the blood purists. The backlash of 70 years of witches and wizards who felt close to and absolutely had full respect for Professor Flitwick and were not being quiet in their support of Tay revered charms teacher. No charges were coming towards Professor Flitwick, and Dumbledore had burned a very important ally. Neville wrote to him about his studies with Millicent, and what a nice girl she was. At first, she hadn't believed about her being on a list in regards to her wand. Now, after the hubble-bubble with Dumbledore, her parents were starting to believe. She refuses to let me pay for it. I offered. But her parents are proud of being self-sufficient, they'll save up for it. Neville shook his head. He was waiting for permission to get out of there just as soon as possible. At least his Gran was wavering. And paying for a French tutor. Something that many magical families did since France was so close. It wasn't in the least suspicious. Saturday, October 9th. Harry and Hermione went for a walk to the village together. Harry had a very important question for her. Was it too soon? He'd seen other boys noticing the brilliant brunette. Very fit French boys. But Harry thought of Hermione as his beautiful smart girl. He needed to get over his anxiety, his fear that was keeping him back. Harry, come and play. The dolphins called as they walked past. Not today, I'm talking with Hermione, Harry explained. Oh, you're going to mate with her? Finally? Yes? Yes? Harry blushed and refused to translate what they said. Dolphins were simple people. They liked to play, eat, and mate for fun. Unlike other animals, not just out of nature's demands, but because. That proved to Harry that they were people in a swimming costume of a different kind. But he didn't want them interfering with his plans right now, and they were making him tongue-tied. Hermione. I really like you. Well, you see, I like spending time with you. Me too, Harry. I love being with you and studying. I never noticed you studying so much last year. It felt like I had to nag and nag to get you to open a book. This is a wonderful change. This has been so much fun. Harry was embarrassed about it but didn't want to talk about the Dursleys, much less think about them. Not now. Yes, well. I have new guardians, and they support me. So, well. The thing is, I think that I would like to be a couple with you. Will you be my boyfriend? Wait, no, can I be your girlfriend? Mate. The dolphin chorus was not helping. Harry cleared his throat. Again. Yes, I would like to mate. No, I mean, I want to be good friends. Oh, I can't say anything right. Harry looked ready to dive into the sea in embarrassment, but Hermione saved him. Stepping closer, she dropped the hand that she had been holding and took his face into both of her hands. I would love to be yours, Harry. Girlfriend, mate, boyfriend even. Whatever you want to call me, I'm yours. She started to lean towards his lips, but the dolphins were chittering advice. Harry leaned in as well. Their lips met in a perfect kiss that was more than the kiss they shared in the bank, but was too chaste to be a snog. Just an expression that they cared for one another. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand and ran towards the village. The dolphins' cheers were getting annoying. Besides, Harry had a few sickles and planned to buy Hermione anything she wanted, even if it had sugar. When the pair got back, Emma held out a hand and collected small coins from all of the adults. Sirius was balking at paying. No fair. You had inside information. Who was trying to give pointers to our godson? Remus reminded. Yeah, but Harry's not like James. He's much shyer. I thought we had until Halloween, Sirius complained. Harry shook his head. While Halloween would have been a possible day, I mean, Hermione and I became friends then, I would rather not have that as an anniversary. In fact, can we please do something, not Samhain or anything that weekend? Remus and Sirius nodded. Let's have a quiet remembrance here. Sage argued fiercely with her husband before storming back to the caverns for a bit. She'd come back to watch through the monitoring portrait, though. It was a bank rule that was saving Bloodrage from sleeping in the bathtub again. No female goblins were allowed around Death Eaters. No protecting Sally Fortescue was now Bloodrage's remit, and the Goblin Guard hoped that Mr. Goyle didn't mind his manners. It wasn't fair that a Muggle got to kill a Death Eater before Bloodrage had a chance. Goyle was first in the meeting room. He was warned about using his wand. Sally was next, escorted by Dharma Briox. The Death Eater didn't stand or offer any polite greetings. Tea was not sent in after that. You can't kick me out of my house, Goyle shot out, waving a letter. If it was your house, and you weren't paying the mortgage, what do you think would happen? Dharma Briox asked reasonably. A flood of profanities issued forth. The snarling man then said, I don't talk to beasts like you. He then pointedly addressed Sally. Now, Malfoy lets me stay there, and I do stuff for him. Sally laid a calming hand on Briox's arm. What sort of stuff do you do? I do not see you on the manifest for taking care of the animals, or farming. Do you perhaps feed the peacocks? What? No, I take care of problems, Vincent shouted. Oh, is that why Mrs. Cattermole's husband came into the hospital with a broken arm? He said you two had a minor disagreement in the local pub, and it was an accident that he was hurt. Do you cause accidents? Sally looked up from the report to watch his face. Goyle actually looked proud for a minute. An important vote was coming up, one that was planned for the previous May, but had been delayed again and again. I don't have to report your illegal activities to the Aurors, but you are not going to be getting any remuneration for violence from me, Sally shared calmly. The man worked his lips silently, obviously trying to figure out what remuneration meant. Dharma Briox and Bloodrage shook their heads. Sally spoke slowly, clearly, and with no emotion. I won't pay you with free rent for breaking people's arms. Not for vote fixing, intimidation, or anything. You received the eviction notice. Please move house today. If you don't, a team will be by tomorrow morning to pack for you. The wards will be changed and not allow you to enter. Your items will be placed in storage. You will have to pay for that. I have tried to use clear language. The house that you live in belongs to the Malfoys. Do you dispute that? No, it's just, well, not everything I do is written down. The lawyer had to intervene. If it was, you'd be talking to Madame Bones instead of us. The man burst to his feet, pulling his wand. It glowed green, as he faced down the regent. Fine. But I know where you work and where you live. You can't do this to the Malfoys and continue to breathe. I'm coming back, I'll kill you and your father and your... Goyle stopped talking as it was hard to do so when one's head was in one place and the lungs were in another. Briox was on his feet. Bloodrage. That waste of air continued to talk for how long before you acted? He pulled a wand in Gringotts, in front of a defenseless lady. He had the wand out for at least 15 seconds before you took his head. If he had moved to aim it, I was ready. I waited for the death threat. I will face the council if needed for my discretion. But I can now legally claim the kill and the bounty. Goyle's left arm was proof that he was indeed marked. Sage rushed in to grab Sally in a hug. A vial of forgetfulness potion was thrust into the witch's hand as she was pulled to a different room. The meeting went badly, and there was a disagreement. It wasn't your fault, you were very calm and collected the whole time. You are magnificent to face scum like that and be calm. The drug made her dizzy, but it was all Sally. I'm more afraid of spiders. I knew what he has. Sage goggled and looked at the girl anew. Her respect for this witch just rose a few more notches. Harry flew towards the store in a hurry as he wanted to still paint before dark. Hedwig had no trouble keeping up. They reached the village on the other side of the island. The inhabitants were an odd mixture of races and cultures that had slowly migrated on and off over the last several hundred years. Many of them now worked in the tourist trade, reading palms or doing other sorts of divination work. Some helped out cleaning up the beaches where they could use magical tools right in front of Muggle tourists who never saw anything. Hedwig and Harry stopped at the small grocery store that was the goal for this trip. Harry bought himself a candy bar, and not just any candy bar. It was a magical bar of chocolate and nuts and caramel and nougat. It was his treat for getting another O in Transfiguration. Hedwig declined the offer of a bite and settled for an unusual colored skink that Harry summoned. Chudley Cannon Orange. There were times that Harry didn't like his ability to understand magical creatures. He hadn't known that particular animal was magical until it was in the air and rather confused at what was going on. No, Hedwig, drop it, Harry shouted. The owl, confused and worried she was about to be poisoned, dropped the creature quickly. Thanks, Mon Amy. I was nearly lunch. The skink skittered back to the verdant bushes from whence it came. Sure, anytime. Be well, Harry stuttered. Harry had no interest in confession right now. He did make sure that the frog he next chose was just a frog, no special powers. Hedwig was clearly annoyed at the change of meal plans, but Harry explained. If I can talk to it, I'm not feeding it to anyone. Not even you, my beautiful lady. Humans were much too soft, the owl thought, but kept said thoughts to herself. She raced ahead of him on the trip home. Harry's progress was much slower as he stopped to take small bites of his treat. He didn't recognize it at the time, but had eaten it all in the subconscious worry that Dudley would steal it from him. Harry went to the wide veranda to paint after getting back, but Hermione had already let her parents know his good news, and her mother tracked him down as he worked. Emma hugged him and let him know that she wanted to go to the store later and get him a marathon bar for his wonderful score in school. Harry let her know that he bought one already. So, I didn't get to share it with you? Dan won't touch one, but I adore chocolate. Hermione's nose was twitching as she came out to join them. Did you say chocolate? Why yes I did. But if you want one, you have to fly. No cheating and walking or exasperating over there. Harry smiled at Emma's jest. The woman knew more magical theory than either of them. She'd been reading their books. She was trying to remove Hermione's flying frown with her apparating joke. We'll go low and slow for you, Hermione. It'll be fun, Harry assured. Fine. You take Mum, I'll fly. The trio returned to the village and Harry stopped and managed to find the magical skink he'd almost fed to Hedwig and introduced him to Hermione and Emma. The three bought a few treats for everyone and made their way back home. This time, Harry was careful about the treats he fed to an impatiently hovering Hedwig. Harry tossed a small fish to his waiting familiar. I didn't forget you, I promise. Hermione laughed at his antics, but remembered that he really could talk to the magical animals. And after they got back, and Hermione was safely away, Harry took Emma for the ride that she really wanted. Oh my. We'll have to come up with a new category. That was beyond ticket level. Perhaps Z? Emma shakily said, walking back to the manor. Harry didn't have a clue of what she meant, but knew that she was smiling. That was all that mattered. Mrs. Goyle was summoned to the bank. She hadn't known about the eviction and wasn't surprised to find her husband had pulled a wand in Gringotts after hearing about it, nor that he was executed for cause. She planned to move to her parents' house for now. Sally offered house elf help to pack, which the new widow gratefully accepted. "I'm sorry about everything," the woman humbly said. "Don't know what Greg and I will do now." "What did you do for the Malfoys?" "Mostly watched out for the boys. Didn't see Lord or Lady Malfoy all summer. Greg and Draco played a lot and flew. He wrote, asking me to watch him in the big manor house. I said no. If Lord Malfoy caught me in there without permission, he'd kill me." The rest of the renters were now paying. It had become clear that this man was a thug for Malfoy. But it wasn't Goblin policy to hurt the women and children for sins of the father, and it wasn't Sally's either. "If we don't have legal guardianship, Draco will likely be placed with the Muggles for a time until Lord and Lady Malfoy return. Instead of moving, why don't you stay? There's plenty to do on the estate. Right now, I could use an on-site manager to maintain the grounds and manor house," Sally offered. Vincent Crabbe was Vincent Goyle's godson and was named after the man. The lad was probably going to be more relieved than sad that his godfather was gone. Mrs. Goyle knew that she felt that way. Mrs. Goyle was all smiles. "You'd do that for me? After what Vincent tried to do?" Sally shook her hand. "You are not your husband." The woman agreed. "I'd be happy to. They worked out a new contract and signed it with Dharma Briox's help. Bloodrage got to take care of a Death Eater, receiving 2 bonuses. One for the bounty and one for not marking up the newly refurbished room. Mrs. Goyle got to keep her residence, and Sally got to keep her lunch with the help of quick-acting friends." "Ooh. You hugged a human," Bloodrage accused his mate. "So what if I did?" He pulled her into an embrace. "This was nice. Different, but nice. I see the appeal now. I don't hug her like this," Sage argued. "I know," he said, picking her up and carrying her to the back of their quarters. End story recommendation. Marcus Kyle would like to recommend a story in honor of some Hulk things being released. Legally Speaking by Megamad09. For those of you unfamiliar with Disneyland's old version of tickets, you used to get a pack of tickets with your admission to the park. They were lettered from A to E, and A ticket would get you a ride on the trolley down Main Street, or the carousel. B tickets were needed for the Jungle Cruise or the Swiss Family Robinson Treehouse. C tickets for Mr. Toad's Wild Ride or the Mad Tea Party. D tickets would get you on the Rocket Jets, People Mover or the Skyway. But for the ultimate thrills, like the Matterhorn bobsleds or the Mine Train Ride, you needed an E ticket. Equals Goblin language percent equals Phoenix speech equals Dragon tongue. Parseltongue. Galleon's Sickles K Nuts Chapter 5 Beginning of the End of a Feud. Chapter Summary. Dumbledore continues to try to regain Harry while plans are in progress to end a long-running feud between houses. Harry listens N. Thanks to my wonderful beta, LTSHRIT4TH boys. Chapter 5 Beginning of the End of a Feud. Harry was very happy to let some of his classmates know that he and Hermione were officially a couple. Boyfriend and girlfriend, even if they occasionally teased one another about which was which. Harry and Hermione's actions didn't change much as they acknowledged their relationship in public, at home and at school. But Dobby was smiling. He remembered at the bank when the great Master Harry Potter Sir was suffering from cracked ribs, and what happened to the power bind on him and what happened to his forehead when they kissed. Dobby debated telling Harry that he would have to be betrothed to Hermione if he wanted to return to Britain. That was in order for the wards to go into full battle mode to protect her. Something that they should have done for Charles and Doria, but they were betrayed by family attacking them who were authorized to be there. No, Dobby was a wise elf, and wouldn't suggest any changes unless the family moved back to Britain. Cold, dreary Britain with a poor 19th century education. Or a warm, cheery private island with personal tutors with himself and other house elves popping the lovely young couple back and forth to a very good school. It was very likely that they would be staying here for a bit. As the only adult, other than Sally herself, that had any sort of legal relationship with Draco Malfoy, Lord Black had some interesting powers. The full audit of the Malfoy account was done back in the early 1800s, after the current British branch of the Malfoy family escaped the nastiness of France's political upheaval. They arrived with trunks of jewels and portraits but little gold. It was presumed by the populace that the Malfoy gold had been stolen. It was not. They had spent it, ran up debts, and escaped the consequences, barely. One wealthy family that had taken pity on them were the Weasleys. Balthazar Weasley was an extremely kind host, and set the Malfoys up in a wing of their manor, the Orchards. Provided apples for the popular ciders, alcoholic and non, that was the source of their wealth, and the affable man introduced the family to his friends. Balthazar liked his cider a bit much, and had one other flaw: he loved to gamble. One bad night, Balthazar lost nearly all of his gold in one drunken night of gambling to Scorpius Malfoy. The next day, the Malfoy family removed themselves from the Weasley home, and found an empty Muggle house in Wiltshire that they bought at a very low cost. It used to be a fine manor house itself, long ago, but had been abandoned after being badly damaged in a fire. Nothing that magic couldn't repair. But it was neighbors with the Blacks, and that was why they chose it. Getting the land that cheap though had some thinking that Muggles had been coerced into selling. Soon, other people made mistakes, new gossip was had, and everyone forgot about that issue. It was only Muggles after all. When others came forward to claim that Malfoy had cheated at cards, Balthazar went the legal route to get the gold back. At first. Then after the Weasley manor house was torched, did the ritual and declared a blood feud between their houses. Sally knew how much money needed to be returned to the Weasley family. She suspected that some innocent Muggles were scammed out of their farmland as well, but there was nothing to be done there as the house at the time was 16th century, and had been abandoned due to the expense of renovating it. The land was merged with the Black Manor at Narcissa's wedding, and the Muggle home was moved elsewhere. With Lord Black's approval, the gold stolen from the Weasleys was returned, along with a very sincere note of apology. Though not proven that Malfoy had anything to do with the destruction of the home, enough gold for a new magical manor was also set aside for the Weasleys. The blood feud was already beginning to unravel a bit. Ginevra Weasley's birth was proof of that. Let this end, please, and let us go forward in peace, Arthur thought. There was no way that Arthur and Lucius would be able to stand in the same room to do the ritual of renunciation of the blood feud. There was too much history there. But with the parents missing, Arthur would be willing to meet with Draco about it. Arthur debated what to do with the gold, and decided to rebuild the cider business with his children if they were interested. It would give Fred and George plenty of time to work on pranks, and they had no goals to work in politics, or in the ministry. The goblins could have fought this, but approved of getting the gold out of the hands of a house that desired the goblin nation's destruction. Mr. Weasley set aside some of the money to either rebuild the burrow completely, or at least renovate it. Arthur wrote back, "I don't know how to end the blood feud without the help of an of-age blood Malfoy. But I accept this offer. For myself, I forgive you, Lord Black, as you could not have had anything to do with the mess we are in. I am willing to walk forward in peace." Sirius had a thought about ending a blood feud. He had read something somewhere. There was a ritual. It appeared that he had some research to do, and Hermione offered to help after school as she could. Saturday, October 31st. While Harry, Sirius and Remus planned a quiet memoriam, some of the islanders intervened and it turned into a celebration of life. Pictures and stories and memories were shared, and the day went from a day of loss to a day of remembrance. Neville Longbottom had done his best to avoid the headmaster's summons all day. He had spent most of the day in Greenhouse 3 helping Professor Sprout, who was happy to shield the lad. Apparently, Professor Lockhart had gotten into his head that the way to make friends with Professor Snape was to provide him with some fresh poison from a venomous tentacula. Sadly, the idiot was bitten before help arrived. The Aurors were looking into the matter. Only fast action saved his life. The Ponzi man had apparently tried to defend himself against all of the other plants in the greenhouse by breaking stalks, stems, branches and greenhouse window panes. While some of Phileas' house repaired the actual structure, Sprout and her team were healing the plants. Professor Lockhart was now public menace #1 with the Hufflepuff former head of house. And Neville had stuck to the herbology professor's side like the specialty glue they were using on the plants. Sprout had no patience for Dumbledore's attempts to be alone with any young boy either. She made sure to announce to the head table, in front of everyone, that if anyone saw Dumbledore dragging Mr. Longbottom to his office, unconscious or not, she was to be called immediately. They nearly lost one professor to the venom of a plant. She wouldn't miss the next time. Fox found a new companion in Egypt. He likely wouldn't bond right away. But the man was good, had no interest in politics, and just wanted to help people. That was good enough for now. He'd wait a decade or so, and see how things went. Fawkes made a poor choice in The Last Companion, and wouldn't make the same mistake again. Never again. Augusta Longbottom, her signature vulture hat in place, wearing a black full silk Victorian trained gown, swept into the school. And she was not alone. Is that? Percy stuttered. Penny nodded. My great-grandfather, Aloysius Sayre. He's ever so happy I'm magical. He's still practicing law. Practicing? I would think at his age, he'd have it down. Ron opined. Penny started to explain and gave it up as a lost cause. Why are all of the sharks here? Alicia asked. To protect me, I think. Neville shared shyly. Looks like a governor's meeting. Angelina turned to Penny. Your great-grandfather is a school governor? Penny nodded. Yes. Malfoy stole his seat when his son and grandson were found to be squibs. We didn't find each other until recently. Malfoy's seat is now in jeopardy with his non-appearance. The other governors want him here. Grandfather offered it to my sister, but she refused. It will one day be mine. And let me tell you, Grandfather wants some changes made. After the meeting, Percy asked for a moment with Mr. Sayre. Sir, I know that I have your belated permission to court Miss Clearwater. I plan to propose soon. I would like your blessing. Please. Percy asked respectfully. Mr. Weasley. Every letter that Penny and I have exchanged includes how happy she is. Continue that, lad, and you won't go wrong. You have my blessing. I can't give much for a dowry. Sir, that's not needed. My family is not well off, but we are H-nest and get by. And please, sir, call me Percy if you would like. Percy clearly didn't know about the Malfoy compensation paid yet to the Weasleys. It was not public knowledge yet either. Percy. Well. If Penny accepts, you may call me Aloysius or grandfather as you chose. We will be family, after all. The men shook hands. Percy had his father's and Penny's family's permission. Now all Percy needed was a bit of Gryffindor courage. A new school rule was made, one that shouldn't have had to be made, but it was now not allowed for any adult to be alone with any student while at school unless they were a family member or guardian. Which of course led Albus Dumbledore to petition for Neville Longbottom's guardianship, accusing Augusta of child abuse. Mad Eye came and asked questions of more than just Neville. Ere Longbottom sought a protection order from Headmaster Dumbledore. It was getting embarrassing. Tuesday, November 24th. Harry looked at the enlarged picture and added a bit more burnt umber to the shadow of his father's jawline. That was it. Madame Monroe came over when she saw Harry cleaning up. She compared the painting to the picture. You have captured your father very well, Petite, but then you see him in the mirror each day, non? Harry smiled at that and turned back to his painting. His mother was wearing a formal dress. Both Sirius and Remus had the idea that their official portraits had to have the right clothes. Those were posed on life-sized dummies in the pose they chose for the portrait. The couple teaching had come over to evaluate Harry's progress. While his wife looked at the portraits and compared details of the clothes, the man came over to feel the magic of the painting. You have an amazing precocious talent, Harry. You could collect memories from your parents' friends. There is a spell to animate portraits. It is guarded jealously well. I cannot teach it to you, as I do not have the talent to do this work. But I can write to some people I know. Send them copies of your work. But I'm not, I mean. Lots of people are good at art. Mark smiled. It seemed Michelle, his wife, had gotten the boy to accept that he had talent, and could accept that. The teacher pointed to 3 seventh years, one of whom had been in tears at Harry's effortless-seeming dolphins when she wanted to paint professionally, and she was almost 18 years old. A privacy spell ensured they were not overheard. I do not compare my students, but these 3 have real talent. True talent. None of them is yet ready for the lessons you are. Perhaps because you grew up with the non-magique? I don't know. M. Monroe shared. You think that I could get my parents to move? With memories, they'd talk? Harry was lost in wonder at that. It would almost be like having them back. I will write to some people I know. Your home is very beautiful. May I send copies of some of the paintings you have made of the sea and sea life? M. Monroe asked politely. Yes, And thank you for asking, sir. This school is so different. You are very respectful, sir. Madame Monroe broke from her reverie. Please have your elves come and get your parents' clothes and jewels if you are done with them. I don't think we should leave these here in the classroom. Very well done, Harry. The boy smiled and called for help getting the mannequins, clothes and jewels packed up. When Sirius found out that Harry needed the dummies for portraits, and Harry wanted to paint his parents, Sirius asked Remus to buy him the best. And they did. The posable artist dummies could be resized, dressed, and were the best in the business. Goldrub tried to send Harry a note about the importance of budgets and putting money in as well as taking it out, but Sirius tore it up and wrote back. The boy will make a fortune in magical portraiture if he has the right tools. He's not wasting it on wine and women. Leave him be. The wise goblin dropped the issue and invested in the raw materials for said portraits in bulk from a dealer in Turin. That was the goblin way of protecting assets. Tuesday, December 1st, re-elections were coming up soon, and Cornelius Fudge couldn't find Lucius Malfoy anywhere. No one had seen him in Monaco, Rio or Casablanca or any other wizard hotspots, and time was running short. How was he to be re-elected without funds? Malfoy had been particularly helpful after Fudge arranged for Sirius Black to get his rigged trial. What to do? He couldn't remember who was Lord Black at the moment. The Dark family had been voting rather neutrally lately. A vote was cast by Andromeda Tonks, who had been taken back into the family, likely due to her daughter's amazing talent. Well, best go secure the Potter vote. Albus, you look, well, it's not everyone who can wear that shade of pink and pull it off, but there you are. Do you have a moment? Certainly. Have any of your contacts mentioned seeing Harry abroad? There had been a few tips here and there around the UK. Some of the latest sightings were in Godric's Hollow at Halloween, and Hogsmeade at Zonko's on Guy Fawkes Day. The headmaster did not appreciate that prank at all. No, not yet. He's been spotted several times in Diagon Alley though. Albus, look. I think he's hiding in the Muggle world and going to one of their schools. If he's at one of the larger magical schools, you'd think that they would have him flying. Such a natural. My people are on it. If they hear of anything, they'll notify me immediately. We have people looking. Yes. Best to remind him of how useful Cornelius Fudge was. He didn't notice Albus murmuring, flying, or brooms, under his breath. I'm sure we'll find your wayward apprentice soon. I know people everywhere, you know. I'm a good resource for you. Look, Albus. Well, I'd like your support. You know my platform. A wizard for the people in a time of peace to maintain the peace. I have told you that Voldemort is coming back. It might not be tomorrow, but he will be back, and we need to prepare for it. Now is the time. Dumbledore rubbed his cursed arm. Cornelius shuddered at the name being said and ignored Dumbledore's rant as fear-mongering. Not what he needed for his re-election platform. Horace Slughorn stepped up just then. He's right, Cornelius. The Dark Lord was seen at Hogwarts last year. His return would bring war, killing, and terror back into our world. We need to prepare. Slughorn did not want to spend his retirement disguised as an armchair to evade capture. There had to be a more cunning plan. Albus turned to look at the Minister of Magic, as though seeing him for the first time. Was this the wizard that needed to be at the helm when disaster struck? No, he would either ignore the problem or go too far depending on who he listened to. Albus needed a witch's touch. One who would be kind, gentle, stunning the evildoers and giving second chances to those dealing death. Yes. A witch was needed, and Horace knew everyone. He might have far better resources for finding Harry Potter as well. Fudge was useless. A nothing. Excuse us, Minister, I need to speak with Horace for a moment. The two stepped away, privacy ensured with a charm. Horace, do you know someone, a popular witch? One who would make a good minister? Fair, gentle, with sympathy for the purebloods? Horace mentally went through his contacts. Not for Albus' checklist but for his own. Someone just, fair. Tough enough to stand up to Death Eaters, and perhaps Dumbledore himself. Yes, I do. And she'll be perfect. You can trust me to get the right person for the job. Thank you, Professor. Yes, I'll leave you to it. Elections are in a few weeks, and Cornelius isn't the man we need right now. Your candidate will have my full support. Dumbledore turned his back on his responsibilities, on his oaths, and even on his colleagues in his quest for the ideal society. Slughorn, cunning, clever, and more than a LTTLE spooked about the possibility of Tom Riddle's return, wanted someone ready to take him on, toe to toe. And he knew the right witch who walked softly and carried a large beater's bat. Saturday, December 5th. Harry was having trouble concentrating on his drawing. His eyes had improved so much, but that wasn't the issue. Hermione. In a swim costume. Lounging on a beach. So, wow. She was turning into a lovely young woman. A girl growing into a woman, growing in interesting ways. Not that he planned on saying anything. He actually was trying to sketch sea life. Emma noticed him noticing and took Remus and Sirius aside. Then the two men stepped away for a discussion of their own. There was a brief scuffle that turned into a bigger wrestling match. Remus hadn't spent 10 years in prison, and he had eaten fairly regularly during that time. Not to mention his natural werewolf strength. Sirius nodded his defeat and went to go through their magnificent library that Hermione had finished organizing. Potter, Black, all the books that Emma bought and even a trunk full of books from Mooney's personal collection were now shelved in a large, cool room in some kind of method that made sense to the girl. But not to him. Of course, he'd never met Mr. Dewey or whoever it was she kept mentioning. Ignoring letters and numbers on the shelf ends, Sirius tried to find the right book. Surely there was something that he could use. Or perhaps, he would hire an expert. Yes, having gold was sometimes very, very nice. Bobaddins, Friday, December 11th, 1 week before Yule break. The broom-shaped package was waiting in the homeroom. The warning that Luna had given Harry back in September came to mind. "Who is this from, madam?" Harry asked politely. "There was no note, petite. I checked it for harmful spells and detected nothing." Harry looked dubious. It was clearly a Nimbus 2001, but Hermione was on the case before he could give in to any temptation. "Harry, a portkey isn't harmful magic," Hermione shared. "Save Ray." "That is true, M. Potter. Why don't you just leave it here? I will send it to Madame Maxime later for her to ask someone to check it." Harry nodded. It was getting close to Christmas, but no one sent him presents until last year. And that was the Weasleys and a few friends at school. Although he still had the 50-cent piece since they didn't use it for the phone. "Hermione? You know the South Beach? Where the dolphins like to play?" "Yep. I think we should be very careful after school today. In fact, why don't we take a different route?" The normal pickup point, and where the wards ended, was at the north part of the school. This felt like a trap. And Harry didn't want to set it off. Yeppers. Sure enough, the wards of the school had been set to maximum strength before lunch. Harry and Hermione were warned that the broom was a portkey, and they were advised caution. Aurors were dispatched to the school, and both of them were questioned. They were offered an escort home, but neither one wanted to betray their home location. Long before Harry and Hermione took the path to see the dolphins, Madame Maxime herself consulted with her head of security for the school. The pair slipped away from the prefects, watching over them so they could go home. The elves couldn't get through the wards in war mode. The pair left their belongings with a Bobaddin's elf, swimming south, surrounded by chittering friends. They made it past the wards and were greeted on a nearby dock by two very dry and concerned elves. They were popped away home, with promises that the elves would return and collect their school bags later, when they could get through. Madame Maxime had indeed met with the head of security. Since it was clear what the plot was, a plan was made. The former Auror and younger brother of the Minister of Magic got a small group of Aurors together. This smelled like a plot to kidnap the boy who lived. After verifying the coordinates of the portkey as being in Hogsmeade, the team assembled. As the school day ended, Paul Dubois unwrapped the broom and sat upon it. As presumed, the portkey engaged, and the rest of the team was right behind him. Dobby hugged and hugged Harry after he and Hermione finished telling the family what had happened. Master Harry nearly napped. Stolen. Taken. The wise elf knowing that the great Harry Potter, sir, was no kid. Dan was cleaning his gun outside. He had another wizard on his list of people that he wanted to put down, but Remus dissuaded him. Albus survived 2 world wars, and knows about muggle weapons. Your gun would be a venomous snake before you could shoot him. Sirius agreed with the sentiments, and pulled Harry into a protective hug. The adults had all hugged both children. Hermione knew she wasn't being left out. It was just Harry who was being targeted. "I can't go back, can I?" Harry asked in a lost voice. Dobby hugged Harry again. Harry Potter must not return to beautiful school. He cried, knowing how much Harry had truly loved it. Well, art class. It was an eerie echo of his. Hogwarts warning. Hermione looked resigned. The adults had been preparing to teach both of them, and with the letters that Harry had been receiving from Neville, it sounded like he would welcome an invitation to change schools as well. But what to do about art lessons? They had a pensieve, and Harry could continue to watch the memories of great artists painting. Something that Sirius had Remus buy before they decided to send the young ones to Beauxbatons. And a tool Harry had taken advantage of already. Or perhaps they could meet the Monroes in a rented flat in Paris at the weekend, something. Andy won the betting pool of when the children would have to flee the school, but it felt like losing. For them all. Another round of hugs. Luna was owed a nice gift after her warning. They were all safe, at home, and the great Harry Potter sir had not been napped. Dobby was in for some teasing about that one. Ooh. Just after school, Friday, December 11th, Albus Dumbledore was watching the time. The boy should have been here by now. The alarm signaling that the portkey had activated had him pulling his wand. Fortunately for the memories and life skills of the middle-aged chef de la sécurité, only the stunning spell had actually connected. The next spell in the chain was disrupted by one of the group of Aurors with him. The director of the Département de l'Application de la Loi Magique had decided that he would come along just in case there were any international issues. He quickly disarmed the attacker, stunning him, and had him bound in ropes before admiring his new wand. "N'est-tu pas différent et intéressant? Aren't you different and interesting?" Director Delacour murmured. Alistair Moody, recently retired, came running towards the group. "I saw Albus stun someone who just apparated in on a broom. Or maybe portkeyed. Why would he do that?" the former Auror asked. "Very good questions. Now, why would he do that when he thought it would be Harry Potter? What? Oh, Albus. First Longbottom, now Potter?" The Aurors looked at each other. "You would save us a great headache if you took care of this. We do not avenue jurisdiction in Britain, but we were trying to help a student with French citizenship." The Auror swore. "That means that he tracked the lad down. Can you please get word to Potter that he needs to go to ground? The man's been cursed and it's scrambled his brains. Something's not right in Dumbledore's head for him to be attacking a second-year student." "We will, and be careful." The team left. M. Delacour left 25 galleons with Alistair to buy a new wand for Dumbledore, as that was the going rate in France for a good Auror replacement wand. Director Delacour went to Gringotts, Paris, and asked to see their ancestry expert. "I recently came into possession of a wand with a very unique coat of arm. I do not recognize it," M. Delacour stated, producing said wand. The goblin smiled most alarmingly. "That is the Peverell sigil. I know of only one living heir to that house. Are you willing to sell the wand to him? I could get my cousin to negotiate for you." Goblin smelling profit. Delacour shuddered, and pulled out a 10-galleon coin. "If you promise to make sure that it gets into their hands, I will give you this." The goblin spat, all thoughts of lost gold gone in a moment, but agreed. Besides, it was against goblin nature to steal from a child. Bilking wizards, grown and wealthy, was just part of the game. "I will, wizard. This is more than the going rate though. Let me get your change," the goblin offered. "Keep it. For your kind service." Delacour laughed as the scowls now truly came out, but the goblin put the wand in a special box, and addressed it. It didn't surprise him in the least to see that the wand belonged to Harry Potter. What in the world? Had Dumbledore stolen it from the boy? Curiouser and curiouser, and Delacour decided he wanted nothing to do with it. Wednesday, December 16th. Ron's letter writing was infrequent, but he was made backup keeper with his good used broom that Neville bought him. Harry didn't think he had sent enough money, but he didn't know that Professor McGonagall had paid for the wands. Neville, on the other hand, wrote faithfully twice each week at a minimum, and shared not only his magical progress but kept them apprised about whisperings in the ministry that not everyone knew about. "Dumbledore is dying. It's really obvious. He has stopped talking about finding you and Started talking to me about insane stuff. I called the Aurors about it, and a really interesting girl came. Lady. Auror trainee Tonks of the pink hair. She's really pretty. He threw a major tantrum about his wand being stolen. The whole castle was said to be searched by elves, then the Aurors showed up. Alistair Moody, Tonks' boss and mentor, reminded him that the French Aurors had it and had given him gold since in disarming him. The wand changed allegiance and he accidentally bonded to it. It happens in police work, Tonks told me. Have you met her? She's really cute, anyways. Then Dumbledore accused me of stealing it. I showed Auror Tonks my wand, cherrywood with unicorn hair core. Definitely not Dumbledore's. I just got it because of you, Harry, so. She knew I didn't have his wand after all. Then the guy stated that I shouldn't have that wand and what happened to my father's wand that I'm supposed to have, yada, yada, yada. Then he tried to take my wand. What is wrong with him? Dumbledore's magic was flaring. Boy, he can be very scary when angry. I wanted to leave the school then and there. She is here now on assignment to watch over me as Gran won't let me come home before the break. She's taking the situation seriously. I'm impressed that Gran listened to your and your family's warning about the kidnapping. I know it's horrible to repeat, but Millie, you know, Millicent Bulstrode that I have been studying with, just wishes the headmaster would hurry up and die. Did I tell you what happened when Millie got a new wand at Ollivander's? It broke some kind of bind, like a bad glamour. It made everyone see her as troll-like. I was really glad that we were already friends and studying together before this happened. She's very tall, and has likely already attained her full adult height, but she is so well proportioned. Well. Anyway, I need to get taller soon. She's got older boys interested in her, but she's great about it. You should have seen what she said to Montague. Oh. And you were friends with me before this happened. Right. Who called me troll bait? It was perfect. Thanks again for all you have done for us. I can't wait to see you at Yule break. I just hope that Gran doesn't change her mind about me attending the Black family meeting. Auror trainee Tonks is supposed to come as my bodyguard. Even if I have no interest in becoming Heir Black, I want to spend time with you. Oh, you'll get to meet Tonks there. I am so glad you already have a girlfriend, your godbrother, Neville. P.S. Speaking of Millie's new wand breaking a binding, I've been having weird dreams and memories all of a sudden. Ever since I got my new wand. I'm going to tell Auror Tonks, she has pink hair, did I mention that? And see what she thinks, she's really smart. Yours, Nev. Neville had no idea where they were going when Lord Black summoned all of the boys with black blood for a family meeting. They were going to go to magical New Zealand for the family party. They had no extradition to magical Britain, so if Sirius Black was discovered missing from Azkaban, he couldn't be arrested. As long as he kept his wet nose clean and didn't break any local laws. Friday, December 18th at the start of the holidays, Draco was given a choice of places to stay. Hogwarts, or a children's fostering group that would do their best to place him by Christmas. Arthur Weasley had visited Hogwarts to give Draco some books to read to help prepare him to live in the Muggle world. They were written by Muggleborns who scoffed at Muggle studies and had come up with some basic instructions, including a clothing section that was trying to use classic looks that wouldn't change every few years. Draco stayed at Hogwarts and started writing letters to his friends' families. He'd gotten no positive results before it was time for the Hogwarts Express to leave for London. Mrs. Goyle was the only one who said anything nice at all. She was willing to host him, but would have to have legal guardianship. She knew who her husband had worked for, and what he had done. At least some of it. She was deathly afraid of both parents of the Malfoy family. Doing what might appear to some as a kindness could go all sorts of wrong ways. Without legal protection, she could do nothing. Swallowing his pride, Draco went to his head of house about the situation. Mrs. Vance was no help. At all. And acting like this would be a good opportunity for him to learn to be cunning and the importance of being kind. Perhaps even charming people. As if he needed that sort of rot. Professor Snape said that until the headmaster died, he couldn't help either. Ever so. Sorry, he did warn that if Draco came with him for any holiday, he'd be limited to a Muggle house in a very poor area. He'd have to stay indoors all of the time. No flying, no magic. Where he lived was monitored for any magic use. He could brew potions. Nothing more. Malfoy Manor was going up for sale soon. The boy would be allowed to keep enough resources for a good education and apprenticeship. The brooms that his father promised to buy never came through. If Draco was going to be on the team, it would be with his Comet 360. Not a Nimbus 2001. It was going to be a very sad Christmas for Draco. Worse, everyone else had paired up before he got to the Yule feast, held on December 25th. He wasn't calling it Christmas. Draco had to pull a cracker with Dumbledore. Ooh. Saturday, December 19th. Molly was not happy that all of her boys had been invited to New Zealand for a family gathering to discuss who would be the next heir to the House of Black. Molly had no desire to spend the Christmas holiday of Ginny's first year attending a Black family meeting. She had no time for some sorry excuse of a son of a squib, the presumably Lord Black, or any other Black. None of her children were interested in that sort of thing either. Sniff. Percy, at 17 years, 1 month, and 2 weeks old, reminded his mother that 1. He was of age. 2. He was interested in politics and had political ambitions for the ministry. If she was so eager to push her children into public service, then why wouldn't she want a title for him? And 3. The current Lord Black had given him permission to marry Penny Clearwater if their relationship continued to bloom. He felt that her career as healer would only be enhanced if he was selected to be heir Black. Humbled a bit, Molly burst into tears. She didn't want Percy to go down the same dark road as so many other Black wizards had done. Mother. How many Dark Lords had a loving mother and or girlfriend? I have you, and Penny, to keep me straight. Not to mention my own moral code, Percy thought to himself. Arthur was preoccupied with the task that he had been given at work, but tuned in at last. He had my permission to court Penny, and my permission to go to this meeting, Molly. Now, give him the money from that last bonus. Arthur then turned to Percy. You will mind your manners if Miss Clearwater is attending. These might be very old ways, sorts, and be on the lookout for bad behavior to dismiss your claim. Arthur? Molly's hands were on his hips. He's not. Percy kissed her cheek. Thanks for sticking up for me, Mum. We'll have a couple of days at home before we go. Good. We can at least have a nice dinner. Invite Penny and her family over too if you like. Percy was all smiles at that. Percy went over personally to invite them to dinner and make sure that Penny was still on to go to the Black family meeting. Mr. Ralph Clearwater was a nice enough fellow, but Percy was taking his daughter on a vacation over Christmas to the Southern Hemisphere, where it was summer. A trip that involved bathing costume shopping. What father wouldn't be nervous? Mrs. Alicia Clearwater smiled at the young couple and thought that Penny might come home with a sparkly on her finger after this trip. After all, their older daughter Calliope had gotten married not long after school. It seemed to be a tradition with magical folk. Calliope had no interest in being on the board of governors, and had already declined the position. Penny, while wanting to spend most of her time working at healing, did have an active interest in making Hogwarts better, and supported Percy's political ambitions. Aloysius Sayer was a widower, and happily accepted the invitation as well. While Molly went to plan a nice early Christmas dinner, Arthur continued his plans. He had to go up to Hogwarts sometime soon, and lay out a few home truths to Draco Malfoy. And the power of the curse of the blood feud was waning. Arthur Weasley no longer had a desire to do the child any harm. Here was a chance to end the Malfoy line. Done. And yet, Arthur had no desire for vengeance. He had even talked to Molly about buying a tent or something for the boy to stay with them over the holiday. That was a step too far, but at least the pain of hatred was gone. Next spring, the orchards would bloom and flourish. Arthur still hadn't revealed to the family the reversal of fortune. He wanted to get the farm equipment needed, and was looking at the family grimoire for spells to make the best cider of the area. But it would have to wait for harvest, and they would have to pick, wash, and prep the apples. Lots of spells to learn, and plenty of time to do it. Remus and Harry met with a wandmaker in Germany who seemed to know the wand very well. Harry wasn't in disguise, but didn't give his name either. The last I knew of this beauty, Grindelwald had somehow gotten a hold of it, but it is the Peverell wand. If you are the last of that family, it is yours, mine Younga. Grigorovich leaned in close. That is a very famous wand. If I were you, I would stain it a different color. I would be willing to do so. For a small fee, the elder wand now appeared to be made of cherry wood. Nothing remarkable about that at all. And if Albus ever thought to question the wandmaker, he could honestly say that he had no idea where it was. And because it was given to Harry in kindness and honesty, the cycle of death that it had been locked in was broken. The wand now had a new destiny. Monday, December 28th. Hermione and her family, Neville and Augusta Longbottom, Andromeda Tonks and her family, Harry, Remus, Percy and Penny were all in attendance at the Black family gathering. Reed Beach vacation with a few serious discussions. Oh, and a surprise guest of Luna Lovegood. She wasn't a contender for the heir due to her gender and lack of sufficient black blood. She had taken Harry up on his offer that she was welcome anytime. They had spent days playing and getting to know each other well, except for the elusive Lord Black who seemed to be watching them all. After the real family meeting, where individual interviews took place, Lord Black had made a decision for the Black family. Neville Longbottom has declined to take 2 brides and will continue as he is. Heir to the House of Longbottom, friend and ally to Harry, the Weasleys, and of course House Black. Thank you for coming. The disguised Lord Black shared with the assembled potential heirs. The certificate for a greenhouse to be delivered wherever he wanted was a nice consolation prize, especially as he and his grandmother had accepted invitations to move to Sirius Private Island. Madame Longbottom would return for Wizengamot business as needed, but they were keeping the move secret for now. Harry Potter would be a worthy heir, but he too has no desire to take multiple brides even if it is legal in magical Britain. He will continue as heir to the heir of House Black, and heir to House Potter, and I thank him for his consideration of this post. Harry was given a nice pair of matching boys' and girls' bicycles for himself and Hermione. Many people biked everywhere on the island. There were no automobiles to worry about. Draco Malfoy declined my visit when he read the rules. No swearing at others, being nice to the Muggles, and no use of the word mudblood. He couldn't swear the magical oath. He is not worthy of the title, and as soon as his parents are found, he will likely be cast from the house. Lord Black began to pace. I am not welcome in Britain, nor can I vote in the Wizengamot. Our family needs to put pressure on that body to turn around now before it's too late. Does anyone here want to disagree with any decisions made so far? Lord Black asked. No one said a word. A small bowl, a chalice, and an athame were brought in. Lord Black took off the house ring. Percy Weasley was nearly sorted into Slytherin. Just like me, Sirius thought to himself. Of course, no one was supposed to know that Lord Black and Sirius Black were one and the same person. But he wanted nothing to do with the house that has become synonymous with evil. I like Percy and Penny. Staying together is not necessary, but for all of me, I hope that you do. From henceforth, your name is Percival Ursa Black, Lord of the House of Black. A tradition of the family is to have a star name, so we have to give one to our Percy here. The reason I chose the name, Ursa, is that I feel your inner animal is a great bear. I feel that your inner fighter will battle fiercely to protect the right, defend the light. If anyone here objects to this choice, speak now. It will be too late once magic accepts him as Lord Black. Crickets. Nodding, Lord Black picked up the athame and addressing the directions of north, south, east, and west, and sending prayers to the great creator and Lady Magic, the wizard poked the side of his thumb with the dagger and put 3 drops of blood into the adoption potion waiting there. Percy knew his part. Taking the athame, addressing the ancestors, his creator and Lady Magic, he added 3 drops as well. By magic, by choice, and by blood, I accept you Percival Ursa Black as the heir of my body, having all rights as a son of the House of Black. Lord Black drank first, and then Percy. The ring was then anointed with a bit of the potion before Percy was directed to put it on. There was pressure around him, as magic judged his worthiness. Percy was not found wanting. The ring shrank to fit, and for just a moment, the snake totem on the ring became active and hissed. Harry, startled, hissed back. What did he say? Finally, someone with real Slytherin cunning. Harry translated. Percy blushed at the compliment and the disguised wizard continued. I present to you all Percival, Lord Black. Applause all around greeted the pair. Percy, unsure of protocol, held out his hand for shaking. I ask that you have Sirius Black as your heir until you have an heir of your own body. Have no fear, he is innocent. The title does not include my personal wealth, but does have a modest vault, and a property in what used to be the center of magical society gatherings in the late 1800s and early 1900s. That townhouse is in London. Gringotts is performing a deep magical cleanse of the place. And doing some refurbishment. Your input into styles and colors will be included now, of course. Maybe by the time you're out of school, it will be presentable. London? As in near St. Mungo's? Penny gasped. Walking distance to Diagon Alley, the Ministry, St. Mungo's. Oh, there used to be a great Thai place too. Which caused Penny and all the Grangers to burst out laughing. At Percy's perplexed look, Penny whispered, "Tell you later." Following this quick interruption, Lord Black continued, "But well, yes, not to mention a short walk to King's Crossing for the Hogwarts Express. It's all yours. A vault key is here. And you start in the Wizengamot next month. Make us proud." Percy gaped like a fish. He'd hoped, Lord Black? He thought, hoped, heir to the house. Now he was Lord Black? He had a seat on the Wizengamot, of his own. Penny kissed him hard, and Harry waited for his chance. "I'd like you to vote my seat, as well. Dumbledore will likely complain, but let him. I could show up and vote it myself. But I don't think that they would like that very much. If you don't agree with Dumbledore, you'll probably lose the headboy badge, Augusta warned. Governor Lucius Malfoy was set to vote against you just for your name, but you've been discussed for next year in school board meetings. Of course, Lucius hasn't been coming lately. Missing one more meeting means he'll be dismissed. That's the rules, Augusta shared. Penny's great-grandfather had been coming since the disappearance anyways, now that he was a qualified voter, having magical progeny required for the post. But Aloysius knew that it was better for Lucius to also lose his seat for cause if he did come back. Harry clapped his hands. Percy looked like a lost little firstie. "Madam Longbottom? Will you help me, please? I don't know anything yet." Augusta gave him a gentle smile. "Yes, indeed, young man. We're going to destroy Dumbledore for what he tried to pull with Neville and Harry. I want you to go to the same tailors as my Archie. He had to always look his best, you know. I'll pay for it too. I want you two saving up your nuts for little ones. It used to be that there were so many blacks, you'd have a dozen in a sorting. Same with some of the other houses." Penny blushed. She actually wanted 4 children, nearly unheard of nowadays, but she wanted a large family. That they would be blacks instead of Weasleys was fine with her, and a home, paid for, oh my. Sirius pondered aloud. "I think that one of the old Malfoy elves might be a better fit than Creature. Not that Rascal won't help. They're getting up in age there. We'll consult with Juniper. You'll need a good cook for political functions and gatherings and a nanny elf for later. And you'll need—" "I have a wand and can do magic, sir," Penny spoke up, blushing at the nanny elf comment. The disguised Sirius had given up the ring, so he was no longer Lord Black. While he liked the title, they needed that power in the Wizengamot right now. "You can indeed. Oh, I need one more word with young Percival. Can you please wait, everyone? Thank you for coming." "Ooh, Percy, there's so much you don't know. But one thing I see is that Penny loves you. There are a lot of matchmaking, pureblood dragon mothers waiting back in England to make matches with their daughters. Look at this situation. If you like her parents and you like the girl, at least consider a betrothal." Percy was looking shocked. "What? I mean, of course, Lord Black, I mean. And be kind to one another. Nothing is worth more than kindness, you know," Sirius added. "Yes, sir." "Any questions?" Percy blushed. "I asked her to marry me ahead of the decision. I didn't want her to feel pressured to say yes if I was heir Black, you know. And she did. Say yes, that is. It's brilliant." "That's wonderful. Can we announce it to the rest?" Sirius asked. Percy nodded. "I suppose. We'll tell the folks when we get back." The former Lord Black took out a small jewelry box full of old betrothal rings. "Call me Regent Black if you like. If one of these rings suits, you may have it. Or take a few and sell them to buy something new. Your choice." Percy's eyes fell on the most modest of the set. Penny was going to be a healer. She didn't need something huge and pokey. Well, except for formal functions. "Can I have these too? This one for work, and this one for times we need to impress?" Percy asked humbly. The man smiled and clapped Percy on his back. He gave him the whole box and told him to use anything in there for future gifts or to sell or be remade into future gifts. Percy smiled at passing yet another test it seemed. Harry was very good at staying quiet and keeping a secret. Hermione would have blabbed if it was Ron there, but it was only Percy. Well, and Neville. Luna Lovegood was there. A blonde girl with protuberant eyes had caught a hold of Neville's cloak as he activated the portkey. She had been afraid to go home and used magical animal references to deflect answers as to why she had come piggyback on Neville's portkey. Harry sent a message to the nearest Gringotts who checked in on Luna's father. It was the anniversary of her mother's death 2 years before, and he was not in good shape. The goblins got him to a healer, and he would be invited soon to the Seychelles, with the understanding of no drinking around the children, or the adults, or by himself. He agreed to the rules, with one exception. Zeno asked permission to drink water. He didn't think that he could go long without it. The goblins modified the contract and spelled out what constituted drinking. The man joined them at the end of the winter break and spent the next 8 weeks port-keying to a mind healer who lived on a nearby island. The best therapy was lying on a warm beach next to his daughter and remembering the feelings of hope starting to bloom. Neither Luna nor Neville returned to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall was not surprised. Not after poor Neville needed a bodyguard to keep himself safe from the headmaster. And the Board of Governors was divided on what to do about Albus. Tuesday, January 5, 1993. Recently retired Quidditch player Gwennaud Jones had the face of an angel and the striking arm of a mountain troll. Her election to Minister of Magic caught everyone off guard. Well, everyone except those in Jones' secret election campaign committee. They convinced others that Fudge would lead the country to ruin if left alone. Minister Jones had reviewed the last decade of peace and there were already financial discrepancies found. Fudge was in custody as he had some splaining to do. The Aurors department was in terrible shape. The attacks on Muggleborn and Muggles had never stopped completely. Oh, they had trickled off during the trials of Death Eaters, but when only the fanatics who refused to deny the Dark Lord were imprisoned, there was no reason to stop. Not with a Wizengamot that refused to convict except in the most blatant and egregious cases and a chief warlock firmly committed to issuing second, third, 10th chances for repeat offenders. Where was the incentive or in these cases, the deterrent? Well, the laws on the books were there to protect everyone, and the new minister put their god to work. Well, more like putting the bad guy's gold to work, same thing. Auror recruiting went into overdrive, armor was ordered and custom made. No more gaps and bulges for Death Eaters to take advantage of. The magical net that monitored magic now red-flagged unforgivables, or multiple spells going off in a Muggle area. Those first trials laid down the law. No more second, third, 231st chances. A killing curse on your wand meant Azkaban unless you took Veritaserum and could prove it wasn't you. Magical signatures were checked. Fingerprints and other forensics were checked. The interesting thing was that the Dark faction was quiet. They were more angry at the people getting caught than being angry at the prosecution. After all, the laws and expectations had been made clear. Lucius Malfoy, should he ever reappear, would face a fair trial for all of the dark items found in Malfoy Manor. The goblins were working very well with the Malfoy regent that Lord Black asked to oversee the Malfoy businesses. Goblins would do anything to keep businesses from failing and keep rents coming in. Gold flowing was life. Many of the dark items captured were made with precious materials that were reclaimed in the smelting process that eliminated all dark magic. The money was put in a mom account. Minister Jones called for an audit of the minister's discretionary account. She hoped to get funds removed from there and returned to the general mom accounts. That, and level fines at any Death Eaters found. She planned to use the funds to provide for a beefed-up Auror department. Fines, penalties and vault seizures would follow Fudge's declining few months before he and his dear friends like Narcissa became roomies in Azkaban. Tuesday, January 5. Madame Maxine was not happy that her most famous student was going to stay home at least until after the summer break now, and possibly leave school forever. But what else could responsible people do? And Dumbledore himself caught, he was freed before Yule, saying he wanted to see the surprise on his apprentice's face at his Christmas present. The Aurors had it checked for any more traps and sent it back to Bobaton's. A Nimbus 2001. The Potter boy had given it to the Quidditch team captain, along with its full history, just in case the young wizard wound up in Hogwarts or something. A carefully worded note from the school thanked Dumbledore for the broom, even though they felt it was an attempt to catch Harry Potter, kidnapping him right from school. Dumbledore had apparently tried the same trick in Spain and Italy, with similar responses from the Aurors. Those were very expensive brooms to be giving away. It was almost as though Madame Maxime had warned someone. The Quidditch captain nearly cried in joy. Beauxbatons only had one team and played Spain and Italy in a friendly inter-school rivalry. Harry didn't want to play Seeker. He didn't really like the game all that much. If questioned, the Potter boy would have confessed that he thought his choices were to play Quidditch or go back to the Dursleys. After a few weeks of freedom, he didn't want to go back to the Muggles. Not having to play anymore actually made him happy. That all three schools were each given one broom by the headmaster of Hogwarts made the paper in London. But the real story of the kidnapping attempt was not mentioned. Dan couldn't believe that he was teaching a small group of magicals how to ride a bicycle. Remus and Sirius were there to help with magic if needed, but they needed riding lessons as well. Sirius had purchased enough bikes for everyone and a few extras, and they were ready. Harry took a few tumbles on the packed dirt path, but soon headed down. Luna never fell. While Neville needed more help, Remus and Sirius had ridden motorcycles. Sirius was going to cheat and put an engine on his bike somehow, but the group practiced up and down the path. Soon, Harry was ready to head on a longer trip. It was only a few kilometers to the village on the other side of the island, and Hermione was ready to go too. The family all went together, laughing and giving the newbies plenty of wobble room if needed. Dan brought up the rear, but it was Remus who kept Neville from falling more than once with a helpful spell. Friday, January 22nd. Dumbledore read the latest letter. Harry Potter had been seen entering Gringotts. Right there in Diagon. Of course people had reported it, but it wasn't fast enough to act upon. Albus knew he was dying and had to act now. Then he remembered the Potter elves, and summoned the head elf. Juniper, come here this instant. The wily elf had been known to drag her feet to obey the headmaster. Well, not today. Yes, Master Headwhiskers? Juniper stared at the floor, trying to hide her feelings for this wizard. I know that you can feel Harry Potter. Go. Find him, and bring him here directly. Do you understand your orders? Find Harry Potter, and bring him here. Tears in her eyes, the elf popped away. What was she to do to get out of this? End story recommendations. Thanks to Marcus Kyle by recommending Nothing to Lose by Writing Warriors, in which Dumbledore grooming works against him and destroys the greater good in full public view. If you have a favorite story to share, please PM me or share it in a review. Chapter 6 Learning with Friends Chapter Summary. Time to retreat to the safety of the island. Harry listens. Thanks to my wonderful beta, LTSHRIT4TH boys. Chapter 6 Learning with Friends. Friday, January 22nd. Juniper was livid, and more than a little scared. The headmaster had commanded her to find Harry Potter and bring him back to Hogwarts. While willing to do the first part, she couldn't fulfill the second. She summoned the other Potter elves to her. Livy, Skulls, Juniper being ordered to find Master Harry. You needs to stop me from doing anything bad to Master after that. Livy tilted her head. Livy feel Master serious. Hims being free, she quickly covered her mouth. Skulls growled low in his throat before Livy hit him on the back of his head. Stop being stupid. If Master Sirius hurt Master James or Harry, him's losing his magic, being dead from oaths. Skulls rubbed his head, though it hadn't been a hard hit. You being right, Skulls admitted. Juniper talked to the head elf of Hogwarts. She explained her orders, and how she planned to evade them. The head elf tipped her head to listen to Hogwarts. You belong to Harry Potter. Get him to touch you as soon as you are there, and the old Whisker's false binds will release. Juniper waved goodbye to everyone, and the trio of elves popped away. Augusta Longbottom took the rooms on the ground floor in the east wing with the view of the overgrown garden. How I wish your mother was here with us, Neville. She would have this place worthy of a palace in no time. She was that talented. Neville smiled. His gran was trying. He didn't know that she and Sirius had talked about Frank, Neville's father. Or about James, Neville's godfather. All of the men in the household were doing their best to step up, and give Neville, and Harry as well, the paternal mentoring that neither boy had enjoyed previously in their lives. Dumbledore had claimed that right, then abused it. Augusta would be traveling back and forth to the Ministry of Magic, but she was determined to make sure that Neville knew that she loved him. Even if it was difficult using those exact words. Dobby and Serena were working in the kitchen of the nice manor house that faced the sea when they heard and felt the popping in of elves. Juniper was trying to put Harry's hand on her head, but he was resisting. Master needs to allow it or she will obey nasty head whiskers, Livy warned. Dobby gave Harry some needed advice. Master Harry. These be Potter elves under false bonds to Headmaster. Please hurry, or they will have to obey him. You cans free THM. Harry asked how, but then remembered what he did with Dobby, and repeated that trick. It seemed to work, as Juniper glowed and there was an audible snapping sound. He repeatedly put his hand on each elf until they were all free from Dumbledore. You all look healthy. Have you been treated all right? Been fed? Harry asked worriedly. Juniper nodded. We have had enough food. You needs to know, Master Harry, that Hogwarts no longer paying House Potter. Just having elves grow food on land in Wales where Castle used to be. I have been told that Dumbledore is dying, and I really don't want to let him catch me. Let's wait until he is safely dead, and we can talk to Minerva McGonagall about this. I personally have enough gold for a lifetime and am learning an art form that can earn our family another fortune. Let's see if the people at Hogwarts start paying once he is gone or not. After all, I want to keep that land, but have no desire to live in Great Britain right now, Harry suggested. The trio of elves now reunited with Dobby and Serena, who they seemed to know well. It was a happy reunion. Harry went to Sirius and Remus with all that he learned from the elves. After all, they were getting ready to do a campaign to ruin Dumbledore's reputation. And this was just the sort of fuel they needed. Monday, January 25th, Rita Skeeter was summoned into Barnabas Cuff's office. He pointed at a chair with a scowl. I have a very difficult question for you, Skeeter. You're one of my best, but you do have a slight reputation for skewing the facts as you see them. On this assignment, we are being asked to present the truth and nothing but. The payment here is huge. A 10,000 galleon bonus. So, are you willing to swear a magical oath for a project? If not, I'll get someone less experienced and more honest on this job, Cuff assured. You haven't said who this is about, Rita pointed out. Barnabas paced. Yeah, I guess this one bit won't hurt. One name, Albus. Interested? I won't do anything to build that person up. In fact, I have been putting together a file of all of his mistakes, the reporter stated slyly, complete with air quotes when she said, mistakes. Barnabas let her read the letter. Her eyes widened in glee and greed. Oh yes. For this? I'll take the oath. And the clues? This first one is already slightly public. Potter was attending Beauxbatons until dear Albus tried to kidnap Harry. The details are in this letter. Then Dumbledore's growing food on Potterlands using Potter resources without so much as a by your leave from his guardians, much less the normal land lease. Then we have proof that Sirius Black never had a real trial, just a dog and pony show. Without any defense allowed and a prepaid, guilty, verdict. All overseen by the current chief warlock. Are these enough to get started on a new weekly column? The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore. Has a ring, doesn't it? The reporter purred. Like a cash register, Rita. Get started, but before you go, that oath please. Rita hoped to get away without it, but took it with good grace. This was going to be huge. Harry and Hermione were having breakfast when Dobby made a note to get more eggs soon, and some fruits. Eggs would be safe in a cushioned knapsack. Harry wanted the excuse to go biking. It was almost as good as flying, and Hermione liked it a ton better. Luna picked up biking very quickly, but Neville was still a bit wobbly. The four friends made their way to the village together. One part of the path took them to an overlook of the bay. Not far off, there was a pod of local dolphins fishing. They sensed Harry's presence. Harry, Harry, Harry. They chittered. Come fish, good fish. Harry laughed. No thanks, I just had breakfast. We'll swim with you later. Harry's fitness had taken off. With near-daily swims, only skipping during bad thunderstorms, and biking, and running and everything else, they were all getting into very good shape. Which helped their magic. Harry waved to the small group of magical skinks, all bright orange and clearly ready to cheer the cannons. Hedwig did not understand her boy's squeamishness in regards to eating them, but refrained from hunting them. Besides, they might be poisonous. Many things that were bright in color were toxic after all. They made their way to the village. The middle-aged witch greeted Hedwig like a long-lost friend as always, and gave her a homemade owl treat. The Snowy precked her thanks, no translation needed. Buying eggs there was not a problem, and Harry had them safely stored in his pack. The others had picked out their favorite fruits. Hedwig and they were soon on the way home. A large sea turtle was seen swimming in the bay as they passed the lookout point. They stopped for a moment to admire it, then raced home to change. Harry couldn't wait to go swimming. Could he talk underwater? Oh, he needed a pensieve that displayed images so that he could sketch his memory of it and paint it. Luna in particular couldn't wait to see the giant terrapin up close. Remus didn't even bother asking permission of Sirius at Harry's request in passing for the magical memory viewer. Just made a note to check with Gringotts first to see if one was owned by the Blacks, Potters or Peverells already. With as many adventurers, aurors, and artists in the Potter family, Remus thought that the family might already own such a device. He went to talk to Juniper, and soon, the Potter pensieve was ready for Harry to use for his artwork. Neville had never challenged Harry to a chess match before. Remus pulled out a set that he had tried to send Harry for his 8th birthday. It had been returned with a nonsensical note that hurt Remus' feelings at the time and made him shy away from sending more things. Which had been the point after all. Now knowing that his godson did love him and want him in his life had Remus remembering the gift he'd saved up for. And it was beautiful. Harry kept shifting his shoulders back and forth, and Hedwig was tired of getting discommoded. She finally perched on top of the fine nest of Harry's hair and settled to watch. She promised herself that she wouldn't kibitz. Well, not too much. Neville had not noticed. His entire being was focused on the game at hand. Hedwig blinked and turned her head downwards towards Harry. She had wanted to question that move. Neville startled badly, falling out of his chair. It appeared that he had finally noticed the beauty and her perch. He climbed back into his seat, shaking his head. I'm so used to playing Gran. Well, you've seen her hat. I thought it had come alive somehow, you know, with your post owl perch like that and all. Asterisk. The look on Hedwig's face. Luna rushed over to pet and cuddle the bird. Neville, you just compared Miss Snowy Owl with a vulture. Neville blinked, his eyes growing large and alarmed at the twin pairs of eyes that were gazing at him. Death glares? Harry asked. ×2. Harry smiled and patted Hedwig awkwardly from his seated position with her perched on his head. He meant the pose, not your looks, beautiful girl. Relax. Neville was still wary of Hedwig for a few days. Being Harry's familiar, and the fact that Harry seemed to be able to talk with her showed that she had secret hidden powers. The owl treats and the frog he'd found while planting did not seem to be working on her warming up to Neville at all either. He'd continue to try to get back into her good graces. Saturday, January 30th. The art teacher at the Italian magical school heard what happened in regards to Harry Potter's attempted kidnap. No one had seen the boy at the younger school. Theirs was divided by younger and older years. But the art instructor had been one of the few contacted when his guardians were trying to set up individual training for the boy. Copies of some of Harry's most recent paintings were now in his hands. The boy had real talent that was begging to be nurtured. What an apprentice he would make. After a few letters back and forth between the artist, Emma and Sirius, he committed to spending Friday through Sundays with the family wherever they were. Giovanni Tiziano Vecellai Titian had added Titian as a last name for professional reasons. He was a descendant of the famous artist, and was proud of his ancestry. He of course asked all of the adults to call him Giovanni. He was at first a bit pompous, but calmed as he painted. And taught. He was taken on a tour of the manor and grounds, and was very, very impressed by the beauty here. He was offered a bungalow to stay in when he visited that would be for his use. Any time. He would have the most wonderful backdrop to paint from, and he would become a welcome guest during the holidays there. Master Titian was very pleased with the opportunity to come to this private island. especially when meeting a special girl, Miss Nymphadora Tonks, when she was visiting her parents. She might hate her name, but the artist longed to paint her, and repeated her name in his mind if not aloud. Nymphadora, as if savoring each syllable. This opportunity would change Giovanni's life. Ooh. Sirius had part of the ballroom's floors covered in drop clothes, had tables, chairs, and one professional quality easel brought in. He figured that the art instructor would want to choose the rest on his own. The posable dummies were there with their stands, and a small clothing rack of dress robes, gowns and such were ready to hand. Master Giovanni was very impressed with the room. The lighting would need to be improved, and Remus was ready to take notes for what else might be needed. The projection pensive was already on the side table, and the painting of the sea turtle that Harry had done was on the easel. The instructor nodded approval. Seeing the boy's paints and brushes had the man scowling. This instructor was about to change Harry's life. Knowing that eventually the children would be spending most of their school time on the island had given the recruited adults time to look at the standard curriculum books assigned at Hogwarts, as well as looking into other classes. They were ready with a plan, especially with the help of Bobaton's instructors who sent 3rd and 4th year syllabi for all of the classes offered at their magical school. Master Titian did not speak French, and Harry took off the bracelet that his grandfather had created. Yes, there was more than one set of runes, and the runes for French had been engaged by the goblin helping him. Harry tapped his wand on the inner runes for French, and they stopped glowing. Then he tapped the rune sequence for Italian. Now, Harry could understand and speak Italian. Perfect. Master Giovanni's English was so accented that people had trouble understanding him, and now Harry could at least understand his instructions, if not the meaning. That was going to take time, practice, and apparently all new tools. Who sold you this garbage? This is for small, little children to paint stick figures. Not for genius wizards to paint real art. No. We go to Florence and get you some real tools. The non-magicals make some very, very good brushes. We make our own later, at least for the specialty work. Paints too. We start with the purchased ones for now. Remus had a letter from Goldrub mentioning pigments and all purchased, and showed him what the family already had access to. That made him smile. These were the very best in the business. Good. They would wait to use them when Harry was ready for that level. For now, they had some new tools to get. Dan was first to volunteer to go with them. Dan Granger had gone through the hoops to become a registered bodyguard in France, Italy and Germany. He wasn't taking any chances with his little girl, even if she did carry a wand. Dan wasn't as interested in art as his wife, but he was going along as security. Remus wanted to go as an additional bodyguard just in case of magical trouble. Dobby was invited, but he stated honestly that he had no interest in art, but would go if asked. Harry and Giovanni planned for the trip with the input of everyone. Hermione and Luna wanted to go to one of the museums there, one that was in a converted palace with a fine garden. Neville approved of that. They wound up doing both shopping and a field trip, but the orders had to be placed first. The Italian magical art store was fascinating. Emma was worried she would have to give Harry a limit of how much he could spend, but he was still shy and hesitant on that score. Master Giovanni was obviously a well-known and respected client. He soon had not one but 3 clerks waiting on him. It would take time to get everything ready, so they would return to pick up the order after the museum visit. Emma saw Harry's hand stray to different supplies more than once, and then pull back as though he might get stung. Remus saw too, and put a reassuring arm around his godson. The two of them made a circuit of the store without Master Giovanni, and Remus picked out several things that Harry expressed interest in. Master Titian only objected once, and that was to insist on the better quality paper. Harry missed the looks of amazement, and perhaps a bit of envy, from the clerks aimed his way in gaining such a mentor so young. The young people got to see a magical museum for the first time that included some of the wizard Leonardo da Vinci's work. Emma was so very impressed. Da Vinci was born before the Statute of Secrecy after all, even if no one remembered his inventions as being magical in nature. Even mage-level magic could last only so long. Without renewal. Emma and Dan talked that night. With magic able to take them anywhere, they wanted to make sure their daughter was well exposed to art, science, and the history of the non-magical world. Exposing Harry to part of that culture was something that both Sirius and Remus supported, especially as Harry's mother's parents were non-magical, and with Sirius' escape from prison still a secret, he couldn't openly travel without risk. Dan came up with a solution to that problem. The northern Italians had quite the Germanic influence in their hair and eye color. A trip to a salon, and now the former Lord Black sported a honey blonde hairstyle in a military cut and no facial hair at all. Now Sirius looked like any other Italian from the region and could come along with them on their frequent school outings. The children quickly adopted a uniform from one of the local private schools in order to blend in and not be questioned about why they were at a museum or historical place during the school day. Harry soaked up knowledge like a sponge. Remus had done a good job of integrating history lessons with these trips. Andy had taken them out looking for wild potions ingredients. Their learning didn't just mean sitting in the Manners schoolroom or reading, though they did have that as well. And Dan insisted on good kinesthetic activities that included early morning jogs, bicycling to the local village and of course, a bit of flying. Sirius loved to fly, as did Harry, and they would play tag with anyone at home willing to fly. Neville and Hermione eventually were able to fly to the village and back with the group, but they never played tag. Flying was not in their blood. Though the sticking charms helped a lot in terms of flying at all. February 2nd. This new column is based on provable truth. Not accusations that this reporter often hears. Seeing the memories of a Dark Lord teaching at Hogwarts chilled this reporter to the bone. But why would the great Albus Dumbledore allow it? Why allow a possessed teacher to attack his supposed apprentice? Well, gentle readers, I have shocking proof. Proof that includes memories and letters from Harry Potter and several others. I quote Mr. Potter. I have never been nor ever will be Albus Dumbledore's apprentice. He set me up for abuse, and I got away. If he ever catches me, he said he would kill me. I sent proof of that to the DMLE. Shocking. Oh yes. Harry Potter, who rid our world of a Dark Lord, and now rid us of another one lurking at Hogwarts, has to run away and live in hiding due to Albus Dumbledore's threats. Why? I have opinions from different people. His own brother, Aberforth, says that Albus is jealous of Harry Potter's fame, wealth, and talents. Such a shame. I have proof that Harry Potter now is an official apprentice. For his safety and the safety of his teacher, I will not reveal who. Only that the Ministry of Magic only allows one such relationship at a time. The conclusion is certain. If Harry Potter is someone else's apprentice, he is not Albus Dumbledore's apprentice, and we have been lied to yet again. Revealing the lies of Albus Dumbledore is my quest. If you have a story to share that you can prove, I invite you to flow or owl me. Pensive memories and oath of veracity, please. Rita Skeeter. February 3rd records were checked by the minister's clerk. Indeed, no registry for Albus Dumbledore taking an apprentice. Not one in 50 years that these records were recorded. They had to check back further to see if he ever had a recorded apprentice. No one remembered. Was McGonagall his apprentice back in the 1920s or 30s? No one could remember, and no one wanted to go to the stacks. Harry Potter's apprenticeship was on file with the DMLE. Unusual, but private. He was a minor and was under constant attack. He deserved the extra security. Besides, if they did break in, all that they would find was an address in Spain that was just an owl post redirect. After delivering Dobby safely to the ground, they walked into the kitchen to start dinner. Livy and Skulls had returned to Hogwarts as spies at Sirius' request. He wanted to know if Dumbledore started making any more plans against Harry or Neville. Juniper was already in the kitchen. Hey Juniper, how are you today? Juniper scowled at Dobby, but said nothing in front of Master Harry. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? And please, speak proper English if you know how. Juniper nodded and took a breath. Master Harry's grandparents would never treat a house elf like a friend. Dobby looked guilty, and nodded at the truth of that statement. Harry took Juniper over to the small round table that Dobby and Harry used for snacks and meal preparation. Please sit down, Harry asked, and looked into her eyes. You never tried to talk to me at Hogwarts. I was there for a year. You didn't save me from the Dursleys. Dobby did. I'm not saying that we can't be friendly with one another, but I want you to understand. I thought that Vernon was going to kill me. He didn't want anything to do with a wizard before I went to school. Afterwards, he was terrified of me. Harry took a drink of water that Dobby brought over, sensing his master's thirst, know his friend's thirst. Harry smiled his thanks. Harry didn't have anything but pity for the Dursleys. They never wanted him, and never had a choice. They were terrified of magic. Harry knew who was to blame, and that man was the one responsible for the whole mess, Dumbledore. Harry took a breath and settled his anger. Please understand, Dobby saved my life. Without his help, I would be dead. Hermione and her family would all be dead. Voldemort would have a new body. Who knows what death and mayhem that would bring to all of England in those circumstances. He rescued me, gave me food, brought me to a safe place, and then was vital in the rescue of my best friend Hermione. So, yeah. I admire Dobby. I like Dobby. Dobby is my friend. You have now been told the circumstances. He risked his life, his magic, to rescue me, and you want me to do what? Treat him like a servant. Dobby is free to work where he wants to work. If he wants to work with me in the kitchen, making good food for friends and family, how is that wrong? You are worried about maintaining the slave caste system that has kept your people and mine from being friends. Well, I hope that one day we can destroy it. Harry beamed at Dobby, who was still cringing a bit as he washed the outside skins of the potatoes that they would be using as part of dinner. Do you have any questions for me? Harry asked. Juniper examined her very cute and comfortable shoes. She said nothing. Please stop with the judgments. Please stop being unkind to Dobby. If you can't, then go work elsewhere. I won't let him be abused by you or anyone else. Juniper looked up sharply at that. Master Harry was right with everything he said, but she didn't want to be sent away. It was warm here, and beautiful. The herb and vegetable gardens she started with Master Neville were going to be wonderful. Juniper is very sorry, Master Harry. I will try to do better. Please don't send me away. Harry looked at Dobby and looked back and nodded. Dobby stood straighter as Harry came over to start the rub on the roast. So, what did you think of that new maneuver on the broom? Harry asked. Dobby likes it very much, calling it the Dobby Squeal Special. Harry laughed and got out the garlic that Juniper had already peeled and prepped. Good one. Juniper stopped glaring, and realized that Master Harry was not the wizard he would have been if raised by Mistress Doria. Or even by Mistress Lily. He was a very unique mage, very kind, she'd be watching him. February 15th. Did Albus Dumbledore try to make another Dark Lord of Harry Potter? By Rita Skeeter. I have been sharing memory after memory of child abuse, Muggle-born, half-blood, and even pureblood children who had approached Albus Dumbledore for protection. Records of these poor children being hurt to the point of damaging their magic. Some were even killed by the so-called family that Dumbledore forced them to return to. Harry Potter begged Headmaster Dumbledore to stay in the castle, begged him to protect him from his Muggle relatives. Hospital records show that doctors, Muggle healers, had to fix broken bones more than once for the Potter boy. He was nearly killed after going back in the summer at the end of the last school year. And what did Albus Dumbledore want to do when it was discovered that Harry Potter was no longer with said Muggle family? He wanted to reunite them. Would Harry Potter have lived last summer if Dumbledore had gotten his way? If you think that this is an isolated incident, you are sadly mistaken. I have been sent pensive memories, letters, and journals of those unfortunates that are no longer with us. Pleas for help that were never heard or were dismissed by Albus Dumbledore, Transfiguration teacher, deputy headmaster, and headmaster. This evidence goes beyond naivete. This is criminal. He turned his back on children who were being abused. Children, some of whom wound up dead from abuse. Albus Dumbledore shouldn't be allowed within miles of a magical child, or squib for that matter. There is a pensieve on display under guard in the main lobby of the Daily Prophet with a sampling of these memories on constant repeat. The sound is only turned on for visitors with the privacy shield in place for the comfort of our staff. You are invited to see the proof. If you can stomach it. Thank you. Molly Weasley was furious. How dare Rita Skeeter imply that Harry Potter was abused? Ron would have said something. He met the boy on the train to Hogwarts. Ron said the boy was kind and caring. They shared food together. That meant something in the wizarding world. She sent a howler that let Rita know all of her feelings in detail. The letter back, written by Barnabas Cuff's secretary, had her really steamed. Mrs. Weasley. Your howler of February 15th was sent to the DMLE. Continued harassment of employees of the Daily Prophet will see you in court. You were told that we had proof. I had to move offices because I had to watch the memories time and again. They've finally moved it into my old office to prevent us from being upset. Come and see. And then tell me how great Dumbledore is. This is your only warning before litigation. Expensive litigation. Marigold Berkeley, Secretary. Molly turned off the stove. Normally, she'd start stew about this time. Well, food could wait. She needed to stew over this. She stormed to the newspaper's office and got an eyeful, and a huge blow to her hero worship. She returned home, wrote a letter without the name at the time, and then copied it 4 times, once for each boy still at Hogwarts. Ginny was left out as she had never met Harry. Questions about his initial appearance at school. Did he wear rags? Questions about his relatives, the castle he lived in. Was he really skinny? Fred and George's answers hurt the worst, as they played Quidditch with the lad. Very skinny, no wizarding casual clothes, only muggle ones worse than anything they owned at home. Holy, oversized, shoes held together with duct tape, though it didn't quack. Molly wrote an apology to Rita Skeeter for her howler and promised she'd never do it again. She collected up every book loaned, every object that Dumbledore had ever given them and put it in a box. She and Arthur would take it up to Hogwarts and give it to Professor McGonagall. They flued several parents and started a campaign to remove the man from Hogwarts. One of his most loyal minions had truly turned on Dumbledore. Her daily howlers to the headmaster became legendary. And she would haunt him until he died. March 7th. Algy Longbottom, following a tip from a certain underworld figure, came to the Muggle barn. His friends had sadly already taken care of the family, so he missed out on that fun. There it was, and was indeed beautiful. And huge. The biggest snake that he had ever seen, and it certainly wasn't native to Britain. Carefully levitating the huge being onto a wooden platform, he debated where to take it. Creating portkeys was illegal without a permit. One of the reasons why is that it was a way for the toffs to earn money. They had to be registered and all. Well, he had snuck in when his brother was getting those lessons, and knew how. And sold them underground at 10 times the legal rate, no questions asked, and provided them for other Death Eaters. Algy just didn't have the peerage for the license. Too bad they were so untraceable. Best take this beauty home and inform the others. Something this big? It just had to be related to their master, the Dark Lord. Wednesday, March 31st. Hedwig dived bomb towards the water. She almost had it this time. Soon, little fishy, you will be mine. The owl promised. Head, if you want a fish, I'll get you one. Surprised, she watched her boy summon the finger-length little fish into his hand. You understand me? Of course, I do. I've been talking to you for months now. You just don't usually respond. Well, of course, I can understand you. You're my boy. But you understanding me? That's. Yeah, unheard of. Call it Potter luck. I don't know. You're a great friend, Hedwig. So, now that you're talking to me, is there anything that you need? Better roost? Better food? Anything? Hedwig flew to his shoulder and rubbed her face into his cheek. More cuddles. I love you, my sweet little chick. I really do. Well, I'll make sure you get some every day, but I need to draw, paint, plan, and do schoolwork too. Hedwig admired the latest painting of her diving towards the sea. You are very good at that. Hedwig admired. Thank you. Harry kissed her on the top of her head and grabbed his brush. He was going to add some fishes to it. Thanks, Hedwig. I love being free. Me too, Chicky-Doo, me too. Through his open window. The sounds of the afternoon call came in. How did dolphins tell time? It was 3 o'clock, and time for their swim. Harry. 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 The chittering call came in. Hermione, ahead of him in preparation, was running down the hall with Luna, hand in hand. Harry quickly changed and was joined by a more reluctant Neville. What's wrong, Nev? I know that we have adults that are here to help, but I still. Then stay on the beach and look for interesting shells. Or plants, Harry suggested. Neville nodded. His uncle Algy had finally been arrested for attempted murder after several Aurors had seen the memories of Algy's interactions with Neville when he was younger. The news had him regressing. badly. Sirius was going to get him to a mind healer, but in the meantime, it was just about watching over him and being there. No one was rushing him into the water, and just by walking barefoot and beachcombing, the panic he felt was abating. They all had been reading the Daily Prophet's articles, and Neville decided to send in a doozy. When Neville was 4, being tossed off a pier in Blackpool, a drop of at least 5 meters, in early spring. Then when he was 8, how his uncle held him out the window in front of Dumbledore and dropped him when distracted, and all of the relatives were happy when Neville bounced. If he had been a squib, he would have been murdered in front of Dumbledore, and the old man never once heeded Neville's pleas for help, not once. Rita Skeeter had sent Neville a rare plant in thanks. She didn't have to tweak the story much at all. The truth brought tears to many eyes. And much gold to Rita's pockets. Only a few knew why Algie had tried to kill the boy, and they weren't sharing. The number of members of a certain tattoo club were dwindling away, but the few that remained were very loyal to the cause. Friday, April 2nd, the few remaining Death Eaters had decided to bring Voldemort back. They had to do something fast. Something was draining their magic from them. If they didn't, they were going to die. Or worse, lose their magic. Algie's arrest had spurred them to action. They had to do something, and now, they lost their portkey maker. Algie Longbottom had found a giant snake in brumation, hibernating, a few weeks before his arrest. He transported it to his home, and shared the news with his colleagues. They jumped to a conclusion. They had decided that this had to be their master and wanted to resurrect him to a proper body. A Parseltongue wizard, Kana Pottle, from India was contracted to speak to the giant thing to confirm it was the Dark Lord, and confirm the ritual they had to bring him back to power. The wizard hired was surprised, but the job had been contracted through several layers. Padma Patil's great-uncle was very aware that Harry Potter had left Hogwarts after only 1 year due to feeling unsafe. A boy, Neville Longbottom, that she liked, quiet and kind, had left at the winter holidays. Earlier this year, along with another student, rumors were rife that some monster had killed them both. Bringing back a Dark Lord was something that Ramrao Patil's uncle wanted nothing to do with. While thinking very fast, he decided to at least question this huge non-native snake. "Good morning, Great One. I have food for you, and some questions if you don't mind," Kana asked. "Speaker. This makes 2 that I have met. I am fortunate. I smell food but do not see it." "It is near. Where did you meet another speaker? Was he evil?" "What? No. That young man was very nice. Freed me from a place of captivity. I tried to find my way home but became lost. Can you help me find Brazil?" "Brazil? That is far away, and on another continent. Would you like to come to my home? It's warm there, and you are magnificent. Do you have prey there?" "Oh yes. Many rats and other vermin. You would help us and have a good place to live," Mr. Pottle assured. "We need to make a plan, or we are both going to die." Kana thought and thought fast. Purebloods, wealthy, sneaky, deadly. What was he going to do? Thanks to Arc Val for the thought. Bless you. A.N. Story Recommendations. Marcus Kyle, Story of the Week. Lily Leaves by Monbade. Lily had made contingency plans that didn't include an old whiskered wanker in it. She took Harry and bailed out. Equals goblin language percent equals phoenix speech equals dragon tongue Parseltongue. Galleon's Sickles K. Nuts Chapter 7 Growth. Chapter Summary. Easter brings a very special revival for the family. Harry listens A.N. Thanks to my wonderful beta, LTSHRIT4TH boys. Chapter 7 Growth. Friday, April 2nd. Sirius Private Island. You do know that this is a highly improper request, young man, Augusta stated. Harry looked down, tried to mumble apologies, before turning to slink away unseen. "Oh stop, I'm sorry for my tone. It's just that this is embarrassing, and such a stereotype." Harry showed her the list. He was learning to make some specialized magical brushes. For very fine work, a single strong hair was often used. The best, the most magical, came from a witch over the age of 60, from a mole on her face. He even had the right tweezers to collect it. completely non-magical. She plucked the perfect hair. Strong. Dan was having a blast playing with the woodworking tools and was making handles for his brushes. Thank you, my lady. I'm sorry for any embarrassment. Harry courtly bowed. Your family, Harry. You keep us safe here. The least I can do is help in your endeavors, now and then. Harry went back to work, and Augusta smiled. Neville stopped in to make sure that she was all right, and brought her some tea. Harry didn't say why, but was worried you were upset. Gran. Everything okay? Augusta sat on her private balcony, overlooking the water. Yes, my dear boy, I'm fine. How are you doing here in our new home? I'm happy, Gran, and feel that I have real friends for once. That was unexpected. She smiled. Yes, everything here was nice and unexpected. Even the odd requests being so very odd. Ooh. The curse for drinking unicorn blood continued, even affecting the Dark Lord's marked followers. Barty Crouch Jr. raised his wand. Talk to us, wizard. I was getting details. We need to make a potion. There's a book in an old manor. Kana lied. Kana Pottle was very aware that most pureblood wizards, at least those that this sort respected, came from manors. Manors that had libraries with family grimoires and super-secret secrets. If he hadn't been quite so concerned he was a snake handler and speaker, they didn't do, scared, he'd have rolled his eyes at that thought. Dawlish spat. That means that we need to bring in Snape. He's so snarky, and he's only a half-blood. He can brew anything though. And he hates Dumbledore just as much as we do. Only stays at Hogwarts on the Dark Lord's orders. Go get him. I can't be seen in public. Barty ordered. While the man identified as Dawlish went to fetch this Snape person, Kana started to talk to the snake again. Your master requests a meal. These are his preferences. Of course, Winky? A little elf popped in. Given a list and instructions, the little elf shivered at the sight of the giant snake. They'd been meeting in the basement of an obviously wealthy person's home. Kana, however, had no idea of where he'd been brought, so when he heard a door open at the front of the house, he didn't know that it signified the entry of the owner of the house, one Barty Crouch Sr. My father, blast. He's supposed to be in France. Quick, take our lord, and leave out the back, don't be seen. Kana took the huge snake, gently looping it around him, and left through a door that led into an enclosed back garden. The man apparated away to Gringotts, where he walked in and asked to speak to a certain account manager in Goblin. The large snake certainly got attention, and he had information that he didn't want to share with everyone. With the arrest of Auror Dawlish and Barty Crouch Jr., this uncovered a small nest of previously unknown Death Eaters. Some were active. Some were very much trying to lie low. The minister consulted with several others. She didn't want to start a war when there had been peace. The smart people in control decided on a course of action. If the Death Eaters had truly repented, had foregone any violence in the decade plus that the Dark Lord had been gone, and had committed no crimes, since they would merely be put on a sort of watch list, on probation. Free, but under scrutiny. Any further crimes would see them in Azkaban quickly. They were certainly encouraged to get their tattoos removed. People like both Barty Crouches were a different story. The father had used an unforgivable to control the son. The son was trying to bring back the Dark Lord with the help of his friends. Severus Snape was tried in secret, was found to be dark mark free, and declared innocent, but in public it was said he was like the others. In truth, in addition to Mr. Patil's warning to the ministry that something was up, Snape had also reported what was going on. He might be a terrible teacher to the younger years, but he was trying to protect his students. Kana Pottle and Severus Snape were honored with Orders of Merlin, 2nd class, for preventing the Dark Lord from returning, though the public reason was for potions research. Kana tried to argue about it, but Snape just glared and the man stayed quiet. The snake that Harry Potter had released the summer before his first year was so much happier in India rather than Great Britain, and kept the rodent population in the Pottle twins' hometown under control. A few months later, a small elf by the name of Winky joined the family in the Seychelles, and Harry sent Padma and Parvati seashell necklaces as a thank you for what their uncle had done. Well, the keys to a small dowry vault for each of them were the big part of the thank you, but the 4 of them had made the jewelry themselves in friendship. For Kana, they asked what he would like, and he asked for a couple of magical snakes that he couldn't legally buy in India but were legal to own. Harry worked with his contacts and soon Kana was working with Severus, providing snake eggshells, skin, venom, and even the occasional fang as potion ingredients. The pair soon earned the Order of Merlin again, and again. In bona fide potions research, of course. Augusta Longbottom was summoned into the Minister of Magic's office. Augusta had moved to the island full-time and was a welcome guest. She liked the atmosphere. She didn't know about the memory of Algy and Dumbledore that Neville sent, or the article subsequently published in the paper. The only use she had for the Daily Prophet was as a canary cage liner. Not that she deliberately subscribed looking for Dumbledore's picture to place in an opportune spot, that she kept copying over and over again for just that purpose. But elsewhere in Britain, the article was making waves in the DMLE, especially with Augusta's brother-in-law now accused of being a Death Eater. "Why?" Gwenog growled, shoving the article in the matron's hands. "Why, did you have so many spare grandchildren you could risk even one?" Augusta scanned quickly. She had been in the kitchens at the time of the incident. It was the boy's 8th birthday party. She'd been furious with Algy afterwards, but it had worked. Still, she should have known after he tried when Neville was only 4. She'd warned him then not to do anything to harm Neville again. "I have no excuse. I should have reported Algy for what he did when the boy was younger. This tradition of proving a child magical, that or killing them, should be illegal." "I'm glad you agree with that. Will you help write the bill? You can lead the charge. I can tell from your face you didn't hear the full circumstances," Minister Gwenog said through gritted teeth, handing the written report to Augusta. Neville's pleas for help were silenced with a wand. Albus stood there and watched. An enraged Augusta read out. "Dumbledore," she snarled. "Why didn't Neville tell me all this? That poor child. Tell me that you're going to legally tear Albus apart, or I may have to challenge him to a duel." At the minister's open-mouthed goggle, Madame Longbottom sat up proudly and declared, "Women's dueling champion, 1950 to 1955. I retired to have Frank, but I've kept in practice." Her face looking just as fierce, she asked, "Has anyone any theories on why Neville didn't? Confide in me. I would have listened and done something at the time, I swear I would have." "Our best guess would be that when Neville got his new wand this year, not only did it break a suppression bind on his magic, but it may have also broken a memory charm, so the boy didn't remember all the details. Especially about Dumbledore being present." The minister paused significantly. The minister held Augusta's eyes for a moment as if gauging her response to the next bit. "I can't charge Dumbledore with anything now. The man is dying, and by the time the appeals for delays, for technicalities, all that would have been done was to waste resources. Let's just prevent another child from being killed this way." Augusta stood and shook the woman's hand, tears in her eyes. "By chance, do you know where Harry Potter is staying? He is your daughter-in-law's godson," Minister Jones asked gently. "I've seen him several times in the distance over the last several months. You do know that he is friends with Fred and George Weasley? Well, I will answer you differently. He is not staying at Cherry Hill, but then, if he was, would I advertise it? Neville is homeschooling? With very advanced tutors. Do you know that he is taking both arithmancy and ancient runes? And Muggle studies. He's flying. And has visited several art museums learning about history. A far, far better curriculum than Hogwarts." With a gleam in her eye, the former dueling champion intoned, "I believe I'm going to engage a new tutor. A dueling master. Just 1 day a week. Let him see if he'd like it." "That sounds expensive." An arched eyebrow. "The next Lord Longbottom will be far better educated than his father. And he won't have Dumbledore trying to get him killed. My poor Frank. The man said it was safe to come out of hiding. Dumbledore was wrong. Again." Augusta's old-fashioned trained dress swept behind her as she made her way to the door. "That man is not who you want for your ICW representative, head of Hogwarts, or in charge of a Krupp. Be careful, Madam Minister. Be very careful. I look forward to your draft just as soon as you can, and thank you, Dowager Lady Longbottom." Augusta nodded and moved swiftly to the lifts. Augusta wanted to kill him, but he was dying. Frank, Neville, Alice. Dumbledore was death to her family. She'd see what she could do to protect others. She would definitely pick up extra copies of this latest article. Her poor birds needed the target practice. The Minister of Magic was quietly fuming. As for Dumbledore, Horace was right. The price for getting Dumbledore's help was a few things that she agreed to, all reasonable, in a signed contract. There was just one little issue. There was another invisible side to the contract Gwenog almost signed. Only due to Sluggy's insight into the Headmaster had he protected her, and she signed a very different copy. Dumbledore would be tipped off though if she actively went against him, which was why she hadn't. Not yet. Minerva was effectively in charge of Hogwarts now, but the minute that Dumbledore was dead, she'd act to secure a better representative. Perhaps an appeal to slow down. Allow these false accusations to die down. With both Barty Crouches in jail, and wasn't it telling that Dumbledore wanted them kissed? What could they possibly know? She sat down to make a plan. She wasn't a Slytherin just because she loved green. It was a coincidence that it was the same as the Holy Head Harpies after all. Easter holiday. Thursday, April 8. Arthur Weasley was ready. The blood feud was dying between House Weasley and Malfoy. He still hadn't told Molly everything. He was waiting for the opportune moment. Now, he was focused on the situation with Draco. Arthur had already been to Hogwarts twice about the guardianship issues. The boy had to be placed before the school year ended. Without gold, none of the other dark families wanted to sponsor the spoiled brat, and Draco thought that the ministry had taken it all. And the Malfoy regent was wisely keeping her actions very secret. With the supposed sale of the manor, Sally Fortescue had conspired with the goblins. The gold stolen from the Weasleys long ago had been returned. The manor was supposedly sold, but was really being held in trust while undergoing a deep cleanse of dark magic. This wasn't theft of Draco's inheritance, but a way of saving it from the ministry who had already fined the Malfoy estate for Lucius' dark object collection by confiscating everything there and keeping the reclaimed precious metals and gems. Without gold as a motive to help Draco, no one from his father's social circle offered to host the child. A non-occurrence that Arthur thanked Providence for. Then he remembered that hadn't been completely true. Walden McNair had stepped forward and was filling out the parchment when he saw what the oath included. He suspiciously tried to leave the office quickly. Arthur had him stunned and bound, and asked the new minister to attend them there. She insisted on the Veritaserum before he was revived. What he had planned for the boy in revenge for Lucius welching out on debts to McNair was beyond sick and criminal. It led to the man's arrest and incarceration. But Arthur still had the problem of placing Draco. With no magical orphanages, his choices were few. Could he do this? Yes, he could. He had spoken to Goldrub, the black account manager. There was no chance that Draco was being taken in by the current Lord Black. Which he already knew, as Percy had told him directly. Apparently, Narcissa was still missing. Rumors of her running away after Lucius left for regions unknown with his mistress abounded, and Rita Skeeter was making gold from whispers and innuendo. Taking a deep breath, and taking the opportunity to get this settled during Easter break, as none of his brood came home, he met Draco on the much-reduced train. The boy looked around as though waiting for a known servant to collect him. "Mr. Malfoy? Ready to go meet your new caregivers?" Draco Malfoy looked resigned. His head of house, Mrs. Vance, had given him a difficult choice. Try to play nice with the Muggles. Or have his magic bound and be obliviated. Either way left him in the same place. Only one was permanent. He wanted to keep his magic. Professor McGonagall had replaced all of the heads of houses after her far too busy summer. She was down to one job: teaching. The deputy she hired was an American wizard who couldn't stand Dumbledore or what he had done to Hogwarts. All of the houses had new heads, and Emmeline Vance was head of Slytherin House. Draco returned to the present after his reminiscing and turned to Arthur Weasley. "I will take this opportunity for a new home." Draco spat, clearly angry, and likely scared, but he was far above Muggle filth. He just had to figure out a way to learn a few spells after getting his wand back. "This is temporary. In less than 5 years, I'll reach my majority and be Lord Malfoy. I'll have my house, and never have to go back," Draco declared. Did someone obliviate the boy? Or did he not understand? "Your manor was confiscated by Lord Black in repayment of the broken marriage contract. It had been a gift to your missing mother," Arthur reminded him. That had been serious contribution before stepping down as Lord Black. The manor was being held in trust to see what Draco would become without his parents' influence. Arthur contended, "You still have a small inheritance, your school vault, and your broom. The Malfoy portraits were auctioned off, but we did manage to save your great-great-aunt Cassiopeia from the auction so that she can instruct you later. Of course, you can't have it during the summer. In fact, please put your wand in your trunk. That will be coming with me. You don't need it for Easter break." "But what about summer? How will I practice magic without a wand? Get my school things?" Draco demanded. "You'll have an opportunity to get your new school things and do your summer homework during the last few days of the holiday. My family is going to Egypt for the summer. But we'll all go shopping when we return." Draco had stopped. His trunk following behind him had run into the back of his legs a little painfully at the suddenness. Pulling his wand, Draco yelled, "What? No. You're only doing this because of the blood feud," he accused. Summoning Draco's wand, Arthur explained, "The blood feud is now at an end because you have lost everything that your ancestors stole from mine. They used that money to invest in illegal businesses. I am glad for the end of it. Our orchards will bloom again, and we can control the number of children we have. You should be thankful too, as your family can have as many children with magic as you wish." Draco's nostrils flared. He barely remembered an older sister with hair of gold and asked about her only once. His father's words, "You have no sister," was one thing. His physical reaction showed that to be a lie. Why would the man backhand him so hard that Draco fell, if he had never had a sister? This situation was intolerable. "We are going into the Muggle world. I sent clothes for you to wear. Did you bring them?" "They are in the trunk. I didn't want my friends seeing me in a costume as a Muggle." Draco sneered. Actually, he had been left alone with just Pansy and her friends as companions. People were starting to distance themselves. "I brought something with me if this happened." Arthur did a silent switching spell right there on the platform. Draco's robes were now in the bag. The boy was now dressed in some of his children's well-loved clothes, including a hand-knit maroon jumper with the letter R. "I look ridiculous," Draco complained. Arthur gave him the emergency portkey to wear. "Look. Both our world and theirs can be dangerous. This is an emergency portkey that will take you to St. Mungo's if you are badly hurt. Do not take it off. Not even to bathe, do you understand?" Drago looked at the pendant in absolute horror. "Yes, but, he wanted to object. "Draco. I'm told that you tried to find someone to take you in. I tried as well. People fear your father, and they fear you. You don't have wealth anymore. What about Minister Fudge? He's no longer minister and you can't live with him as he's in Azkaban. I would suggest that you take this vacation as an opportunity to think about your actions these last 2 years. And think about how to make new friends." Completely panicked, Draco tried to run away, but Arthur was ready for that. He forced a calming potion on the boy and tried to reason with him. "If you antagonize the people where you are going, you won't like the consequences. Your only choices are this, or having your magic bound and being made to forget about magic. When my father returns, he will rescue me, and kill your entire family. I just hope I get to watch." Arthur sat down on Draco's trunk and gave him 2 quick swats to his backside. "It's intolerable that you would think such things. But to say them aloud, you were given the choices. Now, do you want to go to this home, or go to the ministry and have your magic bound?" Knowing he didn't want to lose his magic, Draco apologized insincerely. The Malfoy boy added, "I don't want to go, but since it is my only option, I will. I'm going to cast a charm on you that will help you not say the word magic. I promise, it will not hurt you." Allowing someone named Weasley cast at him was the hardest thing that Draco had ever done. But the older man hadn't lied. It didn't hurt. Draco was asked to try to say the word magic, and found he couldn't. Good. The ride there was an education in itself. The Muggle train underground was crowded and full of all sorts of people. The short bus ride to the home gave him a window onto a whole new world. "Draco, this is Director Jeff Smith. Mr. Smith, this is Draco Malfoy." The director was in his early 40s and extremely fit. His light brown hair was cut short, and he wore no facial hair at all. His bright blue eyes noted where Draco was looking, and it wasn't on him. Draco's attention really wasn't on the Muggle he was shaking hands with. Rather, it was focused on the loud box with moving pictures. The children's intake had a television in the corner. A show with talking animated animals was on. "What is that?" Draco asked. He had almost asked what kind of magic it was, but the charm that Mr. Weasley cast on him was helping. "Children's shows. I see here that your parents never let you watch telly before. Well, we don't see anything wrong with it. Mr. Weasley, I see that Draco, what an unusual name, has been living in an isolated community. No electricity. Well, you'll learn it in no time. Let me take you on a tour. You'll be sharing with Matt Davis, who's helping in the kitchen right now. Can you peel and slice?" Mr. Smith asked gently. "Yes." Mr. Weasley nudged him. "Please use your manners, Mr. Malfoy." "Yes, sir. I can slice, dice, peel and chop." Draco was actually very talented when it came to potions. Something his parents had ensured before he reached Hogwarts. Proper ingredient preparation was only taught to Slytherins in their common room, but Professor Snape was most exacting, and wouldn't hesitate to ask for assistance if anyone was found wanting, much to Crabbe and Goyle's dismay. "Good. You'll be on the rota to help in the kitchen. If there's something you don't know how to do, it's all right. Just ask," the director stated. Draco nodded. It didn't take them long to tour the house. Draco was shown the controls for the shower. Remember to use the fan, the lights, and was surprised at the small library. Books? But the pictures don't, so bright. Draco's cover story was that he was raised in a primitive commune when his parents went missing and were presumed no longer living. Draco was introduced to Mrs. Cook, the lady in charge of overseeing the housekeeping and Jeff's assistant. "Your cousin is going to come and check on you. So young, only 18, so she can't be expected to go to uni and care for a child. Poor dears." Mrs. Cook tutted as she bustled about her duties. "Don't be surprised if Dora's hair is a little surprising. Very nice young lady," Arthur shared. Draco snorted and apologized at Arthur's sharp look. "Draco, why don't you go watch the television while I finish up with Mr. Weasley?" Jeff Smith asked kindly. The director waited. "You tried to warn me he was spoiled. We won't push him too hard. If you ever feel unsafe, call this number." Arthur handed him a business card. "Has he been prone to physical violence?" Jeff asked. "Not that I have ever heard of. Verbal bullying, yes. I have never heard of him being in a fight," Mr. Weasley reassured. "Not yet at least. Time would tell." There were only a few short days to this visit and Draco would head back to Hogwarts. But oh, how he was going to learn. These people would be sending Draco back, after him getting a chance to watch football on Muggle telly, and a cricket game which he couldn't follow in the least. The boys his age got him outside. Other than using his hands at first because he kept forgetting, he got the hang of footy, and he was good too. Maybe instead of the seeker position at school, he should try out faux chaser? Saturday, April 10th. Dora Tonks took Draco and Matt to a film. Jurassic Park had just been released. Draco's respect for the Muggles jumped up amazingly. They could make creatures like that. Ones scarier than dragons. Dora promised to take them again during the summer to another movie, or maybe the zoo. Matt nodded. He was very tongue-tied around Draco's pre-grown-up cousin. Tonks saw them safely back and checked the time. She had a portkey to take to meet with her new beau and waved goodbye before disappearing around the corner. Draco started to write a letter to Pansy about it and realized that no one his age wrote letters here. It was just one of many, many differences from what he was used to. After a brief meeting with her parents, Tonks spent time with her boyfriend before he had to go teach. He was a bit older than her. Enough so that it made her father uncomfortable. They didn't ask for his permission to date yet though. The problem was his glamour. In order to gain clients who would actually employ him, he used hair coloring charms to add hints of gray, and tried to speak as a cultured middle man instead of appearing his actual age of 28. But he was very good at his job. For now, they were keeping their relationship casual, but she enjoyed being with him very much. Luna had tried to hide her discontent, but her father caught her frown. "I'm sorry we haven't found any crumple-horned snorkaks yet, Crumbcake," Zeno offered. "Daddy, everyone knows that they live far to the north. Well, cold. They would never live on a tropical island." Luna turned to him. "Neville isn't the one. But without going to a public school, how will I find him? And how will he find the right one? We love each other as family, but... Luna broke down into tears. She had seen Harry and Hermione taking a stroll along the beach, collecting shells, talking to the birds. She envied Hermione so much, talking to animals. Do you want me to talk to his godfathers? Offer for you? She saw different timelines, ones of war where they were a trio, times of conflict only, never in peace. This path was so unexpected. Remus was a wolf, through and through. One mate. So was Emma, though she called it being a mother dragon. Several species of dragon mated for life as well. Dumbledore won't live forever. You could go back to Hogwarts, or attend one of the other magical schools in the world. We could go to a different one each year. Are there any that have a good magical creatures class? Hogwarts wasn't the best at anything right now except transfiguration and charms. Seattle Sorcerer's Academy has those magical whales and puffins and all sorts of things. One of Mr. Scamander's friends teaches there. Very smart. And if she remembered right, Seattle was near Alaska. They had never looked for crumbled horned snorkaks there. Luna smiled. She'd miss Harry terribly, but really, it was for the best. Neville had never shown one bit of interest in her in the least. A few years away to grow up would do them both good. Sunday, April 11th. Master Titian was happy with Harry's 7th attempt at his parents' portraits. Not that the other ones were tossed away or anything. But the light, the balance, the poses, the light shining off of windows, James's glasses, and even the diamond of Lady Potter's wedding ring were perfect. I will teach you the spell to transfer memories of a person to their portrait. Whether it will work or not with a pensieve, I do not know. But you can try. The man, breath smelling sweetly of his favorite mint, clove and anise, whispered, Vitae Memoriam. Life's memories? That was the secret spell? Seriously? Harry himself had invented 4 other spells and decided to show them to his master. Oh, this is nice. And this one? This one I'm not too sure of. Oh, now this, my boy, this is a very nice spell. All were attempts at imbuing memories into a moving picture, or in the case of dolphins, their happy chitterings. Master Giovanni, sir. I don't understand. If this is such a secret, why are you happy about these spells? My dearest apprentice. The secret isn't the spell, or the memories, or the grind of the pigments. It's you and the connection with magic and art and the subject. Harry paced to the window, ignoring the sea turtle swimming nearby, and the call of the seabirds to contemplate that thought. Remus came in just then and wanted to talk to Signor Titian and asked for a moment. Harry nodded, and Remus raised a privacy charm. Sirius and Remus had caught the end of the discussion between apprentice and master. Remus asked for a private word as Sirius left to go check on the special Easter dinner preparations. Remus surmised. That's why your field has so few masters. This is such a rare combination of talents. You have to be artistic, and empathetic, and a mage. Most mages are arrogant, self-promoting, bombastic. You'll find very few who are empathetic. Master Titian assured. I feel that our Bambino here will be not just a great talent, but a great teacher. Have you seen him with Luna and the others? That sea turtle. Now, granted, not all students have access to such expensive equipment like the pensieve that can pause a memory. Harry painted that sea turtle so well, one feels that he is swimming right there next to him. Ah, even I cannot do so. And to create spells that will include the animal languages? This is all groundbreaking. I look forward to the day that we can come out from hiding and put some of his work on display. Even now, at his young age, he would have many petitioning to have Harry paint for them, Giovanni concluded. And this is without anyone knowing he is Celebrita. Remus nodded. At least Harry is in the position to be able to pick and choose his clients wisely. No need to deal with certain types just for money. Signor Titian nodded sagely. A trap I wish all of the apprentices of the world could avoid. Remus dropped the charm, and tilted his head to let Harry know they were done. Harry walked over and patted his master's arm. Thank you for teaching me how to get an echo of my parents back, sir. An echo? Yes. I like that expression. You make up a new spell using that phrase, young apprentice, and we'll publish it in your master's work. Resonare Vitae Memoriam? Harry asked. Perfect? Harry reread the grimoire of his family. Bless whatever elf risked their life to save it from destruction. Remus had found it in the family vault with the projection pensieve. The ritual bowl and athame were ready, just in case. Harry didn't want anyone to know about this. Only Remus knew about the ring, and even he didn't know what Harry was about to attempt. What no one had ever attempted before. It was something of a resurrection ritual in a way. The paintings were ready. The spell was ready. The ring was ready. Harry gazed into the loving eyes of his parents. A rub of the stone, and their spirits were there. Resonare vitae memoriam. Harry breathed. Let my parents' memories be restored. And on that Easter Sunday, just before the family dinner, Harry cast. He waited for 3 breaths, and Lily Potter moved. "Oh, Harry? Is that you, my son?" Lily Potter asked. "Harry, how is this possible?" James demanded in an amazed voice. "Mum, Dad, it worked, it worked. Oh, I have so much to ask you." Harry just stood and held loving faces in his sight for a time. James and Lily Potter, with a lifetime of memories and stories, were brought to painted life. Remus and Sirius had come to the ballroom to drag Harry to the dining room. Prongs. Lily Flower. Padfoot breathed. Remus had tears flowing, and grabbed Harry in a hug. He thought he knew how, but also knew how to keep a secret. Brilliant cub. Just brilliant. The Potters joined the family to share stories with their son, and their friends. And the new friends gathered together to enjoy food and drink in celebration that families are forever. Luna and Zeno seemed a bit subdued. Wait until they saw Harry's next project. Harry had already done several sketches of Mrs. Lovegood until Zeno had chosen the last. Now, it was a matter of getting it just right. Harry kept the true secret to his success very quiet. No one was going to learn about the stone from him. After the pre-teens and teenagers went to play some games together, Giovanni asked for a word with the adults of the group. Zeno excused himself. He still wasn't really a part of the guardianship over Harry, and didn't want to intrude on a private conversation. Master Titian pointed out something that everyone there seemed to be taking for granted. Harry Potter is a very powerful young man. Very powerful. Few students his age can approach the sort of level needed for magical portraiture. The combination of that, his language skills, not to mention his artistic skills, are incredible. This young man is truly remarkable. And yet, he doesn't seem to know just how powerful he is. Andy took out a Merlin orb. She passed it around the table. The lowest numbers, unsurprisingly, came from Dan and Emma, well above the single digits which a true Muggle would have. The adults in the room were all extremely powerful. Sirius, Andromeda and Tonks all measured in the Magus levels. Remus was even stronger, which was no doubt due to his Muggle-born mother Hope Lupin née Jenkins. Ted was strong as well. It wasn't that the group was unaware that Harry was powerful, they were all teaching him. After all, it was just that they were not teaching in a public school where the average magical power levels were far below what Giovanni was seeing here. You do need to tell Harry that he is a mage at some point. Not tonight or anything. But there will be other artists jealous of his abilities, and accusing him of dark rituals to increase his power. Master Titian advised. The boy is as light can be. A phoenix would not have stopped by to chat if it were not so, Andy defended. Emma turned to a recent sea turtle painting and the portrait of Miss Hedwig. I do not think that Harry and Luna would have the affinity for magical creatures that they have if either were of a dark nature. Harry's upbringing could have easily turned him towards that path. His choices make all the difference. And I will try very hard to make sure he stays on this path while he is a member of my family. All of the adults in attendance lifted their glasses in silent agreement to that plan. Later that night, Remus saw lights on in the ballroom. Why was Harry painting so late? As he walked in the unlocked doors, Dora quickly covered herself with the silk fabric that had been artistically arranged around her. Seeing Master Giovanni with brushes in hand, and Dora appearing to be naked had Mooney's inner wolf howling in protest. You dare take advantage of a daughter of the house? Here? Now? Paints, brushes, and painting easel were all knocked aside as Remus attacked the man physically. He wasn't that much younger than himself. The poor man's nose was broken in the first strong punch. Fortunately for the rest of the artist, the no longer reclining Auror found her wand and froze the werewolf in place. He wobbled and fell over, face up, and couldn't even talk. She wasn't naked. Well, by wizarding standards perhaps. She was wearing a fairly skimpy bikini as Giovanni painted her. She didn't mind the man using his imagination for the bits that were covered. She just wasn't ready to pose for him in the altogether. Being near the vicinity of her parents, cousin, honorary uncle, and a house full of children might have also had something to do with that reticence. Uncle Mooney. He was painting me. I couldn't very well have him paint me in his bungalow. What would mother say to me being with a man in his home? Alone? She rushed over to her bow and applied several healing charms that had his face back to normal fairly quickly. She left Remus on the floor, but he could hear murmured words and soft kisses being exchanged. My painting. It's ruined, Master Titian wailed. A huge splash of turquoise was over the middle of it. Tonks actually liked it. A lot. Very modern. He started to banish it, but she did the honors, but instead of going to the rubbish bin, she banished it to her room. I should have told people our plans. Remus here is very worried about security for the house. It's late, love. I'll go up to my room. Tonks put on her robe. Ah, now that is a crime. To hide such natural beauty. When can I see you again? My beautiful Nym-Pha Dora? I have tomorrow off. Since your school is also out for the holiday, I thought maybe we could. See. Yes, my dove. Anything you want. Let us talk together tomorrow. Giovanni looked down at the interloper, alone. Before she left, Tonks cancelled the charm that held Remus in place. So? It's okay to call you by your first name now, Nymphadora? Dora stalked back to give her non-verbal answer to that query. Mooney's boy Bits really wished that he had kept his mouth shut. Really. Monday, April 12th. Return to Hogwarts. Draco would never admit it, but he had more fun and felt more companionship in one weekend with the Muggles than he had ever felt at home. And the storybooks. He started an illuminated treasure island, but one of the younger children saw it. She was blonde, and had gray eyes. She reminded him of someone from long ago. He read it out loud to her and she climbed up into his lap to be able to see the pictures better. The director took a picture of them like that and led the girl back to her room after the story was finished. He later gave Draco a framed copy to take to school as a gift. It was a paper frame that Nicole made for Draco all by herself. The glitter was getting everywhere though. Not that he cared. Draco had been a part of something. By the time he was headed back to Hogwarts, he had discovered a whole new world. Director Smith took him on a Muggle bus back to the train station. There was Dean Thomas. Dean. This is Mr. Smith, director of the house where I am staying. Sir, this is Dean Thomas. He plays football at school and does really well. Maybe I can get some pointers. You do that, Draco. Either myself or someone will come pick you up at the end of the year. Have a good rest of the term, gentlemen. The man turned to try and catch the return bus. Thank you, sir. Draco called to the retreating man. So, may I call you Dean? Sorry for not asking first. Dean nodded, completely bewildered. The boys headed to the train together. I played footy over the weekend and watched it twice. Set times and everything, very smart. And the bright lights. They could play at night without magic. So, can you tell me what the different positions are and teach me how to really play? I want to be ready when I go back. Seamus saw Dean, and Ron joined in, and soon a few other people showed up when they saw small objects being used to diagram a football game. The trolley came by, and Draco used some of his allowance to buy small treats to share with Dean and the others. Ron felt it too. The hostility was gone. The blood feud had been all but nullified, and Draco and Ron had a chance to actually be civil to one another. Dean promised to organize a pickup game this coming Saturday. Malfoy was already starting to become a non-entity at school. Being frozen out, and bullied for losing everything was a new experience. He was no longer threatening people with his father. Draco was smart, and good at charms and potions. He might be poor, or rather, not very well off. But with magic, he could do anything, be anything. He didn't have to stay poor. And now, after this weekend, he no longer felt the sting of being on the outside anymore. And now he had a goal. He wanted a house with electricity, a television, and he definitely wanted to go to more movies. When Dora wrote to IM, he did want to make sure that there were no dinosaurs at the zoo that she planned to take him to during the summer break. Dora's reply to his anxious query wasn't 100% reassuring. She merely said she wasn't sure about this zoo she was taking him to, but she'd check and get back to him, but she was pretty sure that the safety protocols would be better. Hermione came by as Harry set up his easel on the deck. No, just no, never. No, Hermione stated unnecessarily. Harry had already been told. Emma was first. Then Dan. Twice. Then Remus. Then Zeno, and Harry didn't even know that he knew. Then Neville stumbled about for 15 minutes before he stuttered it out. Then Luna. Luna. Who didn't care about such things? Sirius was the only one, and here he was. Hermione just left. And everyone else has already told me that I am not allowed to paint nudes until I am at least 60, and then never around them. Does that cover it? I think that everyone is being very closed-minded about the whole thing. In fact, I have a nude model. You just can't tell anyone else, Sirius stated. He promptly turned into Padfoot and exposed his belly for scratching, something that Harry couldn't resist doing. That's most kind of you. Really, thank you, but I have a very important project going, so if you don't mind. Hermione wandered by. Apparently she had heard a part of the nude model offer and wanted to make sure that Harry was safe. Which he was, and he tried to tell Hermione again that he respected her boundaries and wouldn't ask. Neville blasted past at a fast run. Harry tried to ignore everything except for the angelic face of Luna's mother. He had a person to restore to their family. Wednesday, May 5th, Ministry of Magic holding cells. An anonymous message was sent to Minister Jones in regards to Narcissa's location. She was tried with veritaserum, a change in the law there. It was claimed that Friends of Britain had imprisoned her to keep the country safe from you-know-who, as her husband planned to kill not only Harry Potter but several unworthy students. The questioning proved that Narcissa had plotted with Lucius. Yes or no? Did you plan to kill anyone at Hogwarts? Her occlumency had rather taken a beating over the last few months, and she spat out the truth. That she wished that Harry Potter would die, along with several other groups of students. Muggleborn, squibs like Neville Longbottom, and certainly anyone with red hair. That last one made no sense to Minister Jones. After all, sometimes the Harpies would sport green or gold hair in support of a certain game day. She shuddered to think of some of the other teams that had red that did the same. Narcissa was convicted, but before being returned to Azkaban, she was given permission to meet with her son, if he agreed to see her. A child who had just spent a short holiday in a Muggle foster home, and had enjoyed every minute. Draco had questions. The little girl at the home could have been a Malfoy by looks, which had led him to remember another girl. He needed to know about her. He eagerly agreed to meet Narcissa. After all, this was his mother, and he had missed her very much. Wearing second-hand informal robes, as Draco didn't want to invest his limited funds in anything better when he couldn't wear them during the summer, he was led to a small, enclosed room in the ministry. Oh, my boy has grown so much, Narcissa cried and ran to give him a warm embrace. Mum. Draco saw that his mother had aged greatly since he last saw her, but she was still mother. Narcissa stopped him from hugging her and held him at arm's length. Draco. Where are your manners? And what are you wearing under these robes? Are those cloth shoes? The disparaging tone hurt. Draco's heart fell. They're sports shoes, Mum. They allow me to run and play football. My dragonhide boots don't work well on wet grass. I fell on my bum many times trying before I got these. Draco struggled to hug her. Can't I hug you, Mum? You are not acting your station. What has happened to you? You are showing emotions, trying to embrace me without restraint. You are acting like a Weasley. They told me terrible things. Is it true that you live with Muggles? How awful. They haven't hurt you, have they? No, Mother. Draco, heartbroken, put on the formal mask. I am very happy in my new home. I haven't been hurt by a single spell from an angry parent, nor have I been forced to go to my rooms while other people were entertained before I expressed magic. I have been included, read to and have read stories to younger children. I have been to the cinema and rode a bus. I have seen great and wondrous inventions. Draco. You almost sound admiring of those animals. Those animals took me in when I was abandoned by my parents. I didn't abandon you. I was kidnapped and forced into Azkaban. I don't know how, and now I have to return there, despairing of my only child. You need to escape. Narcissa ordered. Escape? And have my magic bound and be obliviated? Where is your Slytherin cunning? I only have 4 more years before I am 17, and then I can make my own choices of where I live. And you know what? If I owned our old house, I would fill it with other orphans. Give people like Nicole a place to live. We should be able to visit the Muggle world, but instead, I am being forced to live with Muggles, and not be allowed to talk about magic. That isn't right. There should be a nice foster home like where I live but in the magical world. A guard peeked in the door and called, 5 minutes, and re-closed the door. Draco didn't have time for finesse. I have a very important question for you. Did I have a sister? I need to know the truth. Narcissa sighed. Yes. When she didn't get her Hogwarts letter, I wrote to Andy, my sister, and made arrangements for her to move there. Lucius found out and was furious. He used the oaths that bound me to him in marriage to keep the truth from coming out. But you did have magic, and she is no longer alive. I wanted her to live. I swear on my magic. I wanted Celeste to live. Celeste. So that was her name. There's a child in the home where I live that reminds me of her. It might be a true sister to you. Narcissa shared with a sneer. Your father was not faithful to me, and you are old enough to know. There are potions that can reveal such things. Perhaps Severus would help you. Why didn't he take you in? I begged him to, but Dumbledore is blocking it for now. I think he wanted me to lose my magic. Potions Master Snape offered to take me in, but where I am it is designed for children. I would be so bored and have nothing to do where he lives. But you would be in the magical world. He's a prince. Of House Prince I mean. Dumbledore likely blocked him from that as well, meddling old fool. Mother, now that we only have a few minutes, may I please hug you? As soon as you tell me that you renounce all of this Muggle business, I love you, but I will not have you embracing the Dirt Dwellers. An Auror came in. Hug your mother, lad. She's going away for 10 long years. You'll be, what, 23 when she's out. Plenty of time for a future if she minds her manners later. Draco opened his arms, but the cold woman walked away. Tonks, standing behind him, took the weeping child into her arms as Narcissa was led away. It's all right, there, Draco. I'm here for you, lad. I'm here for you. That wasn't your mum talking, but a show for all of us half-bloods. You'll see. It'll be all right. Come on, we have time for a walk in Diagon Alley before I have to take you back. Let's get you a treat or something. No, I don't want our ice cream out to be spoiled by this memory. Tonks held the boy. Whatever you want. I personally don't think she means it. I'll check in with her later. He should be allowed to ride to you after all. And you her. Draco looked up at Tonks. Really? Yep. Now, if you don't mind me stopping by, I need some triple chocolate death. I miss my boyfriend. Come on. Doesn't that sound good? Wiping his eyes and straightening his clothes, Draco asked quietly, that sounds very nice. Thank you. May I have a small sundae? Sure, love. Anything you want. Tonks shared. Wishing that her aunt would pass away in Azkaban before returning to Draco's life, she walked him to Diagon Alley where his older sister not only lived, but worked. Not that Tonks knew it yet. Fate had a very different family reunion in mind. Tonks and Draco ate small sundaes on the patio outside. The weather really wasn't warm enough to sit outside for ice cream, but the warming charms made it nice. The helper was someone new to Tonks, and she confided that Mr. Fortescue's daughter was very busy with a grown-up job now, and she was here to help out. My name is Rebecca. Nice to meet you, the girl offered. Draco sounded out the name Rebecca in his mind. He had no wizarding relatives of that name, but Tonks introduced them both, and the girl went back inside. For the first time ever, the term mudblood did not go through his mind in wondering if the server was Muggleborn or not. It was a huge step forward for the young wizard. Sally was busy at Gringotts and arrived just 3 minutes after the pair left to return to Hogwarts. Had Draco seen her that day, he would have recognized her immediately. Her new wand had wiped away the past memories and had changed her appearance. There was no mistaking her parentage, for those who bothered to look. Tonks pulled out a mirror after dropping Draco back at school. Tears in her eyes, Sirius black. That bad, huh? Sirius refrained from teasing her anymore. The family knew about Moony catching Master Titian painting a scantily clad Miss Tonks. Padfoot had howled at some of the aftermath, including a formal declaration of courtship from the man to erase any impropriety. Italian magical culture was still stuck in a former century as well, but he was not bringing up her non-middle-age beau right now. Sirius, look. I'm not old enough in the Muggle world, but Draco is convinced that little Nicole is a witch. Mum and I talk. I know that you saved Malfoy Manor to return to him if Draco changed his ways. He faced up against Narcissa and said if he owned Malfoy Manor he would turn it into a children's home for people like him and Nicole. I'm willing to live there and take care of him when I'm off, but I would need help. Maybe we could hire some people to take care of the kidlets. She puffed, unsure of how this would affect her long-distance relationship with Giovanni. As it was, she was spending time with him every weekend, even if it was just for a few hours. Portkeys never made her sick, she had a trick for them. Can you please think about it? I'll help of course. I can't think of a better use of Lestrange gold than to take care of little ones likely orphaned by monsters like them. Tonks finished. Sirius brushed back his hair. I can't live there, Dora. I can't bring Harry there, not after, caregivers, huh? Well, we'll get the Malfoy Regent to hire enough people to hire caregivers for the two of them. Maybe Andy can come visit sometimes, over the summer. We travel a lot. Yeah, that could work. I think it's a nice idea. Coordinate with Arthur. You'll have to adopt Nicole or get one of the caregivers to do so in the Muggle world. He'll know. I approve of the idea in principle. Let me talk to the others here, and Tonks, thanks for all you're doing for Draco. Some would have just abandoned him, bound his magic, and tossed him away. You helped us all see that sometimes second chances aren't a waste. Tonks nodded. I won't tell him until things are more in place, but thank you. One thing that happened with Narcissa being outed to be in Azkaban was that after checking all of the cells twice, Sirius Black was noticed to be missing. After negotiations with the ICW, he turned himself in and was given a fair trial. This time he was found innocent. The Minister of Magic in London heard about it, and made sure that all arrest warrants for the man were cancelled, and had the news published in the Daily Prophet. There would be safeguards in future trials going forward, and a review of cases like Sirius Black's. That didn't mean that anyone was planning on moving back to Blighty anytime soon. Magical Britain was still struggling with prejudice though, and the family planned to stay away to remain safe. Wednesday, June 16, Hogwarts Infirmary. Alistair Moody was a man of integrity. Very few things could work to bribe him. But Dumbledore had something that the man wanted. The last Horcrux of Tom Marvolo Riddle, Albus, didn't have much time left. He needed to see the boy now. All of the healers agreed. His time grew short. The school year was done, and the children had gone home. Neville had fled the school at Yule, never once coming to aid Dumbledore in his quest to end Voldemort. The boy was as useless as Algy said. Never mind that Severus had informed Albus years ago of Algy Longbottom being a Death Eater. Alistair did inform the man of some important home truths, and he used small words in a patient tone for the insane old wizard. The Horcruxes are all gone. We found all but one, and you stole one of the ones we found. You knew that we were hunting them. Albus, if you had asked me for help instead of going on your own, you would still be alive. But no, now, you are dying. And Tom Riddle is dead. His spirit was hanging about the Forbidden Forest, and the goblins summoned him into one of their little globes. Just like the ones they used to rescue Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Slytherin's locket. I thought for sure the last one would be Godric Gryffindor's sword. But apparently, the illegitimate son of a nearsighted goat and uglier dog never found it. Dumbledore chuckled. No, I have never seen the sword. I think Fawkes knows where Godric's sword is, but he went hunting for Harry last summer and hasn't found him yet. Well, I got a lead on Potter. I need a bit of gold for the portkey. Alistair asked. He knew that if he didn't, Dumbledore would smell a plot. Albus was all smiles. Well done indeed. Dumbledore gladly handed over both a portkey that would take the guests of honor to the Quidditch pitch, and he provided a bit for expenses. 10 whole galleons. How generous. Alistair knew that he was risking lives with this gambit, but it was that or administering a truth drug that would finish the man for good. And wasn't that telling that it bothered him not at all to consider that option? Dumbledore was dying, and Alistair had finally agreed to bring Harry Potter to him. Just as long as Albus minded his manners, that was. Well, what Dumbledore considered minding his manners and what other people considered minding his manners were two very different things altogether. But as long as Albus got what he wanted, he didn't mind being considered impolite. He would still live in history as the conqueror of two Dark Lords. The very worst in history. Such a shame that the boy had to die. A.N. Story recommendations. From kind reader O'Donnell's 99 Joe Randoms, Come Find Me. Mel J and I heartily endorse this recommendation. D. U equals goblin language % equals phoenix speech equals dragon tongue parcel tongue. Galleon's Sickles K Nuts Chapter 8 End of an Era. Chapter Summary Bad People Coming to a Sticky End. Harry listens A.N. Thanks to my wonderful beta, LTSHRIT4TH boys. Act 3 Chapter 8 End of an Era End of school year, June 16th. Tonks showed up to escort Draco to the home where he was being fostered, as Draco scampered off to put away his things. Tonks went look NG for the adults. She found Mrs. Cook and talked to both her and Director Smith about recent events. His mother was arrested, found guilty and sent to prison last month. She will be there for the next 10 years. I'm worried about Draco, that he might act out. You have my number. I'm going to call my mother and see about a visit abroad. Right. She's alive and well. I think that would be a good idea. She's not one of those cultists like his mother, right? Jeff queried, clearly afraid. Not at all. I grew up with a television, electricity, and access to the tube. There was a possible plan to meet in Paris. I'll confirm with them, but I didn't want to mention it today. Draco didn't want ice cream the last time we were together as he would associate it with his mother's rejection of him, but he changed his mind, determined to not allow that disappointment to taint his future. Quite a turnaround for him, wouldn't you say? She's very upset that Draco has embraced modern life. Tonks shared. My mother has invited me for a visit. They want to meet in Paris to go to Disneyland Paris this summer. I will make sure it's okay to bring my cousin along. Mr. Smith nodded. Just keep me in the loop, Miss Tonks, and thank you for caring for the lad. Draco, in the meantime, went to find Nicole and offered to read her a story. You're sad, Draco. Didn't you get to see your mother recently? The blonde girl asked sweetly. No, I saw someone who looked like her, but it wasn't her. Not really, Draco pondered. Though the imposter did tell me something really neat. Did you know that we might really be related? Of course, we're related, silly. You're my brother, even if we have completely different parents. I chose you to be my big brother. If you want me for a little sister, that is, Nicole finished shyly. That sounds perfect. Draco intoned as he held his arms open for a hug, which Nicole gave him enthusiastically. When I'm old enough, can I go to your school? I don't think so. My parents paid for it in advance when I was a baby, you see. It's very expensive. We'll wait and see if you get a letter to apply. If so, maybe Tonks could help us pay for it. I could borrow from her and pay her back or something. I just don't want to promise anything. Draco didn't know if the 9-year-old had magic or not. Strange things happened all the time, but he had never noticed her do accidental magic. Which was fine. Either way, Draco now had family beyond the magical world. When the invitation came to go to Disneyland Paris, Tonks got permission to take both Draco and Nicole. The extended family had a wonderful time, and Harry and Draco even started on the path to friendship after a car race at one of the attractions. Nicole, riding with Draco, cheering him on, and Tonks riding with Harry cheering them both on. Little did Draco know that the entire short holiday had been a test he passed with an O+. Saturday, June 19th, new moon, preparation for final Horcrux takedown. Alistair refused to come out to the island just in case in his meeting with Dumbledore there was some new magic that the old Auror couldn't detect that would lead Dumbledore to Harry. He wasn't taking that chance. Nope. He was making a route through several countries, and would meet the team elsewhere before making their way to Spain. Lupin growled. He'd been friends with the Tonks family over the years and watched Nymphadora grow up. Not that he was calling her by that name, not again. He liked his manly bits right where they were. Thank you very much. But even though he was on the team, and she was now a full Auror, he still objected to the plan. Dora was trying to use logic with him. Logic that his inner wolf wanted nothing to do with. Moony to protect the pack. Protect the little girl that Dora had once been. I'll be wearing Harry's armor that we had made for Bobaddon's. He's grown so much, it barely fits him. Short of the killing curse, it should block most spells. And we give the man one shot. Come on. Dumbledore says he has vital information. Tonks argued. And I will look just like Harry. Flitwick and Severus had tracked down the diadem, and then it was stolen from Flitwick before he could get it to Gringotts. The castle still being loyal to Dumbledore appalled everyone. But trying to argue with it was like beating one's head on a stone. Well. Plan in place. Tonks shook Harry's hand and morphed into his twin. Hermione couldn't help it. She kissed Tonks' cheek for luck. She was just too cute looking like Harry. Tonks looked up at Remus, begging for a kiss as well. Tonks had already said goodbye to Giovanni, who was pouting in his bungalow. No, just no, but you don't like me as a girl, Harry, Tonks pouted. Remus explained, you are family, Dora. Adorable, fun, cute, but you're a child that I will watch over and protect with my life. Dora had had a crush on him since she was 7, seeing her moving on was good. Remus went to put on his own shabby, used robes, playing the part of the woe-begone werewolf. He'd been putting off the headmaster, claiming truthfully that he was working abroad. There was no way the family would allow Harry to go himself. Alistair Moody's warning was taken very seriously. Even though Harry offered to go, Mad Eye had said no. Tonks had offered to play Harry. She was an adult, an Auror, and had the right training for this. There was only one worry. Would the castle know that it was Tonks and not Harry? The Marauders had come up with a ploy to get around the wards, and register a false name. Crossing his fingers, and hoping that it worked, the three made their way in a circuitous route to Spain's Magical Academy's Quidditch pitch. There was no way they were leaving a trail to their real home for Dumbledore or any minions to follow. Not an easy one. And the healers all said it was real this time. The Great Wizard was dying. They were running out of time to end this. They needed to get that last Horcrux back. Neville was shyly trying to tell Luna something. He had chased her down, then blown it, more than once. They were taking a couple of weeks off, and then going to be going back to studying full-time. But Luna had been studying maps, and assuring Hermione that she was wrong. The distance to Alaska from Seattle was very short, no more than 3 hours. Hermione started talking about airplanes, but Luna stopped her. I never make fun of you for your imaginary technomancy inventions. Why are you teasing me about geography? Luna demanded, and ran off. Luna. You've been talking about Seattle. Lovely weather all the time, I hear. Neville chattered nervously. But well, I mean. You are GG. Neville got up to go away again in defeat, then just said what was on his mind. You leaving would make a big hole in our group. We wouldn't be whole because you would take all of the Luna away. Neville continued to the beach, picking up the flattest rocks, and unconsciously using his magic to skip them more times than was possible. I didn't think that you liked me, Luna stated. That's because I can't talk, Neville shared honestly. Luna looked at him. You don't have Raxperts anymore. I just want to be happy, is that wrong? We are progressing very fast at our school. You'll have your owls at 13. Newts at 15. What do you want your mastery in? Magizoology. That's 1. Healing 2. I would love to heal creatures. It's a shame that Harry is such a wonderful artist. He would make a great animal healer. In the Muggle world, that is a reputable profession. Not just a job that flunked out healers pursue. Neville nodded in agreement. Their Muggle studies were top-notch. He expected to get an O in the class, and on his tests when they took them at the ICW in a few years. Neville, will you be my boyfriend? Neville smiled. He would have gotten around to asking Luna in next decade or two. Yes. Very much. Would you like a treat from the store? Yes, please. Luna went to the broom locker, while Neville took up the tandem bike and asked Luna to bike with him. They had never tried that. That probably wasn't the best choice for two fairly inexperienced bike riders. And after being rescued from the sea, likely wouldn't try it again, but it would make a funny story for their grandchildren in a few decades. At this time, Neville's magic saved them both. Ooh. Saturday, June 19th, Hogwarts. Alistair made his way, leading Harry and Remus up to the office. Remus repeated a spell at the door that should make Tonks appear as Harry Potter to the wards. All of the marauders had used it to evade capture after all, appearing as professors after hours. Dumbledore was in the infirmary. Poppy left the private room at the chime of them walking into the hospital ward. Alistair moody. He's been asking for you, saying you're late. Mr. Potter, I wanted to apologize. Well, we'll have a chance to catch up later. Please don't stay long. He won't be able to handle the strain, Poppy asked. Alistair knocked and entered at the command to come in. Harry, my boy, I am most distraught that you would disappear like that. What if you had been captured by Death Eaters? Tonks had watched a lot of memories in preparation for this mission. Using the voice spell, and sounding now like someone from Surrey rather than South London, Tonks answered. Oh, you mean like when I went to warn Hermione about Lucius Malfoy? I was nearly too late. If I hadn't been rescued myself, her parents and I would likely have died. And she would have been. Tears flowed down Tonks' cheeks. No girl would want to be tortured and imperious into becoming the magical energy for the rebirth of a Dark Lord. It was horrific. I have something for you. It's the last piece. You must find a way to destroy it. Only you. Ravenclaw's diadem lay within. A treasure beyond measure. But there was a huge problem. It contained the last part of the Dark Lord's soul, and anyone wearing that crown could be possessed by the insane, homicidal maniac. And clearly, Dumbledore thought it was necessary to bring him back before Voldemort was completely destroyed. Tonks, one of the members of the team looking for these things, knew that wasn't true. She was also being compelled by two different sources to put it on. One was coming from the bit of soul in the box. The other, from the supposed leader of the light. Casting a powerful compulsion was second nature for Albus. Open the box and put it on. Alistair went to step forward, but his peg leg was stuck to the floor. He couldn't move. Then his arms were suddenly bound. Remus Lupin was gasping, holding his stomach in obvious distress. No, no. Remus shouted in panic, fear, pain. Hair started to form on the backs of his hands, and he did the only safe thing he could and bolted for the Forbidden Forest. Oh, his inner wolf seems to have come out. We'll have to get Amos Diggory out here later. Albus shared piously. Fenrir had something that allowed him to change on the new moon as well. No one betrayed him without repercussions. Lupin would soon be taken out. Alistair, what should he do with him? Well, best concentrate on Harry for the moment. He wasn't nearly as clever as he thought, despite his actions. Harry Potter shrugged off the compulsion, and stood there defiant, looking at Mad Eye as if for protection. Fine. Needs must and all. Imperio, Harry's magic was still weak, still bound. Huh. Albus had no idea that Tonks was a very strong witch, just not as strong as Harry Potter without his bonds. Now, she was struggling, trying not to give in. And she relied on her training, not all of which came from the Ministry or Mad Eye. There was something Harry Potter told Tonks about fighting off the Imperius, and curses like it. They make it sound so reasonable. So change the channel. Change the tune. Dance to your own music, not to the puppet masters. Harry had been able to break Alistair's Imperius, and after practice, and Harry's advice, so could Tonks. Her own tune. Step by step she walked to the box. She picked it up. Step by halting step she walked over to the window. Alistair was begging her not to open it, but Dumbledore was commanding her to. To open, or not to open. She opened the window, and the box, and dumped it out. Whatever was inside was dumped out. It looked like a tiara her mother wore when she married. Then she took a cold forged metal box from her pocket and dumped that out in roughly the same spot. Livy. Levitate whatever's out there into that box and get to the safe house, now, Alistair commanded, internally applauding his protégé's actions. Dumbledore was stronger than Riddle, and she had beaten his Imperius, brilliant. Dumbledore started to talk, but Alistair was ready now. He'd gotten a hand free. A soap bubble spell was cast with his backup wand. Coughing and spitting, Albus tried to call for help, but no one obeyed him. Tonks walked up and glowing green orbs pierced the man. Leave me alone. That was a trap to bring back the Dark Lord and kill me in one go. I'm out of here. Tonks unshrunk a broom and flew out the large open window. She might have trouble walking, but Tonks was a natural flyer. And despite the danger, she never broke character. Worried for Alistair, she called Flitwick on the secret mirror. "You need a headache draft, sir." "Badly." "Infirmary." "Little room," Tonks called. It was her way of summoning help for her mentor while keeping up appearances of being Harry Potter. "Right you are, Harry. Good luck." Flying off to check on Remus, she found him. How did the headmaster do that? There was no way she was leaving family behind. What to do? What to do? "Livy, you back at Gringotts?" Tonks called on the mirror. "Yes. You look like Master Harry." "How odd." Tonks explained about Remus being transformed into a dangerous werewolf when it wasn't a full moon. "They's liking fresh meats." "Livy has idea," the smart elf girl stated, and she did. Ooh asterisk while Remus slept off the night in an isolated forest in Wales on warded Potterlands, far from Amos Diggory's team looking at Hogwarts, Tonks made her way back to Alistair's side in full uniform. What the headmaster had done was very unusual, very illegal, but could they arrest him? Alistair scoffed at the old wizard's delusions as Albus freely shared his plans now that Harry was going to become the Dark Lord. Albus just needed to get his strength back in order to kill him. But he was nearby, Albus could feel it. Severus had come in with some potions for the dying man. Potions. The man could brew anything, anything at all. But Alistair's goldfish could teach potions better than Snape did. Moody waited until the man left. He had one last chance to get information out of Albus. After trying to kill Harry Potter just now, he had no compunctions left at all. "You do know that once you are dead, Snape will likely leave here? Will you tell me why you imprisoned him here?" Albus shook his head. "I have reasons that are sufficient for me. His oaths will bind him here beyond my death." Alistair shook his head. "Where did you put the ring?" Flitwick had sent it to Harry, but this was a chance to see if the memory modifications had worked, and they did. Albus pointed. "I have a few trinkets for Harry, Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. They must find the rest and then Harry will die or Neville or perhaps both. They will die. But it will be all right, Alistair. It will." Moody helped Dumbledore take a final sip of water, but it wasn't just water in the glass. "Tell me, old friend, why the Potters? Longbottoms?" "Because the two women were due at the same time. The false prophecy would become true through magical belief. Tom took divination and used seers on his path to greatness. Oh yes, he was terrible, did horrible things. But powerful, great magic. Dark, deep. He to be. Stopped with innocent blood. It was the only way to go." "Well, you certainly spilt quite a bit o' that with binding on not being a war but a police action," Alistair thought. "Are the Longbottoms hopeless?" "I doubt it. Bellatrix was a black after all. If they had been cursed that badly by the Cruciatus, they would have died." "And you didn't think to write to Lord Black? Ask for help from him?" "No, I have them in reserve. They live, well, sort of. Yes. They'll help me. Dumbledore had a final request. Make sure that Harry gets my wand. He'll need it for the final fight." The old wizard seemed to forget that a French Auror had won it from him. He also seemingly forgot that he just imperioused Harry into putting on the diadem and becoming possessed by Voldemort's Horcrux. Wheels within wheels, plots within plots. The poison that made him talk would finish the man off. Alistair didn't know if he was senile, demented or deluded. But he was going to have a cursebreaker check out any gifts from this wizard before sending them to a trusted ally. Listening to the old man's schemes made the retired Auror feel unclean. Had he always been dark and Alistair just too trusting to see it? Or had Dumbledore been exposed to or dabbling with black magic? Whichever the answer might be, Alistair took a team out to Azkaban and utterly destroyed Percival Dumbledore's grave after Severus warned him about certain rituals to bring back the dead. He also used the mirror to call and talk to the adults back at the island about the Longbottoms. Without knowing what curse, it would be impossible to cure them. Surely the caster would know. Which meant another trip to Azkaban. Joy. Tonks packed up the dictaquil as the matron came in, scowling. Alistair had apparently overstayed his welcome. In a few more hours, it wouldn't make any difference. Being in Azkaban at the time would make a perfect alibi, wouldn't it? Saturday, June 19th. Creature was appalled. How could this travesty happen? Master Draco? Forced into the Muggle world. Creature tried several times to find him, and at last, he had. But the boy was never alone. Knowing that Muggles couldn't see house elves all that well, Creature took a chance and popped in when Master Draco was reading to another child. Master Draco, Creature is here to be saving you, Creature? You can't be here. Nicole laughed and clapped her hands. What a funny little man. Draco didn't know that seeing him meant she was a witch, well, or at least a squib. Muggles couldn't see house elves. Creature saw the child and asked, Missy Celeste? No, you is alive. But how? You feel like? Nicole answered, No, silly, I'm Nicole. And she reached out and shook his hand. Creature shut his mouth, realizing that this couldn't be her. Tears running down his face, the house elf asked Draco, Are you all right? Fed? Happy? I am Creature, I truly am. Nicole piped up, Yep, me too. Which made Draco laugh and hug the little girl. Creature has new Master Black. Him making House of Black all different. One day, Master Draco will restore it. Does you needs anything? Nicole laughed. I could teach you how to talk, Mr. Creature, if you want. Draco smiled. I think you'd better go. I'm meeting people in Diagon Alley soon. We can visit there. A step in the hall had Creature popping away, to Nicole's clapping. Is everything all right? I thought I heard voices. We had a visit from a friend. Nicole shared. Sensing a child's game, the director smiled. That's nice. It's nearly time for dinner. Why don't you go wash up? Nicole and Draco, I came to ask you two to set the table, please. Draco smiled. This person always asked, never commanded. Not like any parent Draco had ever heard of. It was nice. Harry Potter was snuck into Gringotts, London, just in case the false prophecy was true. Bloodrage met him with a scarily toothy grin, and brought him back to a ritual room. Emma and Dan were there. Remus was supposed to be, but he was sleeping in Wales. The family would return there just as soon as they were done at the bank. Hearing that Dumbledore had tried to curse Tonks with an imperious curse had Harry wanting to take up arms against the wizard. But he was needed here while Tonks and Alistair made sure that if Dumbledore made Horcruxes himself, that no one could bring him back, and wasn't that just a scary thought? The last two bits of Tom Riddle floated in glowing globes. Unsure of why he did it, Harry put on the cloak, wore the ring of his ancestors that had helped him paint his life like parents, and held the wand returned to him from the French Oars. Bloodrage and his mate were in the room, along with several other goblins. They were all sitting in chairs well outside of the circle. Dan and Emma were standing with Harry. Hermione wanted to come, but she was staying back to babysit Padfoot and keep him out of trouble. Harry looked at the glowing orbs. Was this really the right thing? He looked up at Emma and Dan. Dan had killed, or well, was willing to protect family. Harry swallowed and did what needed to be done. Tom Riddle. You killed my mother. You killed my father. You tried to kill me several times. You never stood to face a court of justice here on Earth. I consign your soul to Avalon. May whatever guardians you meet there have mercy upon you. Harry touched the ring first to the globe with the bit from the diadem, and then the smallest globe, the last bit that had come from the entity that had tried to sustain himself with the blood of innocence. It was why he went after Harry, after all, when he was a baby. Dan and Emma suddenly went to nearby chairs to sit down. Confused, Harry saw all of the adults fall asleep. A radiant being dressed in white appeared for a moment. You do not seem angry, son of Merlin. Rather, you seem sad, resigned. Do you not ask for revenge? He was a very angry young man, sir, abused, afraid. If he had been loved as a child, I do not know what path he would have taken. I only do this to stop the cycle of death and killing. He tried to tempt me into giving him a philosopher's stone. Something that wasn't mine to give. He promised to return my family to me if I did. But I knew it was a lie, a cheat. He would have said anything to get what he wanted. I don't know why Dumbledore brought that stone to the school. It might have been safe from Voldemort there, but it wasn't safe for the students who were taught by someone possessed by him. No, Mr. Quirrell and I talked about that last year. I'll be going now. You don't have to worry about Mr. Riddle anymore. All of him is here. Be well, Mr. Potter. I look forward to seeing your other paintings. You can call me Harry if you like. You know me. May I know you, sir? Harry asked politely. And did I do the right thing here? My friends call me Pete. I'm sorry that Dumbledore, who should have taken care of this, tried to foist this off on you. Necessary? Yes. Oh, he would have faded eventually. Still, I don't like to see innocence hurt, you understand. I think that you did the best thing. See you around, Harry. The being of light left with the two globes. Everyone in the room, even Bloodrage, seemed to suddenly shake themselves awake. Harry tried to school his features. The orbs were gone. Bloodrage did a chant, and the results were negative. Goldrub repeated it. Voldemort was gone. Truly and completely gone. Soon, Harry had several goblins bowing to him, and Spurnik smiled. Harry tried to sputter that he did nothing, that the team was due all of the credit. Please, he wanted to be able to go to Quidditch games and museums without a host of bodyguards. Well, more than he needed now. Bloodrage and Sage mentioned that they would be willing to offer private security if ever needed in going to some of the magical events over the summer. They wanted to trade for a portrait, one for Spurnik's Offic. Harry was pleased to do it. No goblin had ever been painted before by a wizard. Emma saw that Harry was feeling overwhelmed with all of this and suggested a nice dish of ice cream to soothe them. Harry smiled. Can we get it to go so that I can share with Hermione? Dan smiled. How did you train him so quickly? That just isn't fair. I would never have thought about anyone but me when I was 11 or 12. Get them young. That's the ticket. Emma smirked and winked at Harry. They got lots of ice cream in different flavors and headed for home. Saturday, June 19th. Evening. Azkaban. Tonks did not like coming out here. Not in the least. Bellatrix Lestrange cackled, and Tonks wanted to let her know how nice it was to spend all of Bella's money on Muggle shoes. Tonks really didn't need 47 pairs of quality Italian shoes. Or 7 different pairs of boots. Modeling for her painter was only an excuse, really. She knew that it was a bit excessive. Did the work footwear count in those totals? She hoped not, or people were going to say that she was obsessed, or cursed. The goblins never seemed to mind her getting Muggle money to spend. Well, except Goldrub maybe. Tonks focused on what Alistair Moody was doing. Prisoners had no rights, so he openly put Veritaserum in her water, and set out a small bowl of simple stew. Please sit down, Mrs. Lestrange. We want to talk to you about your cousin Frank Longbottom. Poor little Frankie Pooh. I do wish that Squib Seer hadn't targeted him. He was always nice to me at the few family gatherings where we all got together. You cursed him with something. What? The woman was hungry and ate and drank without caring about the truth drug. It's not a difficult spell, Celer Cor Anima. I'm surprised it took you so long. The Dark Lord will return, and I'll give my cousin a chance. One chance. Bellatrix pulled up her sleeve to show off her dark mark. The screaming up and down the corridors was terrible. The slave mark, already fading, had suddenly disappeared utterly, but not without a price. My magic. My magic. My magic is gone. Bellatrix didn't scream, or even burst into tears. Tonks backed up as far as she could and did the diagnostic carefully. She's right, Moody. She's a squib now. No less than one. A Muggle. No, a Muggle has more. She has 0. That's not possible. Bellatrix was propped up on the table at an odd angle. Her fall to the floor was like something out of a movie. Complete slow motion. The reason for her 0 reaction was shown in the woman's sightless eyes. She was clearly gone. Alistair grabbed the deputy warden as he jogged past. Sir, we have a situation here. We started to question this woman. I can swear on my magic I gave her 3 drops of Veritaserum and some food. No poison. No spells, other than Tonks trying to discover what was going on. All of them. All of the Death Eaters. They're dead, one of the guards shouted. Tonks went running out. Narcissa, Walburga, both Lestranges. Every single one was marked and now gone. Tears ran down her face, as she realized that both of her mother's sisters had died within heartbeats of one another. Sirius' mother too. She didn't care if they were crazy, or deluded. 3 witches born to the House of Black. All dead due to a maniac. They had been family and were lied to about how great the world would be under that Dark Lord. Lost. Now, all he had done was bring death to the Death Eaters, and their world would be utterly changed by it before morning. A morning that would see both Lucius and Narcissa declared dead by the goblins, their wills finally enacted. Dobby felt it. Even though he had bonded with Harry as heir to the House of Black, Dobby had never truly felt free of Lucius until just that minute. Every elf in the house that had ever served that man gathered in the kitchen to hug one another, cry, and shout in rejoicing that, "Lucius is dead, he is dead." The pig, temporarily transfigured into the likeness of an 11-year-old sleeping Celeste. Malfoy had reverted back to its original form within hours of its burial, with the destruction of the final piece of Moldy's soul that took the magic of all and the life of many of those still with the dark mark, the magic that sustained the Death Eater, Lucius Malfoy as a child's stuffed white peacock, ended. His body would never be found within the coffin that held the carcass of a pig instead of the child he'd attempted to kill. A fitting end, without fanfare or mourning in the wizarding society of one of the darkest and most depraved of Voldemort's minions. Saturday, June 19th, Hogwarts. In a synchronicity that was no surprise to Alastor Moody, Albus Dumbledore passed away the same day as Tom Riddle met his final end. Some claimed that he died fighting the last of the Death Eaters, but the goblins refused to comment. Draco would be in line to inherit his mother's personal vault and both male Lestrange's. Bellatrix's vault should have been his as well, but it went half to Tonks and half to Gringotts for storing the Dark Lord's Horcrux in it. He was set up with a meeting with the Malfoy regent who would discuss investment strategies and all with him. It wasn't the wealth that he once would have had, but he didn't know that Sirius Black had bought the manor house for next to nothing and was having it cleansed. Whether it went back to Draco or not was up to Draco. And how he started treating others. Tonks' idea of using the manor to house both Draco and Nicole was a valid one. And Tonks invited herself to the meeting to discuss plans. Alastor Moody was asked about Dumbledore's final words to him as Poppy had refused to say anything printable, and did mention that Harry Potter, Alastor Moody and Remus Lupin had visited the dying man several hours before his passing. "I was with him for a while there at the end. He asked to see Harry Potter. Then he tried to imperious Harry Potter to do something that would have killed him. The man was insane at the end. He did a lot of harm in his life. If I could have, I would have arrested him, just like all of the other dark wizards I have caught. Many of whom are now also dead. And no, I was in Azkaban interviewing Bellatrix Lestrange when Albus died. I don't assassinate people. I arrest them. Let justice prevail." After that, the plans for a grand funeral were put aside. If Alastor Moody was ready to arrest him, Rita Skeeter wasn't peddling the latest in gossip. There was something seriously wrong. Aberforth buried him next to Ariana and their mother, but it was a cremated body. He didn't want anyone trying to bring him back, or make an infurious or play nasty pranks. Let it be done. Elphias Doge, a longtime minion, and Daedalus Diggle would take up the hue and cry to have some kind of remembrance. Unfortunately, they would not be the only ones. June 24th. Will's Nicole was nervous. Draco had been fidgeting and upset. "Are you going to leave me?" Nicole asked. "No, never. Dora is coming to take me to the bank. Remember that I said that my mother died? Well, I need to talk to them about money." "But if you have money, why would you stay here?" Nicole asked. Draco looked down. He loved the home here, but knew from experience that others were transferred in and out. He had the used band-aid from Nicole's skinned knee. If she really was a Malfoy, squib or not, the whole thing would be easily done in the Muggle world. If Tonks arrived. Her hair started spiky pink, but she changed it to drab brown as they entered the leaky. "Best behavior. Please throw on this robe." It was nice. Not the best, not something he would normally wear for formal functions, but better than normal going out for shopping robes. "Our meeting is in 20 minutes, but it's better to allow for the buses to run late and all." Nicole's older twin by 15 years walked in the door. Now, after playing with Nicole, Draco would know her anywhere. "Celeste? But how? I heard that father." Draco trailed off, struggling to maintain his composure, afraid to share family secrets in public. Lord Malfoy was dead. Technically, since he was older than 11, Draco could claim the lordship, even if he would need an adult regent until he was 17. Sally, noticing the young man's becoming distraught, thought quickly, Draco? Come. I have a room arranged. Oh, it's good to see you looking so well. Sage and Bloodrage had had a small axe-throwing contest over who got to attend this meeting. Bloodrage just knew that she had cheated, wearing that new acromantula silk blouse, and the newest clothing addition. Muggle blue jeans. Of course he was distracted. He went to watch over everything from the portrait. There was a quick hidden access if needed, but the Malfoy boy wasn't allowed his wand in the bank, so it would be fine. He hoped. Hide the soul, Cellaire cor anima. A.N. Story recommendations. Kind reader Millie072 recommends Hunter by Gredden Forge Rock. I want to also recommend the follow-up story Mercedes Reign by the same author. Just wonderful. Goblin language % equals phoenix speech dragon tongue. Parseltongue. Galleon's Sickles K Nuts Chapter 9 ending a feud. Chapter summary ceremony to end an ongoing feud between two houses. Harry listens A.N. Thanks to my wonderful beta, LTSHRIT4TH boys. Chapter 9 ending a feud. Sally became alarmed as the young man started to weep silent tears. She could see him struggling to maintain his pureblood scion facade. Putting her arm around his shoulders, she quickly ushered him into the room set aside for their meeting. Draco waited for the guard to go to her post before turning to hug his sister. They shared that embrace for a time and then talked of little things. Draco pulled back slightly, to gaze in wonder at a face he knew and yet didn't know. A girl he'd missed and mourned in his child's heart. Even though self-protection had caused him to hide the memory even from himself. Now, he had questions and the chance to begin healing a hole in himself labeled Celeste. She of the golden hair and gentle, big sister presence that he'd desperately missed. I had heard you were dead. You were clearly not. I remember you. I asked about you when I was a child. All Father could do was hit me as his response. He killed you, didn't he? Well, had plans to do so. All Sally could do was hug him, trying to keep the tears in. My wonderful little brother, at first, I was made to forget all about you. I was rescued, you see. Well, obviously, or I would be nothing but a memory to you. You were so little when Serena rescued me and took me away. I was adopted by Florian Fortescue. It's a long story, and I will tell you everything, but the long and short of it is that I recently attained magic. I don't know how. I got a wand, and that released my memories of you, my family, who I was. It also canceled the glamours that Serena placed on me to protect my identity. So now, I look like you. And apparently another. Oh, we have so much to talk about. And Tonks says there's another girl you mentioned. Draco held out the band-aid towards first Tonks, then Sally. There's a possibility. Well, she looks just like you. I don't know who her mother was, but there's a girl named Nicole at the home where I'm living during the holidays. Thinking about the girl led Draco to the memory of a few weeks past. Nicole had related her small, sad tale to Draco one evening when she'd been feeling sad, missing her mother. A mother who'd passed away, and Nicole had never met her father. So she came to him for a cuddle. They'd shared hot chocolate and Draco had shared his handkerchief. The staff had returned a sleeping Nicole to her bed and sent Draco to his lights out. Shaking off the reminiscence, Draco continued, I think she's our sister too. I brought her blood. The goblins are very clever. Maybe they can tell us if it's true. Sage tapped a rune sequence, carefully stored the used medical waste in a clean envelope, and sent it off to be tested. Sally and Tonks nodded, and then the gentleman they were waiting for entered with blood rage. He was not leaving his mate in a room with a wizard, even if he was older. Aloysius Sayer, at your service. The man bowed to the ladies, goblin and human. Mr. Sayer. Thank you for coming. Sally introduced everyone, herself last, calling herself Sally Celeste for clarity. Draco, you suggested using Malfoy Manor for a magical orphanage. Well, Mr. Sayer here is a governor for Hogwarts. Every year, they have students who don't want to return home for safety reasons. Most are from the Muggle world. However, there are some families where the children didn't get sorted to the expected house, that sort of thing. They're facing abuse at home. I want to offer you a proposal. I will offer to be the patron of Malfoy Children's Home, or whatever you want to call it. Dora will live there, room and board provided to her for her volunteering to help. Sally here, who you have been calling Celeste, will also live there. She's the Malfoy regent. She has a right to one of the dowager homes until her marriage, but I think we can all get along and live together in peace in the manor, don't you? Yes, sir, Draco affirmed, grinning quite unlike the pureblood heir he was raised to be. Theodore Nott has already applied to stay at Hogwarts. He's at my home right now with my house elf. I don't know if you two are friendly or not, but this is the start of something great, my friends. Something great. Mr. Sayer knew several orphans had been parceled out to Wizengamot members until the ministry could arrange something better. Dora had to wipe her eyes more than once during the exchange of information. When a goblin runner came to deliver the news that Nicole was indeed a Malfoy by birth, no one was surprised. I went from being an only child to having a younger sister, and now I have two, one older and one younger. Draco looked at the results in amazement. She's a witch. Nicole's a witch. Wow. I didn't know that the goblins had a test for that. Who would trust us, Human? Bloodrage asked. Well, I would, sir, Draco said as he shook Bloodrage's hand. Bloodrage lightly punched Draco's shoulder. I like you, Human. Now, perhaps we can invite in the bank account managers and discuss funds? You do know that you will have much to plan. Sally laughed. Oh, yes. But let's wait on calling in the managers. We have a few things to straighten out first before we include them. Oh, and Bloodrage, do you know what Lucius did with the head of House Ring? Bloodrage shook his head. Now he owed Spurnick 5 galleons. Dan would know what happened to the body, but he was not telling a wizard however reformed that a muggle killed his father. It didn't seem prudent. Sally's question had Bloodrage send a question to Spurnick. Let the account managers answer that one. To Spurnick's surprise, the family magic had caused the ring to return to Gringotts. Lucius Malfoy must have actually died since Goldrub had last checked. Percy Weasley, summoned from his and Penny's work on Grimmauld Place, arrived at the bank dressed in hastily donned used but quality dress robes. Finding out the plans that Draco had for Malfoy Manor had Percy very happy, and ready to do the ritual that would forever end the blood feud between their families. Arthur received a Patronus message and was startled at the location where he was asked to go. Deciding to meet his third son at the bank first, he quickly transfigured his work clothes into a reasonable copy of what the Weasley head robes used to look like. To the surprise of all, Goldrub produced the Weasley ritual bowl and athame. In shock, Arthur exclaimed, "What? How? This has been missing since the manor burned down long ago. It was stolen from the family. Stolen and found when the raids of dark arts objects happened. I kept it for you for this day. I wanted the first use of this to be the opposite of the previous use, to start the blood feud. It seemed appropriate," Goldrub explained. Plans were made to assemble at Malfoy Manor for the ritual later that day even while caregivers and support staff were being hired. The property had been cleansed of all dark magic and completely emptied and renovated over the past 9 months. Nicole was not forgotten in the hubbub. Tonks called her mother Andromeda in to help. It was amazing what a little bit of magic, more gold, and the Grangers being registered foster parents could accomplish in a short time. Dan and Emma were technically Nicole's new legal guardians, but the staff knew that the Grangers were good friends of the Tonks. They knew that the children, both Draco and Nicole, would have a wonderful home. Especially after hearing that Dora Tonks was moving in with her younger cousin. So kind. The Muggles were not informed of Sally Celeste also moving in. The DMLE had procedures in place for these sorts of things since the Muggles had home inspections and whatnot that couldn't be done with a magical home. Thanks to all of the recent orphans, there was a push in the Wizengamot to act. A new department, Wizarding Child Services, was created, and they would be doing the inspections and filing reports with the Muggles in order to maintain the statute of secrecy. This led many to wonder why this action was so long in coming. How many young magical lives had been lost and or subverted to evil due to the lack of care for these youngest of victims. Draco getting to show Nicole around was wonderful, but having the privilege of letting her know that magic was real was just awesome. Her squeals of excitement only deafened him momentarily. June 24th, Sunset. Percy Weasley and his father had talked about this. Percy had been let in on the secret that the Weasley gold had been restored when he tried to give his parents some of the money that he had received from the Black Vault. Percy approved of his father taking a class in estate management before just spending the windfall willy-nilly. Arthur and Percy were dressed and ready. Sally, Celeste, Draco and Nicole were all dressed in their best, and ready as well. Florian had actually closed up shop early with a sign saying that he regretted the inconvenience and would return as soon as he may. The procession down to the small hastily built bridge over the small pond had the Weasleys and their candles on one side, the Malfoys and their candles on the other. Florian agreed to be the officiator and stood on the rickety-looking structure. He was both grateful that he could swim and that the water appeared crystal clean. Flowers bedecked the white bridge and elves from several places came to watch. Kreacher had tried, and failed, to get Draco to stop. Percy had shaken a glove at him to desist, but it was Nicole's puppy dog eyes that truly tamed the cranky house elf. The ceremony was simple and sweet. Percy and Arthur placed 3 drops of blood in the ritual bowl. Draco, along with Celeste and Nicole, added 2 each to keep it in balance. Florian added the flammable liquid, but before he could ignite it, a phoenix appeared. Bill Weasley had heard of the ritual through Gringotts, and asked his companion if he would do the honors of lighting the ritual bowl at the appointed time. Fawkes was happy to not only provide that service, but bring Bill there so he could be a part of it. They had arrived early and staked out a spot where they could surprise their family. Fred and George weren't the only pranksters of the house after all. The bowl's flame was brighter than expected and Florian quickly set it down on the wooden ledge. What happened next had never been documented before. Out of the smoke arose a white smoke peacock and a smoky Welsh dragon. The dragon seemed to surround the peacock as if warning it to be on its best behavior, but Harry wasn't there as no one wanted to spoil the ritual if Draco got upset about it. So unfortunately nobody could interpret. The peacock responded by displaying its fine plumage, then bowing low to the dragon in peace. The dragon also bowed to the peacock. Both totems went to their respective families and infused them with the feel of family magic and peace. Fawkes flew back to Bill's shoulder and for a moment, sang a song that needed no translation at all. Peace, 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 Draco bowed, and the girls curtsied. Arthur smiled at Draco, but beamed at Nicole. Sally Celeste smiled at Arthur and Percy. She turned to Bill and admired his bright plumaged companion. The feud was ended, and the families said farewell. Fawkes offered Bill's father and brother an express ride home to the burrow and the feast that Molly was making there. The Malfoys in turn went up to the house. Nicole's preternatural quietness evaporated in a flurry of very intelligent, understandable but very rapid-fire questions. The group made its way to their own feast, Florian providing an exquisite dessert to both houses. With the blooming of the apple orchards, Molly had known something was up with the feud. But now, with Percy and Arthur beaming, clearly the ritual was a success. The feast as prepared was all that Arthur expected. Molly's screams of delight in seeing Bill had some of the older children pulling wands, but everyone sat down together to enjoy. I have been consulting with Goldrub, and have made several decisions, but wanted to let the rest of the family know. Not only did we come from the ritual that ended this Malfoy Weasley blood feud, the Weasley family now has enough gold that we could completely rebuild a new manor home here, buy one of the empty ones going on the market, or add onto our unique home. I don't want us rushing into a decision, nor will I allow us to waste all of our gold on a fine home and ignore the expenses coming up of apprenticeships or higher learning that you all might be interested in. Ron and Ginny had one main question. Does this mean better brooms? The Quidditch-obsessed siblings inquired. Arthur passed out paper. I want 4 suggestions from each of you. A request for the family, at least one request for a need that you have seen in a family member individually, and one personal request. In addition, if you have noticed a need in another student, I would like to know that as well. I am not putting any limits on cost. However, I am not promising that we will buy anything. This is just to bring up discussions. We will make decisions together as a family. Everyone has a vote. I just retain the right to veto anything too outrageous or extravagant. Let us not forget the values that we have been living by just because of this unexpected windfall. As Bill put quill to paper, Fawkes made a request for a refillable food bowl that he had always wanted. Bill promised his companion that he would get him one with his own salary. He was writing down new shoes for Luna, a new dress for Ginny, a new complete nice tea set for his mother to use when company came. That wasn't all cracked and repaired too many times. and a large covered work barn for his father to tinker in. Molly was looking absolutely stunned. She thought that the extra money she had been given for the food was an advance on her salary for her job. She hugged her husband. "I promise that I will try not to ask for too much to help the orphans." Surprisingly, the twins had been very serious. They requested that a small generator be purchased for their father's workshop. Arthur needed electricity to run some of his tools and such. The family spent an enjoyable evening eating food together and making plans. Arthur and Molly were incredibly touched that every one of their children, except for Bill, mentioned doing something nice for Harry Potter. Bill knew that he was now very well provided for, but kept his own counsel. Molly told Ginny very gently that they would not be buying Harry a betrothal ring, even though it was nice that she wanted to get him something. The twins shook their heads. Someday she would learn. Amelia Bones met with Molly Weasley and the Minister of Magic to talk about the orphan situation. Malfoy Manor is not the best place for most of the magical orphans. Besides, it is privately funded. That they took in Theodore Nott is to their credit. But we need a place of our own. A ministry-sponsored, funded, and overseen spot. Several lines ended without heirs recently. The Selwyns have a nice home, one that appears to not have had dark rituals performed in it. I am suggesting that rather than allow it to molder, we use it for housing these children. Molly finished her presentation. Amelia had asked Mad Eye to check the home thoroughly. The distraught house elves didn't know who to go to. Amelia had them bond to Molly in her duties as director of WCS. They were now happy but wanted to be working. "Can the goblins determine who has the best claim?" Gwenog asked. "They are suggesting Harry Potter," Amelia offered, handing over a report from Spurnick and Goldrub. "Right of conquest. URG. Well." Gwenog looked as though she'd found a bit of flobberworm in her food. "I did ask Harry about it during his visit. He said that if he did inherit, he'd turn it over to me to take care of the children." Molly offered brightly. "Such a dear boy." Minister Jones was carefully thinking about this. "I like it. There are some wanting me to arrest Potter for murder. But the goblins have known for months what was going on and didn't keep the information to themselves. Know anyone who died due to having a dark mark committed suicide. They chose to follow a madman and earned the consequences. They could have gotten that mark removed. Even those in Azkaban were offered it. I would give the boy an Order of Merlin. He declined, stating he wouldn't have the same award that Dumbledore was so proud of. I can't blame him." The women looked at each other. The minister made her decision. "Let's do this right. Let the goblins allow Harry Potter to inherit. Then, with the permission of his guardians, if they choose to allow us to use those resources for good, then let him get the credit. I don't want us to be painted as stealing. Fudge did enough of that. I was just surprised to find Cornelius alive after all that," Amelia remarked. "I thought how he acted, that he was a secret Death Eater." Gwenog snorted in an upper-class way. "Molly, will you please be my emissary to Harry Potter and his family? Make sure he knows that he earned every canute of inheritance ridding us of this menace." The minister stood, an indication that they were finished. "It would be my pleasure." Molly nodded and turned to go. "Madam Minister, Madam Bones." The minister's secretary, a mistress of organization left from Fudge's term, was used to far longer and far less productive meetings. She finished up her notes as Amelia hesitated by the door. "Do you think we should ask Mrs. Weasley to try to get him back?" Amelia asked. No questions as to the him. Everyone seemed to be Harry Potter obsessed. Gwenog shook her head. Sluggy was in the know. The boy has a fine apprenticeship and is doing well where he is. Let's stay friends. No need to stir up anyone when the situation was improving so much. The minister had a secret. She was actually very happy that the boy powerful enough to take down a Dark Lord wasn't living here. She was very certain that Harry had something to do with Dumbledore's death. Nothing provable, and certainly nothing evil. The most unlamented so-called leader of the light had been dangerous. But she was not arresting a lad who wasn't yet 13 for something that was a feeling. Let him do his art far, far from there until time proved out whether Harry Potter was friend or foe. While the ministry got Selwyn's Pleasant Oaks home up and going, orphan children were being placed as best as they could. Malfoy Manor's population quickly grew, though Vincent Crabbe was not one of the new residents. When he found out that there were Muggleborns in Malfoy Manor, he threw a fit, and tried to get Greg to help him plan an attack on the younger children. Greg, knowing that he and his mother were there only on the sufferance of Sally Fortescue, had no intention of getting him or his mother kicked out. He reported everything to his mum, and she, in turn, reported to her boss, Sally. Sally wasn't going to keep this under wraps, and reported it to the Director of Wizarding Child Services, Molly Weasley. To say that Director Weasley was unhappy that someone who was orphaned would plan such a heinous action was an understatement. It didn't take long for justice to prevail. Finding out that Vincent Crabbe had actually cast torture curses in the past on others had him being expelled from school, obliviated, his magic bound, and sent to America to an orphan placement service with Makusa there. His fate was widely publicized. No more 3rd, 10th, or 52nd chances for anyone else who was a danger to magical society. The children of Death Eaters took notice. The older ones would be cunning and would wait for the Dark Lord's inevitable return, as was promised by their parents, which of course wasn't true. Some didn't heed the message, and faced sharp consequences as a result. The ones waiting for the Dark Lord's return noticed after several years that he hadn't come back, and by the time they realized that magical society was progressing forward, it was far too late. Too many safeguards were in place. Even if the Dark Lord came back after that, it would be over before it began. Molly sought out Madame Goyle. She had been working on site of Malfoy Manor as the property manager, but now that there were so many orphaned purebloods, Molly approached her to work at Pleasant Oaks. The Selwyn property is lovely, but has been neglected. There are many outbuildings, but no animals. It is a blank canvas, as Harry would say. We could do anything we like. Mostly what I need right now are some responsible adults to help herd teenagers over the summer. I can hire temporary help, of course, and likely get some volunteers. But I would really like you to help, please. Sally, the Malfoy regent, has moved in full-time at Malfoy Manor. I really haven't had much to do. I think that she has let me stay on only to give me a place to live. She knows that it's just Gregory and me. There are a few dowager houses if you want to live nearby and not inside. Or you could have a nice suite with your son in the manor. Molly offered. If Sally is all right with me leaving, I think that would be best. Greg is setting a good example for those at Malfoy Manor, so we'll leave him there during the day for now. But you need help getting things organized without extra children underfoot. And at nearly 13, Gregory would rather be with his friends than his mother all the time. Molly had the start of her staff, and soon there were enough people, especially with of-age purebloods who had been orphaned and were now set adrift with no adults, no godparents, and no home to go to. The home could have become a bastion of evil, with the children of Death Eaters meeting in secret to plot. But Minister Jones arrived at the opening of the home and sat at a table with the board of directors of Pleasant Oaks. Each and every student who was going to live there had to take an oath that they would uphold the law of the land while this home was their residence, and had to swear on their magic that they would not intentionally harm another resident while living there. Dharma Brioques had been asked to vet the oath. They wanted to make sure that anyone living there was safe. Calvin Rosier, a 12-year-old whose father Evan died months before the Dark Lord's first downfall, was now orphaned. His mother was one of the few Death Eater witches, and she was determined to have revenge. She had kept her dark mark a secret, and she truly bathed in the Dark Lord. She couldn't have had it removed even if she'd wanted to because of her fanatical beliefs. Now Calvin was alone, near K. Nutless, and had been staying with the Crabbe family. He was anxious to get to his new room, but the adults wanted him to take his oaths before being allowed to register as a resident. He had grown up without a father due to the Dark Lord, and now lost his mother due to the Dark Lord. Calvin was happy to take the oaths, and like the Goyles, turned his back on the pureblood rhetoric that he had grown up with. It was the cunning thing to do to survive. Molly met with Harry and the Grangers in secret at Gringotts. The woman had hand-knitted him a sweater his first year just because he had confessed to Ron that he had never received any Christmas presents. Magic was preserving it, but whenever he sniffed it, it was the smell of home to him. A home that was offered to him through friends. Harry had to reassure Mrs. Weasley several times that he wanted not a canute of Death Eater gold. Who knows how they had earned it? He was happy to sign over the houses in gold to Molly Weasley's new department. Bloodrage was stepping up from guard to account manager and would be a frequent visitor. His mate had promised him, in their tongue, that she would watch over him whenever they had to go into the scary wizarding world. His response to her promised retribution. Later. Soon, Molly had the home, and the resources needed to house the orphaned children of Death Eaters. Molly saw the shadow in Harry's eyes. Blast the people who made him think it was his fault others were orphaned. She fed him a few homemade sandwiches, the bread, the dressing, the salad fresh from her garden, the eggs fresh from her hens. She promised that she would teach these orphans self-sufficiency and how to care for farm animals. Wow. He tried to imagine Draco Malfoy milking a cow, or Marcus Flint collecting eggs. The mind boggled. Good luck, Mrs. Weasley. I mean it. Fortunately for her and her children, she was just the director, and peeked in from time to time. It was other adults who were responsible for keeping the children in line. And wasn't it amazing how quickly Pleasant Oaks was up and running as a magical orphanage? There would be ups and downs, but nothing that couldn't be handled. Bill heard about a problem in Africa and had to cut his visit short. He said nothing to his parents about his current role. His designation in Gringotts was curse breaker and consultant, but he was called in to deal with dark magic issues. Fawkes called Bill the Light Lord and was right at his side as they blazed their way to the next opportunity to put down evil. Penny and Percy had tried everything to remove Walburga's portrait from the wall, and as Lord Black, he had commanded that the woman not insult his wife. Her portrait awoke when the Dark Lord died for the final time, along with all of his marked minions like her. She laughed at the unprintable efforts to unstick her from the wall. Penny despaired of removing the annoying portrait. Threats, commands, nothing was working. She decided to call out the big guns. Harry Potter. Hi, Penny. When are you and Percy coming to the island? Hermione wants to ask you both a ton of questions. She has a notebook about an inch thick. Just warning you. Well, if she wants to come here, she would be very welcome. I know that you aren't going to any of the private Dumbledore memorials, not that we know of anyone who is. No matter how loud Diggle and Doge yell, but I really need your help. Maybe your master's as well. Penny explained the issue. Master Giovanni was spending the summer at the island, and Penny knew that. Please, will you and Master Giovanni come? Please? Harry didn't want to reveal his secret, not even with Dumbledore dead, and he had an idea of how to tame this shrew. Let me get my go box ready. I'll be there shortly, Harry promised. Don't forget to tell Tonks or Mad Eye. You know the rules. Yes, Prefect Clearwater, or is it Weasley by now? Heh. Don't you mean Black? Penny held up a ring to show off in the mirror. Mistress Walburga Black had never been Lady Black. She certainly acted as though she had been. A few weeks back, Sirius had requested a special painting which Harry had made. This was going to be Harry's test to see if his paintings could also switch frames. Loading up the painting had tears in Padfoot's eyes. Be careful. Be very careful, Sirius begged. Quite so, the painting echoed. I will. But I promise, no matter what, you'll get him back at the end of the day. This is just a test. Harry hugged his godfather to comfort him. Sirius declined going to London despite the fact that he was no longer a wanted man. Remus asked Percy to keep an eye on Harry. Master Giovanni was already in Britain for the day. If they were going to London, Hermione wanted a trip to the bookstore, and Harry would deny her nothing. But Remus wasn't leaving the girl alone in Diagon either. Penny welcomed Harry to a very clean Grimmauld place like a long-lost brother. Percy shook his hand far less pompously than he had in first year. Good for him. No Master Giovanni? Penny asked worriedly. Oh, he's here sort of. He's visiting Malfoy Manor. Some of the few remaining portraits that didn't get sold were damaged. It's one of his big money earners. I doubt that he will actually work right now, probably pick items up. Harry shook his head. Harry thought that Master Giovanni was 70 years old or so. Once he started dating Tonks. Do not use the N-word. On pain of pain. He reluctantly confessed to being only 28 at the time. Their relationship had Moony growling and Mr. Tonks looking worried. Much like anyone trying to date Luna was going to get, no doubt, if she and Neville broke up. Harry took out the newest painting. With the Dark Lord's finale, Creature had confessed to Sirius about the true nature of his brother's death. Now, Regulus was being sent on a mission perhaps even more dangerous than his last one. Ooh asterisk Walburga Black greeted Harry in the same dulcet tones she used for Penny. Which was to say screeching guaranteed sharp enough to bend metal and shatter crystal. The lad sat the case down and opened the box. Harry looked down at the carefully packed portrait. Harry turned to the painted wizard. Ready? Oh, do be careful. A cultured British male voice came from the case. Harry held up the painting to face the one stuck forever on the wall. Regulus Black stared at his mother, who stopped mid-shriek. Reggie? My son? But we never had you painted. Hello, Mother. Regulus crossed over to his mother's portrait easily. Walburga hugged her son needfully, paint tears rolling down her face. Harry pulled out his etching tool and the notebook. He carefully etched the runic sequence that would keep just Walburga in her frame. Triple-checking his work, he cleaned the tool. Just a quick check, please. Can you get back, cousin? Releasing his mother and reassuring her that it was just for a moment, Regulus made his way back to the frame and bounced back and forth playing peek-a-boo with Harry as though he was a toddler. Very funny. I'm going shopping. Enjoy your visit, Harry stated. The empty frame was carefully put back into the specialized case. Harry hoped that Regulus wouldn't be stuck, as he wasn't sure that the ritual to imbue memories would work if there was already another portrait running around. Wiping her eyes and clearing her throat, the former painted harridan calmly asked, Before you leave, young man. Just who are you? Harry Potter, ma'am. Grandson of Doria. Harry bowed. Spouting his full family history didn't seem a wise idea when the woman was being polite. Ah, of course, I see the resemblance. Thank you for restoring my son to me. You can't know what it's been like to be alone. Yes, ma'am. Did you know that Percy, Lord Black, has taken up residence here? With his bride, great-granddaughter of Aloysius Sayer, who is on the board of governors of Hogwarts and a well-respected solicitor. She plans to be a healer when she graduates next year. Headgirl material. Ravenclaw, I presume? Well, not everyone can be Slytherin, Walburga conceded. Regulus had, by this time, stopped his playing and was just staring at Harry, open-mouthed. Even before her death, she had not been so polite. Harry was not mentioning the extra runes at the bottom of her frame to anyone. Some would consider it an imperious curse of a sort. They weren't just to keep her in place like Sirius had requested. If ever asked, he would call it a runic calming draft for painted people named Walburga, and leave it at that. It wasn't like anyone else would know, as it was done in parcel script runes of his own invention. Penny, after removing her earplugs, officially adopted Harry Potter as her brother. Anything I can ever do for you, it's yours, she gushed. If she had known that it might involve some very late-night births later, she might not have been so effusive. As it was, she still, years later, thought she got the better of the deal. Creature popped in at Walburga's shout but hadn't said anything, watching his kind, loving master embracing Mistress Walburga. How is this miracle possible? Creature asked. Harry winked at Penny and turned to the elf. Lady Black commissioned a painting from me, kind elf. I will send my bill. Have a good day. Harry turned to take the flow to Diagon, Percy at his back. Penny's jaw dropped as Creature bowed to her and said his first kind words. Lady Black is a great witch. Ooh asterisk Harry found Hermione still at the bookstore. He asked about any new art books, and wanted to weep in despair over the tiny section, and most of that would be considered more art history than techniques or paints or anything useful to his craft. Harry had no idea that once it got out that the Harry Potter was a painter, there would be a new renaissance in Britain. One that would bring art, finally, back to Hogwarts. Ooh asterisk Friday, November 5th, Janice Thicky Ward, St. Mungo's Hospital. Sirius had argued against it being him to use the recently found counter spell to attempt to bring the Longbottoms back. He wanted just about anyone else to do it, as he felt so damaged. Penny was studying to be a healer. If she tried before she had her mastery, and it didn't work, it would be a huge black mark against her ever working at St. Mungo's or anywhere else for that matter. Andy wanted nothing to do with either sister's work. Sirius Black wore his very best robes, but his best support was his godson at his side. No one would try and hurt Harry Potter, especially with all of the rumors running around. Harry carried the grimoire with the counter curse in a bag that had the family ritual bowl and athame. Harry set up a table with the help of the waiting nun that they had arranged for. Mr. Black. I want your oath before you start that you do not intend to harm these people, the sister demanded. As I told you before we came, I am here to try and lift the curse, reverse the harm done by bloodkin. Crazy bloodkin that should have been shackled in a forgotten attic long before, but Sirius didn't say anything out loud. How could he, when he was crazy too? Especially to think that he could do this. Theoretically, it should be easier to undo the curse with Bella's death. Even powerful mages' magic starts to unwind after their deaths. Sirius hoped that was true in this case. The grimoire on the stand mocked him. It had been so hard waiting for this day. It had to be done on the same day, and near the same time as the original curse. He watched the clock. They had made sure to be here early, and it was now time to get started. Trying to calm his nerves and reduce the shaking of his hand, Sirius nodded to Harry, who held up the book. Sirius' mind was too fractured to remember the long phrase and needed to be able to read it. Harry poured the prepared potion into the ritual bowl. The dagger was handed over as Sirius prepared himself. By black blood, the cursed shall become uncursed. By black blood spilt, the cursed shall become uncursed. By black blood, freely given, shall the cursed become uncursed. Sirius intoned as he added 7 drops of blood to the bowl. He then stirred the potion anti-clockwise 7 times. The nurse scowled, uncomfortable with the blood magic on display, but allowed Harry to extract 7 drops from Alice as Sirius got 7 drops from Frank. With Alice being Harry's godmother, Harry had to be part of the ritual, or it wouldn't work. Now it was time for Harry's blood. Blood of the godson, freely given, shall the cursed become uncursed. Blood of an innocent, freely given, shall the cursed become uncursed. Blood of the loving godson, innocent, longing to be reunited with this godmother, freely given, shall the cursed become uncursed. Harry's blood was added to the bowl, and it was stirred 7 times clockwise. Sirius read the long Latin incantation, slowly, carefully, with magic swirling around them. Then first Frank and then Alice were given the goblet to sip from. Sirius, completely spent, sweating, and nervous, sank to a nearby chair. Harry walked over and clasped his hand warmly. Even if this didn't work, they had to try, and they had done their best. Neville, who had done as asked and sat in the background, moved to his father's side. Movement from Alice had Harry moving towards her. Like Sleeping Beauty of old, both patients shook their heads, blinking, and those eyes, for the first time in 12 years, held intelligence and recognition. Alice locked eyes with her godson. Jamie. What? No, you're too young. Frank stirred and met eyes with Neville. You look like me. Who are you, lad? Tears falling, both Alice and Frank had arms full of crying young men, and then they swapped, and Harry embraced Frank as Neville hugged his mother. Not for the first time, but for the first time in his remembrance that she hugged him back. Neville. What? Alice asked. Sirius tried and failed to tell the story. Healers came rushing in to check on patients long abandoned for any hope of a cure. It was up to Neville and Harry to brokenly tell the tale of woe that had brought the couple here to this point. Alice took Sirius' hand. Thank you for coming. Thank you for all your hard work and research. Thank you for saving us. Alice. Why are you all the way over there when my lips are right here? Frank asked. Alice, the more sturdy of the two, with the help of her godson, toddled over to her Frank, and the couple shared their first kiss in a dozen years. Neville wrapped his arms around them both, and even though they were bewildered at his sudden aging, embraced their son warmly, and peppered kisses on his cheeks and forehead. Along with each other. At least they had some sense of time passing. It had just been clouded. Augusta was brought in. She was too nervous to watch the ritual, but a kind nun brought her in for a happy reunion. She hugged Frank, then Alice, then Neville, and went around again. Oh, she had her son and daughter back. Sirius, needing a bath and bed desperately, asked for a house elf to take him home. Creature popped in and brought him to a spare bedroom at the restored Grimmauld place. There he helped his master kindly and said not one sullen word against him. After another hug, and plans to rejoin Neville soon, Harry asked Dobby to take him home. Dobby had the tent set up in Wales. Dobby could feel where Sirius was, so didn't worry about him, but it was better for Harry's magic to recharge here, camped in the center of the ancient stones that would recharge his magic. Family ground, family wards, family love surrounding him. Ooh asterisk Dobby popped back to the hospital to let Neville know that his room was ready whenever he wanted to go to sleep. All he needed to do was all. The ritual items were cleaned very carefully before Dobby packed them. Not one partial drop of blood was left behind to use in some nefarious way. Neville declined the offer as the sister made up a bed for him right next to his father. The Longbottoms were now cuddling in a wider bed. They would need therapy before being released, but Neville was promised that by Yule, he would be able to return home with his family. He just hoped that they didn't mind a temporary relocation, as Neville wanted nothing to do with Hogwarts now. Thank you very much. He really didn't think they would mind recuperating to full health on the beautiful island in the Seychelles though. He liked schooling with Harry and Hermione. Luna was just an unexpected ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. Ooh asterisk hide the soul, celare cor anima ooh. A.N. Story recommendations. Kind reader Rune 0 recommends Kiss of Life by Birdwoman 95. Kind reader Marcus Kyle. Virginia is for Lovers by Lady Foxfire. A betrothal contract. With Ginny. That ends with Neville Longbottom taking over the ministry. First. Then the world. M for security. Equals Goblin language percent equals Phoenix speech. Equals Dragon tongue. Parseltongue. Galleons Sickles K Nuts Chapter 10 And They All Lived. Chapter Summary Epilogue that is hopefully happier. Harry listens A.N. Thanks to my wonderful beta, LTSHRIT4TH boys. Ooh asterisk Chapter 10 And They All Lived. Ooh. 3 years later, June 24, 1996, the Magical Museum of Inventions in Brisbane, Australia was fascinating. Do my eyes deceive me? Or do we behold the missing Harry Potter? Fred asked. It was summer break in Britain for those of Hogwarts age. They were meeting the Weasley family in Australia for a few days. Winter sports were on the menu, as well as taking in attractions like this. Neville and Harry shook everyone's hands, while the girls exchanged hugs. You didn't come to Dum's funeral. Everyone was expecting you, George noted. Apparently, Sirius and Remus' efforts to destroy Albus Dumbledore's reputation in Britain were working. Releasing only the truth, and only in bits. I bet. Well, now that war has hopefully been averted, I can visit later. Right now we're having fun. Let the Minister of Magic do her job and catch the last of the bad guys, Harry opined. Not all Death Eaters were marked, but estimates around Britain were pretty awful. The people who had gotten their dark marks removed were blessing Gringotts and counting the curse breakers as literal lifesavers. The follow-on was improved Goblin Wizard relation improvements across the board. But if you've been in Australia, how did you catch so many Death Eaters? Ron asked. Harry sighed. Despite all of the efforts to stay out of the public eye, and avoid any mention of prophecy, there it was. Harry tried to avoid his celebrity as a dark wizard destroyer, but it just wouldn't go away. Harry wanted to be known as an artist. It would take years to fade, and even without a recursion of the Dark Lord, he was honored for the rest of his life as being the vanquisher of Voldemort. The last few remaining unmarked Death Eaters were very smart about it all. Their master had claimed immortality. They would lie low, pretend to be good little citizens while occasionally muggle baiting, but for the most part, living quiet lives. The challenge for the Aurors was to track down these small incursions as they happened and root out the last of the scum. It was slow going, but eventually the few left learned. Live in peace, or go to Azkaban. Even the dumbest learned to make wiser choices. Harry and Hermione enjoyed their visit with the Weasleys very much, but Ginny didn't. Seeing the sparkly on Hermione's finger fully crushed her long-held dreams of marrying Harry. Neville and Luna on the other hand had a lot of fun playing in the snow. They hadn't done that much at all since leaving Britain. It was very unusual to actually feel cold. Ooh. Mr. Aloysius Sayer was very strict. He had a 3 strikes, and you're out, at Merlin's legacy. Some of the pureblood children who had begged to live with Draco rather than Pleasant Oaks thought that they could get away with anything there. They were wrong. It was a private manor, and those that didn't want to follow the rules didn't have to live there. Their only alternative in the wizarding world was Pleasant Oaks. Molly Weasley had a no-nonsense attitude when it came to raising young witches and wizards and hired like-minded mother dragons and father figures. Marcus Flint chose poorly, and wound up forgetting about magic. Pansy, on the other hand, followed Draco's path. She had a huge crush on Draco, but followed the rules of propriety, mostly, and didn't stalk him too much. Pansy really liked potions, a lot, and discovered cooking. Here was a branch of magic she had never explored before. Sally had all of the children help in the kitchen at the manor and when they were older, at the ice cream store. Pansy's experience led her to become at first a sous chef, and then a master chef after going to a magical culinary school in Paris to obtain the magical version of a cordon bleu. And not once did she use her wand to harm anyone. She rejected the dark path completely, and never regretted her choices. Saturday, July 6, 1996. Paris. Harry was having so much fun. Amelia Bones had sent a letter that was routed through Gringotts and she wanted to meet with him. He had agreed to it as long as she sat for a portrait. The arrangements for what she wore and so forth were made in advance. If she treated this as a young person with no skills, making stick figures, that was her choice. Harry knew that by restricting her movements, he would be safer. The family was still on edge after several kidnapping attempts and Harry was still technically a minor. They met at a black townhome in Paris. Percy and Penny came to be there as well as Remus Lupin. She had clearly heard about Sirius' trial but no one in the family wanted to risk an incident. "Harry Potter, it's nice to meet you," Amelia Bones said, shaking hands professionally. Harry had all of his tools and an easel ready. "Please come and sit down. I wanted to paint you as a gift for Susan Bones. I assume that you are related. You can still talk, but just try not to move." This woman was dangerous. One didn't get to be director of the DMLE without some serious skills. As Harry got started, Amelia pointed to a chest that she had brought with her. "As you know, Dumbledore passed away several years ago. That he tried to send you a deathly cursed object has had several people up in arms. His brother wants to keep nothing of his. He has a nice library of several advanced books on alchemy, potions and transfiguration. The Wizengamot ruled that these would be given to you since the old wizard insanely tried to kill you." Harry nodded. He was sure that the woman would have had them checked, but Bill, Percy's older brother, was a cursebreaker as well. The items were checked before they were allowed to come close to the lad. The black wards on the townhome would have rejected her and the chest if she had evil intent. The results wouldn't have been pretty. "Are you planning on returning to Hogwarts for your newts? Everyone understands why you've stayed away from Dumbledore's machinations. But he's been dead for 3 years. I presume you've finished your owls this year as Susan did?" "Actually, Madam Bones, we have been working on our studies with tutors and with no one. With only 2 brain cells like Crab to keep us from progressing. I have passed 14 owls all with outstandings, and 12 newts with that grade as well. Did I mention that these were the ICW standard? I am now working on my first mastery. Magical portraiture. Not many go into the field as you have to have a certain power level of magic to paint, to animate the picture, and do the spells that continue to store the memories of the person that they are attached to. Complicated magic and I low it. Of course, being me, there's a new twist." Madam Bones goggled, but stayed still. The long emerald green dress she wore, with a medal unfamiliar to Harry on her left shoulder, and a triple string of pearls was her only jewelry. Harry wished she had worn a tiara as she sat like a great lady. He debated sending Dobby for one, but let it go for the moment. "Oh, well then. I'm going to disappoint Susan in my quest to get you to return to Hogwarts," Amelia said with a small frown. "Yes, and you should let her know that Hermione and I are dating. That's already international news. You two were caught in an embrace by Teen Witch Weekly in Monaco. That fundraiser for Bobadins." Amelia shared. She didn't say that witches' hearts around the world broke at that picture. "Right. Well, at least his dolphin painting fetched a nice bid for the French school's coffers. It was the least he could do as Madame Maxime had tried to protect them and helped them with schooling after they left there. She didn't have to do that." Madam Bones asked him a few more personal questions that he mostly evaded. "Is there any chance that you might just see Susan socially? You know, go for a walk sometime in Diagon Alley? She has such a crush." Amelia pushed. "I'm sorry. I will send you a personalized autographed picture to give her just like I do with any other request of this nature. But that picture is all I can give of myself. My heart already belongs to another. Hermione and I have kept this from the papers, so far. We are betrothed, and will marry when I am 17. Madam Bones shook her head. "You and your father and your grandfather, Charles. He saw Doria Black when they were first years on the train. James met Lily and never looked anywhere else for love. You met Hermione on the train. I wonder if your great-grandfather did that as well. Harry frowned at that. He'd have to ask. I have invented something new. I have a way of painting people after they have passed. I have a magical device that will help me with the memories of the people. I just need to find better images of my grandparents to do their portraits. I'm told they had them made, but Death Eaters appeared to have destroyed the castle and everything in it. A few books were saved by the library elf. I don't have any pictures of them. That I can help you with. Charles was a maverick in the Wizengamot, and my father admired him very much. I know that my family has pictures. I'll owl you copies. Thank you, Madam Bones. I'm happy to pay you back for that. Nonsense. I came here to try and get you interested in a date, and you saw through that ruse. And you made sure that I didn't make any sudden moves towards you. You have 3 adults in this room ready to take me down if I tried. Remus chuckled. Well, we promised you that you would be safe, and if there hadn't been multiple kidnapping attempts, first by Dumbledore, then by Diggle, then by another crony, we might have been friendlier. Now that Albus' faction seems to have given up, we'll likely relax. A bit. Percy added. Maybe? Penny, from near Madam Bones' other side, added, not a chance. Look, the family goes to Disneyland Paris semi-regularly. The next time we go, we'll invite you and Susan and Seamus or someone that might be a good fit for her, Remus suggested. Cedric Diggory, perhaps, Penny suggested. Harry nodded. Nice chap, he's not going professional? No, he's working with his father. I think you beating him to the snitch as a firstie dented his confidence, Amelia shared. Harry shook his head. The sketch of her was done, and now that they had chatted, he did ask Dobby to bring in the black diadem. Would you consider wearing this for the portrait? You really do look like a queen, Harry asked gently. Amelia smiled a genuine smile. The Bones family had a similar artifact. She would have worn it at her wedding if her fiancé hadn't been murdered by the Dark One. I agree. Wait, you said you have a way of painting people from the past? Susan's parents didn't make portraits. Neither did my Alon. Could we? I mean, is it really possible? Harry asked Dobby to bring his parents there. Captain Amelia Bones. You looked. James was startled, but it had been some time. Old. Jamie. Lily. How? Amelia had stood, but sat quickly in shock. The Potter couple looked much as they did in life. Walking around fluidly, not like other portraits she had seen. They shared a hug and looked ready to kiss. Sorry Harry. It's just, well, Amelia and Alistair whipped us recruits into shape very quickly back in the day, James explained. Harry, did you paint these? Amelia was very impressed. I did. They're my journeyman project. My master was quite pleased with the efforts. The truth was that they were waiting on politics more than anything for Harry to sit for his mastery. As it was, they planned to do it later that summer, making him the youngest master on record. I'll make you a list of people I need to have portraits done for, Amelia stated in awe. Madam Bones. Penny, acting on Harry's behalf, walked over with a price list. These are very expensive and draining to make. Months of effort, Penny explained. Amelia paled and reduced the list back to bare bones. Edgar, his wife, my Alon. You'll need a good deposit to buy materials. And a good quality photograph. Preferably more than one that has good images of all sides are best, Harry shared. Several pictures were taken of Amelia before she left, but Harry had the full sketch done at that point and really didn't need them. Thank you, Harry. This type of art has never been done before. Painting of the dead. When word gets out, you'll be inundated with orders. That's why we aren't advertising. And this? Returning people to those who lost loved ones to Voldemort are first in line, Harry stated emphatically. That's why you agreed to meet me even though you were worried I'd try to force you back to England. You're trying to restore at least a part of what was lost. Oh, bless you. Harry smiled. Something you can help me with, Madam Bones. We're helping people like you that suffered losses in the war. I need to know who could benefit from this work. I have already painted Fabian and Gideon for Molly as a surprise. I'll talk to Alistair. Whole families were too often targeted, so there would be no one left, like the McKinnons. He'll know. I don't know how we made it through that time. And then you rescued us all. And now, You are giving back a taste of our loved ones before we are reunited in Avalon. This is wonderful." Harry nodded and made his excuses to leave the room. "Did I say something wrong?" Amelia asked worriedly. Lily spoke up. "No, the boy feels guilty in not rescuing us before our deaths. He was a baby, he wasn't responsible. And Emma Granger made sure that he knew that he wasn't responsible for fighting any more new Dark Lords unless that's what he really wanted to do. I think that would be a waste of his talents though." James nodded, wishing that he could run after Harry himself. Amelia carefully placed the tiara back in its box, and shook hands with everyone there. She wrote out a draft for a sizable deposit and promised more after talking to Gringotts. She could see from the sketch that the boy had a true gift. All this time, she had been trying to get Harry to go on one short date with Susan. And he turned that selfish motive into an opportunity to help her family. Before she left, Remus handed her a letter. "Do you know why you were the first one approached? Because you never tried to recruit Harry to fight or treat him as a soldier. The whole family thanks you for your efforts. This is Harry's way of showing his thanks, even if he is paid for his work." Amelia nodded. Feeling humbled, and more than a bit guilty, Director Bones walked in the light rain towards the French Ministry of Magic building. She had some people to say hello to that she had been avoiding for too long. Now that Andy had finished her own mastery, with the help of Sirius Portkey, money, and connections, Potion Mistress Tonks smiled at her small class. She had started teaching Harry and Hermione when they first escaped to Sirius Private Isle. After a Black family meeting, one in which Lord Black requested potential heirs to be educated together, Neville and Luna joined their little group. No, Luna was not male nor a Black, but she wanted to ride on the seahorses of the area, which made Hermione scoff and Harry laugh. She became a proper younger sister to them both as she flobberwormed her way into their hearts. Neville too became family. During the search for the final destruction of all of Tom Riddle's bits, Alistair Moody and Andy's daughter, Just Call Me Tonks, were frequent visitors, and still were. Emma put down her foot that Harry was not a child soldier and wouldn't be learning how to kill people silently from 20 meters. Not while under her roof. Well, it was technically Sirius' house, but still. Sirius agreed completely and supported Harry in learning arts, sciences, and history, and not being forced to fight Dark Lords. Andy had taken Hermione and Neville as potion apprentices now that they were done with their newts. Neville's natural affinity for plants was something that he shared with his mother. He and his mother had planned on taking a masteries in herbology when Augusta Lily Longbottom, was old enough for the primary school that Sally Celeste was offering at Merlin's Legacy. But then his mother Alice fell pregnant again. Neville wanted masteries in both, so why not start his potions master now and beat Snape's old record? Not that there was any hard feeling left at his treatment by the man during his first year at Hogwarts. Alice would be ready for herbology by the time they were done. Unless they planned to rival the Weasleys, that was. It was the perfect opportunity to continue to stay on the island. Luna was going to be popping back and forth from the island as she pursued her own mastery. There had been talk of something in Seattle. Then, mysteriously, Luna received an invite to come to Paris and work with Newt Scamander and his family. Luna had given Harry a very pointed look and then proceeded to drag him off for a private walk. Harry tried to defend himself. What? Newt had some weird creature or other that was sick, and heard from Gringotts about a person who could speak to animals. I helped him out. Why are you looking at me like that? Why wouldn't I brag about you while I was there? And bring copies of her Newt's scores, and pictures of her interacting with local wildlife, though that part went unsaid. Do you know what a mastery earned with him in this field will mean for me? Luna asked. That we can continue to go to Disneyland Paris with some of the kids from the orphanage from time to time? Luna stamped her foot, threw her hands in the air, and kissed Harry on the lips for the first and only time. Harry pulled away, deeply sad to hurt someone he loved. I can't. You. Me. I love Hermione. She's going to be my wife. Luna nodded. She was okay with the thought of a trio, but Harry wasn't. She and Neville had been together as boyfriend and girlfriend, but they were taking things very slowly. Now with Neville pursuing potions, she could collect feathers and all sorts of interesting animals for his work. Just as long as she didn't have to kill anyone. I love you, and respect you. I meant to thank you, that's all the kiss meant. Luna lied. I'm sorry. Apology accepted. Oh, I have a commission for 3 more portraits. Penny was brilliant. It's so draining. Months of work, did you get her to say that? Luna's look was all mischief. Of course. Honestly, Harry, there's more than just one kind of painting. Like your dolphins and turtles. Now that they felt a bit safer, Master Giovanni had placed some of Harry's journeyman work for sale to benefit the Italian, Spanish, and French magical schools. It led to quite a bit of interest in Master Giovanni's apprentice, whose name was being kept secret until the Mastery Board. You want me to paint for Newt Scamander? I already have, my friend. It's just not something we talk about much, Harry admitted. Luna smiled. Being in magical Paris would give her an opportunity to learn so much, and Magizoologist Scamander still traveled everywhere. I will plan on coming home every weekend, Luna warned. Or we'll come to you, Harry offered. They smiled, held hands innocently, back to normal, and returned to the house. Harry went looking for Hermione. She was brewing, but he interrupted and kissed her deeply. What was that for, love? Hermione queried. Andy was amused by Harry's actions, but said nothing as Hermione, a little mussed and her hair wilder than normal, returned to her cauldron. New commission celebration. I'll tell you more later. Love you. Harry took off before Andy made him chop something. He had enough work of that sort in his own studio to do. Harry was off to said studio, which used to be the formal ballroom. Master Giovanni was teaching art part-time in England at Malfoy Manor to plant seeds in the empty soil of artistic England. The fact that his beloved Nim Phador also lived there was just a bonus. July 17th, Mastery Board, ICW. Harry double-checked his cases. Molly had needed the help of the extra elves for the orphanage, so right now it was just him and Dobby. Dobby is being very proud of Master Harry. Harry knelt down and hugged his shorter friend. I couldn't have done this without you. Thank you, Dobby. For everything. Hedwig pecked from a nearby perch, and you too, Hed. I need you too. Harry shook his head. She could be so jealous at times. Master Giovanni came into the room. I will be back to paint here. The gift of the bungalow's use for the rest of my life is too much, but I won't decline it. Sirius Black is a good guardian. He has provided the best of everything for us, my wonderful student. Harry nodded. The family would be waiting in the gallery for the results, but it was time. No worries if you do not pass the first test. It sometimes takes many tries. Master Giovanni reminded him for the 20th time. Harry was counting. Honestly, the man was more nervous than he was. They went before the Mastery Board. The great painters of the age, some over 100. Harry sat out some of his work. The portraits of his parents and Mrs. Lovegood were last. The mastery itself involved watching him paint, and he had the perfect subject. One of the ladies on the board lost her mother when she was only 7. She had pictures which he had been given copies of. Now, the proof would be in the finish. Remus helped him with the enclosed area behind the easel to hide the actual spirit from being seen. When it came time to imbue the memories, Harry bowed to the assembly. I will not deceive you by having a fake pensieve or anything else. I have an exclusive magical device of my family. It will not work for others. I have already shown you finished work, and I will finish this painting in front of you. Part of the process will be hidden for my safety as I do not wish others to steal it. A small smooth stone was passed around. Indeed, no one could feel its magic or make it do anything. Harry took it back. Mr. Potter. Excuse me. Lord Potter. Please, you have our magical oaths to keep your secrets. We all have painting secrets. Harry proceeded, and imbued the painting with memories. As it began to move, the subject locked eyes with her daughter. Triana. My baby. How beautiful you are. The woman in the painting was speaking a dialect of the Pyrenees Mountains. Something that Harry Potter would have no way of knowing was the woman's native language. The lady practically teleported the finished painting. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she spoke with her mother for the first time in more than 40 years. Turning to Harry, she pulled him in for a hug, and kissed both his cheeks effusively. It's my mother, it's really her. Oh, this is magic far beyond anything I can do. I vote for his mastery. The people had seen memories of the lad preparing the paints, had watched him grind the pigments, even collect the eggs himself for the freshest of yolks for the wash. Every step was at a mastery level, but none of them could attempt this kind of magical work. There was one older man that claimed it was a cheap trick. A forgery. That the boy had found a masterwork and had done a switching spell. But there was a charm to verify the artist, even long after they had passed. Many magicals could perform the charm and worked in Muggle art and collectibles authentication. The world's most renowned expert was there, and he was called in to evaluate the painting and let them know who the painter was. An image of a young man, messy hair, a bit of umber coloring his cheek was displayed. After that, the vote went through with the man now abstaining who called Harry a cheat. Giovanni would later reassure Harry he was just jealous as his paintings were not nearly the quality of Harry's. Lord Harry James Potter received his mastery of magical portraiture 2 weeks before his 16th birthday. Harry accepted warm hugs and congratulations from the family and called for Dobby. The house elf would never come on his own. "What is Master Harry going to do now?" Dobby asked. Harry beamed. "Serious? Can we go to Disney World? July 19th, Malfoy Manor." Tonks got off the mirror and shared the news with the whole adult team. They streamed into the living room and split off into groups. Dora's group was the smallest with just Draco and his younger sister. "We are going to Disney World. All of us. Draco? Can I please see you alone for a moment?" She sent Nicole off to join another group so that they could talk. "It's taken a while, but I finally found a safe dinosaur park in Florida for us to visit. You can feed them and everything. They can be dangerous, but there are lots of safety protocols in place. Would you like to go?" So far, every zoo that Tonks had taken them to, either in small groups or everyone, had been fine. No dinosaurs running around and eating anyone. Even the lawyers were safe. But secretly, Draco had been ever so slightly disappointed. He didn't want to have to run for his life or risk getting eaten. But, dinosaurs, he'd also visited Dean Thomas for a couple of weeks every summer and he had Jurassic Park on videotape. Draco had watched the movie multiple times. He was somewhat obsessed. "Okay. I'm game. It will be fun," Draco decided. Besides, he had his wand and emergency portkey. If they were in danger, he could pop away. "We're going to get a bunch of new t-shirts to annoy Auntie Walburga with. Just watch," Tonks added. Gatorland did indeed have many dangerous dinosaurs on display, and Draco even got to toss one some raw chicken that was eaten in the chomping of huge teeth-filled jaws. Very gross, and so cool. They were indeed kept safe. If questioned, Draco was a little disappointed not to see the larger ones, but that got taken care of at Epcot. No one was telling Draco that they were only robots. Nope. Saturday, September 26, 1998. Luna traveled the world with Newt and Tina Scamander. Luna, following the promptings of her heart, finally found a crumpled horned snorkek in South Africa. They were playing with penguins, and Luna rescued a foundling. They wound up bringing it home, and it became part of the Scamander menagerie. Pictures of her find were printed in all sorts of papers, but her favorite was the Quibbler. Newt's grandson was so very impressed with the girl that he proposed marriage by letter. He hadn't even met her yet. Luna knew of Rolf, of course. She had walked out to the wide veranda to think about her life. Neville walked up next to her. "Luna, you seemed very quiet at dinner. Is everything all right?" Rather than hide it, Luna handed over the letter. Neville didn't mean to, but he crushed, then tore it up. No, please. Luna, I love you. I know that I have been slow off the mark, but I wanted to let you explore and see other people before asking. I can't lose you like this. He's famous, wealthy. Probably good looking too. I have nothing but me to offer you." Luna looked at him. "A true heart is all I desire, Neville. Think about it. I want to find and nurture rare plants. You want to find and nurture rare animals. We're a good fit," Neville begged. Luna gave him a plant that the injured snorkek had been eating. It wasn't in any catalog that they could find. Neville was given the credit for discovery, though it was Luna. And she demurred about it all. "Marry me, please, Luna. Make me complete," Neville asked. Luna thought about some of the people that she had met. They had been attracted by her beauty, then repulsed by her speech. Neville had never belittled her or rejected her. "Yes, I will. I love you too," Luna replied gently before being swept up into a very sweet kiss. They married at Yule with the entire island in attendance. It was a double wedding as Hermione and Harry wanted something very simple, and Hermione's mother thought this was the best. They weren't hard to convince to join in. Sirius and Remus pulled no pranks at all. They did send letters to the twins of all of the pranks that they thought about though. Harry made his mark on the magical world by being able to make portraits of those who had gone ahead, and give families a connection to their ancestors. Well, of those that hadn't done their portraits. Finding out that Lord Voldemort had killed her cherished son had given Walburga a new lease and look on painted life. She became a wonderful resource of how to be the best Lord Black that Percy could be from the minute that Regulus started visiting. Walburga also taught Lady Penny Black, as though she were her own daughter, in the high art of hosting. The secret meanings of flowers, place settings, and even foods. One could insult, praise, exhort or bribe with various and sundry flora and fauna. It was certainly an aspect never taught at Hogwarts. Harry Potter never did return to Britain, and Percy wound up as proxy for the Potter seat for many years until Harry and Hermione's only daughter entered political service. Harry and Hermione's son Daniel James Potter was a very quiet child, and enjoyed being his father's shadow and also went into art. The youngest child, Regulus Remus Potter, was a prankster from the time he was a toddler and kept everyone on their toes. It was their middle child who turned heads with her beauty and converted hearts with her cool logic and rhetoric. Emma Rose Potter's focus was on the magical rights of house elves, centaurs, goblins, and other intelligent magical beings. She was the clone of her mother, but had her father's vivid green eyes. Eyes that glowed the color of the killing curse when angry, much to the distress of those few beings left in the Wizengamot that had sympathetic feelings towards the Dark Lord. She also inherited her father's strong empathetic powers that helped her see both sides of difficult issues. People talking to her felt like they had been heard, that she had really listened. She ignored Auntie Luna's suggestions of equal rights for merfolk and seahorses as they really had no interest in such things. The seahorses in particular just wanted to play and catch fish. They didn't understand why magicals wasted so much time working when they had water to swim and play in. Some people called seahorses by another name. In this case, dolphins, of course. Luna worked with magical animals gathering shed skins, feathers, and that sort of thing, but refused to kill anyone and would disappear with animals that she thought might be bought for that purpose. Sirius met a local witch from one of the nearby islands and brought her home. He eventually fathered 4 children and never returned to Britain. Remus was eventually cured by the Quartet of Andromeda, Hermione, Emma and Dan's medical work. With special secret consultation with the world's premier potions master, Severus Snape. Tell anyone and I'll deny it. The cure allowed lycanthropy to be wiped out. Fenrir Greyback fought back by attacking a group of Hogwarts students, kidnapping them, and infecting them. This did not please the inventors of the cure in the least. Especially since Severus Snape was an unnamed co-conspirator, an Order of Merlin recipient for it. As much as he had wanted praise and accolades when he was younger, the reality and notoriety was not as pleasant as Severus dreamed. He fulfilled Lily's request to aid in the research and used the gold provided for it. There was still gold left that he used to research cures for children's maladies. Lavender Brown had graduated but was on a date with Seamus Finnegan at the time of the attack. They were also taken and both bitten that night. In the morning, she and Seamus got the children out, and to the hospital. They were all given the cure, and Lavender had purposefully left her scarf in the cave where they'd been taken. She was able to lead the Aurors to the rest of the pack, and they were all cured as well. Fenrir fought it, but he was executed free of the disease. With his claims of planning to escape and finding a werewolf to bite him, he was considered too dangerous for incarceration. Lavender and Seamus had some scars from that night and earned an Order of Merlin, first class, for their efforts in saving the children and bringing the attackers to justice. Lavender would spend the rest of her life developing beauty products to remove or disguise curse wounds, and Seamus became an Auror. Their survival and efforts in the attack bound them closely, and they married. Percival, Lord Black, eventually became headmaster of Hogwarts and had a certain portrait to contend with. Ooh! But Percy, my dear boy, can't you see, this is for all magical kind? You have to look at the bigger picture. Penny was working in a new position that had been created 25 years before. Castle Seneschal. Penny was in charge of the castle. Period. The head elves came to her about everything involved in running a large place. Having worked as a healer, Penny wanted to do something else. Plus, She would be on hand if a second person was needed in the infirmary. It wasn't the depute of Hogwarts. That was for Percy's able assistant Padma Patil Davies. Her husband Roger was teaching the lower years charms. Professor Flitwick wanted to retire in a few years. He would take over the upper years when his apprentice, when Draco, and his muggle-born wife's oldest daughter, Hera Celeste Malfoy, began the teaching portion of her apprenticeship. More gray than red-headed now, Percy was feeling old. Both Penny and Padma looked at Percy with pity. Dumbledore was on rant number 3 and wasn't losing steam. Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger's youngest graduated from Brisbane's Academy of Magical Sciences with the highest newts ever recorded. Harry hasn't returned to Britain and doesn't plan to. They like living in more enlightened places of the world. What? They had children and never married. That's despicable, Dumbledore spat. Padma shook her head and handed Penny a canute. They did. 50 years ago. You weren't invited since you were busy. Busy being dead, but no one was rude enough to say it. But Harry was supposed to marry a nice light-sided girl like your sister, Jenny. Ginny did marry a nice bloke. Dean Thomas. They gave Molly a nice pair of grandchildren along with our twins. Penny informed. Again. Was Dumbledore truly being obtuse? Or did really forget? Penny had difficulty with the birth, and so they had adopted children that had expressed magic, but were in the Muggle foster system that had landed them at Merlin's legacy. So far, that meant 8 of them total. Penny hoped that being here wouldn't prompt any more additions to their family. All of them were grown and on their own, and she was happy with this stage of their lives. But Harry Potter has to die before Voldemort is defeated, the grumpy old wizard insisted. In some ways, the mob was far more difficult than Walburga had been on her worst days. The prophecy orb you told us about is completed. Dark, black, finished. Dead. What words do I need to use to get you to understand? Percy demanded. Dumbledore continued his rant, even after the standard threat was made again. This time, Percy followed through. And Harry Potter returned to Hogwarts for the first time since he left as a little firstie. Place is smaller than I remember. Harry said, a bit sad to be here, really. This had been the first place he had ever felt safe. Well, until Snape's first class. Well, Sapphire. Harry, my boy. You didn't open the ring and talk to me, painted Albus whinge. Well, considering that you didn't dispel the mummifying curse on it, I rather think it is obvious I didn't wear the ring. I'm alive. And I am here to relieve Percy's ongoing headaches. I didn't know you had become a healer. I thought you were in art. The portrait complained. Correct. Now, how about a few modifications to your portrait? Hermione was the healer in the family, but Harry was not talking about her with this menace. Dumbledore looked like he was about to complain, but actually didn't want to say anything that made the boy leave. He had to get him to see reason. Most of the work was done in advance, of course. Harry couldn't stand to be here. Dobby was very upset about his coming here. Harry thought he heard him mumble something about Quidditch balls. Due to the magic of the castle, destroying Albus' portrait had done no good. A new copy was reformed each time in the headmaster's office. That had been tried, more than once. Putting it in a side room, a storage room, the kitchens, or even a broom closet hadn't worked. The one time that Sirius and Remus shrunk and moved it to the boy's urinal was gratifying, but alas, he was rescued once again by Hogwarts. This time, Harry hoped that the castle would hear his plea and leave Dumbledore there. He painted number 4 Privet Drive, the cupboard under the stairs. Christmas dinner was being cooked in the kitchen, some of the food was on the table already. As tears ran down his face, he moved Dumbledore from his portrait into the cupboard and painted the lock upon the door. The runes for locking him in were also sketched on the frame, along with a few extra parcel script runes. Hungry. Hurting. Hopeless. I was forced to cook and clean, but Christmas was one meal that Petunia insisted on doing entirely herself so I wouldn't burn anything or filch a forbidden bit. I made the pies days before, and got not one crumb or lick of a spoon that was not punished by a whack. His feelings were being imbued in this portrait. Feelings that the person inside would feel. He then painted an animated Dudley to run up and down the stairs at random intervals to have dust and spiders rain down on the occupant of the cupboard. When you can truly say that all of this was wrong, that you made a mistake, I will let you out, Harry promised. Harry cleared the headmaster's office before doing the last step, and used a prank of the twins to ensure his privacy. Using the resurrection stone brought forth the actual soul of Albus Dumbledore, who would now spend some time here in prison. Hogwarts had heard Harry's plea to put Dumbledore in a timeout of a sort. The sentient building was appalled at the picture painted, and this time did not move to rescue the former headmaster. Phineas Nigellus Black applauded. "Now that is a solution to your headaches, Lord Black," the other portraits agreed. The family agreed that that was the perfect prank on Dumbledore. If it was for the greater good, then Albus needed a slice. 10, 20, 50 years passed and Albus Dumbledore was still unable to admit that he'd been wrong. Still refused to accept that no one needed to die to defeat an already defeated Dark Lord, and that all of his plans and machinations had been born of the need to control the wizarding world and the wish to be the one at the controls. It would be far into the future before the man thought that maybe, just maybe, he might have made a mistake. The world turned and the magical world advanced without the Machiavellian chess master working behind the scenes to suppress those advancements. Magicals were closing in on the Muggles in science, medical advancements, communications, and arts and entertainment. The wizard net was a thing, and blood purity wasn't. Clean air, clean water, and clean free energy had their infancy on the magical side of the Statue of Secrecy and had been the catalyst for the ending of it. Without bloodshed or jealousy or fear. When a species of humans with special abilities helps the entire world end poverty, hunger, and disease, what's there to fight over? Harry and Hermione had a long and mostly peaceful life. There were a few times that certain criminals tried to force Harry to paint for them. Harry was very talented, and would get himself out and then talk to the house elves, pets, and wild animals in the area. More than once, Harry painted someone who had been murdered just to bring the criminals to justice. Augusta's dueling lessons came in handy more than once as well. Harry got to know his godmother very well, and he and Hermione were lifelong friends with all of the Longbottoms. Neville and Luna traveled the world and stayed in touch with the Potters. Alice had 3 more children after their recovery, and the Longbottoms also fostered others. Neville stayed in close contact with his parents and settled in Cherry Hill with Luna when the couple decided to have children. It was likely due to that last prank of Sirius' oldest son, James, but it might have been Remus' youngest daughter. Neither Longbottom really got into pranks and thought they missed the warmth of the island, were happier with being the same color and wearing the clothes they wanted all day. Trips to the Seychelles were very common, however, and the families started to respect their pranking limits. Like Sirius, Moony found a local witch to marry, but they shared the same home for the rest of their lives. Harry and Hermione lived at various places, sometimes with her parents in France where they managed one of the Potter properties for Harry, sometimes with Sirius and Remus. With Harry's work, they were constantly on the go, and the tent that Dobby picked up for them was in continuous use for many years. Though the bunk rooms were transformed into a portable studio. Hermione was certified in all of the European countries to work, but she was interested in disease research and how to develop cures. Dobby fell in love with Winky. She became his mate and bore him children that would aid the Potter and Black family for many years. Though they were never treated poorly and often offered freedom, the house elves chose to stay. They wanted to bond with and live with the kind and loving Potters. And while never comfortable with it completely, Dobby and Winky were known to sit at the table with just Harry and Hermione and share a meal. And share outrageous stories of how Dobby had originally planned to rescue Harry if he hadn't heeded the warning. But Harry did. Harry listened. And the result was that he, and his family and friends, lived happily ever after.